Ambassador Huckster, if I...
Yo, what's going on, everybody? A lot of interesting, funny updates tonight.
Cool.
Oh my goodness.
Эй, руки вышли грязовые.
Wow. Those are all really good cats. Oh! My goodness. So sleepy.
We are now witnessing...
Dude, I love cats.
Welcome back to
influencers to hit the scene, and now barely anyone talks about him. Google Trends results show he is now less relevant than ever before. So what happened to him? To understand this, we need to look at the beginning. Before he was the Liver King, Brian Johnson was just another ambitious entrepreneur, born on...
That fake natty thing really had a way bigger impact than I ever could have imagined. It's like every other time, you know, like, Cali Muscle, fucking everybody, like literally everybody is a fake natty. Never seems to, you know, fuck up their social media influence, but like the Liver King fake natty thing absolutely annihilated him. Nicholas Donatello's dude, France just released their first peer-reviewed position on vegetarian diets. In short, they said it's okay. 30 years late, want to die. France is filled with retards anyway, so I don't know why you'd bother. Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Nicholas. How am I tonight? Better than last night. So not too bad. I took down last night's stream because of the penis on screen.
April 7th, 1977, on a military base in Puerto Rico, he was raised by a single mother in San Antonio, Texas, after his father passed away at a young age.
Silent Hill F trailer came out an hour ago. Let me take a look.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, I attended my physical and all my blood work numbers were in the normal, healthy, optimal, physiological ranges. My total cholesterol went up but LDL went down lol.
That can happen, fuck. Well, that's good. Sounds like you're getting healthier. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Appreciate the donation. Let's see.
シュウ君、嘘ついてるよね。騙せてると思う？ひなこを。ひなこはね、死んだんだよ。
ひなこはお友達といつまでも一緒にいたい。お友達は永遠じゃないのよ。彼らだっていつか必ずあなたを裏切る。あなたが裏切り者と呼ばれたように。
ひなこ？
あ、ごめん。何？
天秤にかける価値があるかどうか、しっかりと判断しなさい。
Well, the graphics look really nice. This is being produced by Konami. You know, I've always wanted to sniff Japanese girls' butts.
Hinako, いつまでここにいる気なの？
自分でもおかしいと思うの。自分で自分がわからない感じ。自分の気持ちが自分で理解できない。私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。
ひなこ、もう時間がないのよ。あなたが生かされたということは、ここに至ってもまだ迷いがあるということなのね。あなたがそれに悩める時間はもう尽きかけている。
あなたは誰なの？さっきからなんで何もわからないふりをしているの？私はね、あんたをすぐに殺すこともできたんだよ。全部奪ったな。全部私から奪ったな。
それではお別れを。あなたが幸せをつかんでくれることを願っています。
Are they doing fucking PS5 only fucking stupid fag shit?
We have some...
It's not going to be listed on Steam. It's going to come to PC eventually because, oh no, there it is. Yeah, they literally can't release console exclusives anymore because these consoles, the dumb baby consoles, aren't selling. So they just have to release everything on PC now, so get fucked consoles. Eat shit, what's the point?
I am pretty well upper body, lower body could use some work. Is leg specialization worth it? If recoverable, what about legs 3 times a week? I bought a leg extension leg curl machine that has a good force curve to pick up some slack.
Ugh. In almost every circumstance, yes, doing specialization phases will net you more gains. So if you really want to build your legs and you feel they're lacking, might be a good idea to do a specialization phase. You may be able to train legs 3 times a week, but again, I wouldn't just choose an arbitrary frequency because it's just more. You should consider how fast you can actually recover from the training and what you need each session to actually make substantial progress. So see what you can handle. You can try 3 days a week and see how it goes, but I wouldn't just arbitrarily do 3 or more days per week. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Think that answers your questions.
My PCP didn't mention my weight like last time lol. I went from 242 pounds, obese, to 218, overweight, BMIs. I did have to get a tetanus booster shot since I was overdue for one. Also, my HDL went from 38 to 72 mg/dl, which could explain why my total went up.
Yes, that would drive up your total. That's not particularly surprising. Usually with dietary improvements and weight loss, HDL tends to go up. But that's a fair bit of weight loss, so good job, dude. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Oh no. What's this cat doing? You got a thing on you. Anonymous Stony Tillers, what's your position on taking a treatment against mild to severe adult acne? Just a second.
What is your opinion on Secular Talk YouTube channel? I like his Trump news, but he keeps saying Israel is committing genocide. I don't know where he got that idea from.
He's one of the worst anti-Semites I've ever seen. The guy is almost a literal Nazi. The only thing that's really stopping me from... Well, no, actually I'd call him a Nazi. He may not deny the Holocaust, but... yeah, he's a literal Nazi. He makes up lies about Jews constantly. He's just a massive Nazi Jew hater. That's why he's making all these bullshit, stupid videos about Israel genocide. It's not because he actually thinks there's a genocide. He just hates Jews, and he's using this as a opportunity to hate on Jews, get away with it without being called out for being a Nazi. Thanks for the donation and nation. So, what's your position on taking a treatment against mild to severe adult acne that is almost certainly tested on animals, no effective vegan alternatives? Well, what are you talking about specifically? Are you talking about something like Accutane? I would exhaust every other option before taking something like Accutane. That can have, it's rare, but that can have, like, really fucking horrific side effects. So, there's quite a lot of suicides due to Accutane. And it's because it's clear there's a causal relationship between Accutane, the actual medication itself, and severe depression. So, if there's a risk of that, I would exhaust every other option. So, substantial dietary modification would be the first go-to. So make sure you eliminate like all animal products, including dairy. You might also want to see if there's some trigger foods. And that might be one of the few circumstances where I might recommend maybe like a week-long water fast. Just to eliminate certain foods that might actually be triggering the acne, because sometimes it's weird, like I know some people get acne from consuming soy. So if they have tofu, their acne pops up. But if they ate something else, like, you know, seitan or like protein powder, like it doesn't. So I'd exhaust any other alternative before trying something like Accutane, just because of how horrific the side effects are. And as far as I understand, Accutane is vegan friendly. Accutane ingredients. I don't know. Well, might depend on beeswax. Recalcitrant acne. What is that? Condition where acne does not respond to any of the common treatments. Okay. Cause from an overproduction of oil, sebum. Yeah, you might also want to just talk to Dr. Avi. He's on Isaac's Discord. He's a dermatologist, so he'd also know about some of that. What's your stance on Oreos, now knowing that the company that sells them are experimenting on mice? Same as before. Just because the company is unethical, it doesn't necessarily mean the products aren't vegan friendly. And if you have a problem with it, then just don't support them.
Breaking news and concerning
Oh, wait, we're watching this. Anonymous $22. I'm not talking about Accutane, but benzoyl peroxide and differin. Been vegan for 8 years, tried everything except water fast. Benzoyl peroxide. Fuck. I don't know why they don't let me copy things on Streamlabs. I mean, what makes this not vegan friendly? Is it just the animal testing? You can probably find a vegan friendly version of this. It's just the ingredient that you need. Yeah, I mean, you could probably find a vegan-friendly version of this, like one where the company doesn't test on animals. I personally, I've changed my opinion on supporting companies that use animal testing somewhat. Like, if it can be avoided, then sure, but like what's actually going to stop animal testing is, you know, again, just what do you call like new laws. A lot of the reason why companies do animal testing is because like that's really the only practical way they can get their product to market and shit. Same thing happened with the Impossible Burger. It's fucking horseshit, but yeah, all you need is the ingredient, right? Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
Age. He often described himself as a weak, bullied kid, someone who struggled to fit in, According to his own account, he was constantly picked on, called names, and looked down upon.
When you guys fucking understand, you know, the first day of middle school for me was some fucking guy who looked like he was 35 with a mustache and everything. Hawks a loogie on his fucking hand, smacks me in the face, and I didn't know what the fuck, where I was. But what would happen at least once a week is I just got blindsided, I'd get knocked out, and I would wake up, and I'd have my...
How is Sekiro Shadows Die Twice in your opinion? It's a good game. I'd recommend it. Most people wouldn't really be able to play that game, though. It's very hard. Kidum, donate $2. This is really funny.
Excuse, do you know where I can find one shawarma store?
What store?
I want to find like a shawarma for a sandwich.
Sandwich store.
Yeah.
I would go there and then to the right. There should be a picnic.
A picnic. Okay. A picnic?
Picnic.
Well.
What did you say? It reminds you what?
My grandmother's anus.
Why would you say that? What's wrong with you?
Do you have shawarma?
It's not funny. Just based off my experience, high school teachers were some of the most idiotic, predatory, and inappropriate people I've ever dealt with.
You're a teacher. Yes. What is a woman?
What is a woman? Oh, buddy. All right. So, we define gender as a set of preferences that you have. Excuse...
Don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Book bag, the bell had already rung, nobody's in the hallway, and I gotta figure out, okay, what fucking period is it? You know, and this is my entire fucking middle school. Not once did I stand up for myself. Not once did I fight back or push. And when the guys would come, I would just walk back, and say, you don't want to fight me, I'm a pussy.
That all changed when he discovered lifting weights in middle school. The transformation became his obsession. By high school, he claimed he was bench pressing 315 pounds and had completely reinvented himself. But unlike many
He's probably been on steroids since then. It wouldn't surprise me. If he's 19 years old here, he was likely on steroids back then.
Many bodybuilders who pursued fitness as a career, Johnson took a different route. He attended Texas Tech University studying biochemistry, but never followed through with medical.
Prison Cats donate $2. Let me
I'm gonna go phone check this nigga, man, straight up.
Every prisoner in this prison has a cat. However, only well-behaved inmates have the opportunity to own one. If a prisoner who owns a cat behaves badly, the cat will be taken back at any time. A lot of people are afraid those prisoners will hurt those animals. But surprisingly, these former criminals are very gentle with them.
I am lucky enough to have a sweet, sweet kitty right here. Oh, Gum Gum, you're so beautiful. You know what? People who don't like cats are absolute degenerate scum who do not deserve to live and breathe on this planet Earth. Like, cats are just such lovable, sweet little fuzzy guys who are just silly, love to play, they love to cuddle. And they're just so adorable and cute. They have these beautiful little kitty paws. They love to run around and explore. They're just fucking perfect. So anybody who'd ever, like, hurt a cat or anybody who doesn't like cats, they're just fucking scumbags.
Each inmate shows remarkable enthusiasm to adopt stray cats. They study and work hard to earn cash just to buy new clothes and their favorite cat food. They patiently clean their ears and fur, save money to buy them toys, and even install cat climbing frames for them.
Well, if I ever get locked up, hopefully I end up in that prison with the cats.
Coming up on Lock Up Raw, Prison Love.
These cats is their kids. And you mess with one of the cats, I mean, these cats is their family. That's all they've got.
The special bond between prisoner and pet.
It's like...
Is that a little groundhog there?
Anything true with love and respect, it'll treat you with love and respect back.
Okay, we gotta watch that.
You didn't even grill me about the shit yet.
I think that's why people cheat, is because I watch porn.
I feel like I would probably cheat without. I don't know if you're on the wet dream team, but
that might be interesting. We'll try and check that out later, if not tonight, probably another stream.
Agreed. VG cats rule.
Stray cat, alley cat, tom cat, a hip cat, so cool. Fat cat, a lazy cat, certainly an acrobat. You make your own rules.
I don't know how the hell you find this shit or know about any of this crap, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Medical school. Instead, he entered the corporate world as a pharmaceutical sales representative. Ironically, he would later position himself as someone who hated modern medicine, despite the fact that he made his first fortune in the industry. The real turning point in his life, however, came when he met his wife, Barbara Johnson, later branded as Liver Queen. The two became successful entrepreneurs, investing in dental clinics and launching health supplement companies. By the time the Liver King persona was born, the couple was already multi-millionaires, making over $100 million a year from their supplement business. But selling pills behind the scenes wasn't enough. Johnson wanted to be the face of the movement, the living proof that his ancestral philosophy worked. In 2021, he debuted his now infamous persona, a shredded...
Yeah, dude, his stomach is so weird. It's like a turtle shell.
His exaggerated chest, pulsating veins, and constant selves. The only way to reclaim true masculinity was by embracing a more primal way of life. Experts called bullshit. His muscles, the excessive vascularity.
My king, like thy vegan hippopotamus, thine logic is bottomless, a handful of farthings.
That is not a good idea. Never ever feed a hippo. Oh my god. I don't know if that is like at a zoo or something. Don't ever go near a wild hippo, dude. Yeah, hippos are extraordinarily dangerous. They may, in fact, actually be more dangerous to encounter than like a bear or a lion. Oh. Wow. Wow. My goodness. Wow. My goodness. Wow.
Going Anders, dude, even having cat scratch fever is worth it for those felines, and I can't be live, I just quit Ted Nugget there.
Yes. Cats are worth the world. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Does jerking off actually decrease risk of prostate cancer, or can it undo the damage of dairy? Well, it's not jerking off that reduces prostate cancer risk, it's ejaculating. And yes, frequent ejaculation seems to reduce prostate cancer by roughly 30%. Those are some good dogs. Oh my god. Those are some really good dogs. Wow. I really like huskies, how they do the singing. That shit is awesome. Dodo donate $2. This is ironically gonna hurt Trump and RFK Jr.'s approval rating more than any retard shit they can do, because their base won't be happy with this. Let me see.
Just laid out, particularly though. Their concerns with some of his public comments on vaccines. And as Meg mentioned, even RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Director of Health and Human Services, had concerns about his chances in his confirmation. So, look, we knew that today he was expected to appear before the Senate committee, and then this nomination was withdrawn before he could do that. They moved on with other nominations, but a big question now is who would replace him to lead the CDC. Obviously a very important role, particularly when you think back to when Trump was first in office and all of the major role that played in helping steer away the coronavirus pandemic, excuse me. But one thing too, Wolf, to keep in mind is that something that I heard when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was going through his own confirmation hearing was that many Republicans, skeptical Republicans, people who have raised concerns about his chances of getting confirmed, said that if he was confirmed, they wanted to make sure people in roles around him had a better answer for some of the vaccines. And that was a big concern when he was going through his confirmation process, and clearly something that played a role this time around with Weldon's.
Yeah, good
point. This may be a sign that people aren't trusting Trump's leadership anymore, and they're going to start basically revolting. I don't think their voter base really cares about this in particular, though. Like, they're going to be more focused on the economy, stock market, taxes, wages, cost of living, which he's ruining. That's good, though, that they're not electing anti-vax crazy whack jobs to the CDC. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo's Big Cock donated $2. Let me see.
But I promise you this, I'll always look out for you. Yeah, that's what I'll do. But I promise.
Yeah. She became overweight and probably very complacent. Somebody pointed this out. Yeah. So this was her when they first got married, and then this was her later. Like, yeah, no shit. Like, he gained weight too, but I mean, she really gained weight. That's probably it. Yeah, that's accurate. That's really gross.
When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business.
This is hilarious. Readers added context. In the uploaded video, it's possible to see that the two elderly women are just confused by the tripod the TikToker set up to film herself, claiming jealousy. It's just paranoid and has no basis. That is a plausible explanation. Especially older people, they're not really going to understand social media, and they're going to be very confused when they see, like, a camera and tripod and stuff. Thanks for the donation, Dodo's Big Cock. Donovan Walker donated $2. Did you know this? Yeah. Yep. Apostate prophet is fundamentally a stupid person. So look, the only people who would believe in Islam in the first place are dumb. So same with Ayan Hirsi Ali, you know. The type of thinking that would make you believe in something like that in the first place is going to make you prone to believing in other stupid horseshit. So a lot of these ex-Muslims, they either become atheist and then adopt Christianity, or they just adopt Christianity. Oh, look at the little kitty. Aww. I would save that little kitten. Oh, look at that sweet baby. Oh my goodness. Oh, such a sweet little kitty. That's fucking disgusting, but... Oh, what a sweet baby. I love little kitties. Oh, so nice. Opens up about his autism diagnosis from 905.
I entered a natural bodybuilding competition.
I mean, it wouldn't particularly surprise me. We'll take a look. Thanks for the donation, Donovan.
Even wildcats are precocious in their own way.
Oh my god. Snow leopard babies are amazing. Look at his paws. Oh my goodness. Oh. Dude, I want him. I want him. Give him to me. This is mine. He is mine. I want him. Dude, that'd be so awesome having a huge-ass cat to cuddle with. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. I was at Chipotle and these two obese ladies in front of me took their time ordering the most disgusting looking fat shit. Steak, cheese, sour cream, guac, queso, tortilla chips, soda. Maybe once RFK Jr. gets Chipotle to fry their chips in lard, they'll be skinny. Yeah. Like, what the fuck are we even doing, you know? If that change happens nationwide, where you see, like, the adoption of lard as the typical cooking oil at a lot of these restaurants, you're very quickly going to see an increase in heart disease rates. It's only going to take a few years to actually see a notable difference. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Psychology donated $2. Let me see. All black women are going bald. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Well, there's a lot of black women who are going bald because of the way they do their hair. I think it's called tension alopecia. So a lot of the like braids that black women have, it actually causes alopecia. Like when you put tension on the hair follicle, they die off. A lot of like Mexican women or Latinas have that problem too.
Emily, what the Steven! Who the is that? You need to go. Steven, I'm so sorry. Emily, what the Steven, stop, I'm so sorry. You was coming home, bro. Bro, who the is this guy? I don't... Bro, what? Stop, stop. What you doing here, bro? This was on YouTube, bro. Stop. Bro, you got him in my... I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I knew you. Hey, bro. Bro, can you please leave, bro? Leave. Lamar, leave. Got nothing to do with this between y'all two, bro. Okay, bro. Just leave. Get the out, bro. Steven, calm down. Steven, calm down. Get out, bro. You knocked my boyfriend out. Oh my God. You didn't hear how he was talking to me? I'm a man, too. Why would you knock him out? I ain't got nothing to do with it. He's obviously upset. It's between y'all two. Steven! It's between y'all two. Oh my God, get out! Get out!
Wow, that chick's a bitch. What's the psychology behind that? Oh, wait. Analyze the psychology behind this.
Gal behind bar scene just flew into Pensacola, Florida. Getting baptized in prison shakes the darkness of hell. It is no small gesture for a prisoner.
A lot of prison inmates end up becoming more religious, and it's a way of them to cope with guilt. The idea that they're, you know, like a bad person. You know, a lot of these people have done horrible things, so part of this is likely a way of them coping with guilt and thinking that they're becoming better people or something when they're really not. They're just doing some pointless, stupid religious ritual. So it's no different than, you know, selfish, you know, like 20-year-old TikTokers and shit. Like, they live at home with their parents. They do absolutely nothing, contribute nothing to society. But you'll see them make posts online about, oh, hashtag save Gaza or hashtag free Palestine. What are they doing? Nothing. Like, they're contributing nothing, they're doing nothing, but they're practicing some stupid ritual to make themselves think they're a good person. Same kind of thing. It's just horse shit. Thanks for the donation, psychology.
Let's just not get that baby Snow Leopard's hopes too high. That last time that happened, the cub grew up into an evil warlord that tried to destroy the Valley of Peace.
I have had a vision. Tai Lang will return.
Master, your vision.
Well, that was an animated movie. I think real-life snow leopards probably aren't like that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. 21st Savage donated $2. Black hairstyles look completely unprofessional and dreadlocks are disgusting and dirty. Their hair smells bad. They don't wash it. Black hairstyles are just awful. Ask FitX Fearless what he thinks of black/African hairstyles. He'd say the same thing. I have no idea if he'd say the same thing, and most of what you said is untrue. Thanks for the donation, dude.
On this fucking picture, I got my grandma on there, I got my fucking parents, my family, friends and shit. Why the fuck would I be talking about that kind of shit? Be fucking realistic, alright? Don't believe everything you see on the internet, alright? It's... Come on, use some fucking common sense, alright guys? So I want to get, you know, I just wanted to come on here and defend myself. Look, I'm a fucking lifetime natural bodybuilder, and I'm fucking proud of it, all right? I'll fucking outwork anyone in the fucking gym, whether you're on steroids, whether you're natural. I'm always going to be the hardest fucking worker in there. And if I'm not, you better fucking show up if we train together, all right? So I'm done defending myself. Believe it or not, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to stay fucking aesthetic. I'm going to keep doing my fucking thing. I'm going to keep living my life. I'm going to keep enjoying my life. I'm going to live it like I want to live it, all right? So let's get
Placed up, tanned up.
I don't give a fuck, all right? Here, I've been in this game since, and when you're spreading lies like that, I know like they're trying to say, oh, you know, there was one time on Facebook when Jeff talked about his cycles. Look, guys, I know
he could be natural. So like there's, I think I might be bigger than him at this point. Yeah, there's my back. There's Jeff Seid's back. Like I might actually be bigger than he is at this point, especially the traps. So could be natty.
I might bigger than this, absolutely.
No, I wouldn't consider medical TRT to be natural.
Coach Greg, and I'm here with the genetic anomaly. The first question I got is, what exactly is your real name?
Sven. So
Svein or Sven?
Sven is better.
Sven Carlson.
Bald niggas donate $2.
Don't look good bald for the most part. I'm sorry to tell you, bro, but the bald look only works on certain guys. You probably don't look good bald. Does this mean that every single man looks bad bald?
Dude, this guy tells everybody to get a hair transplant. Like, it is so stupid. He tells everybody to get a fucking hair transplant.
No, there's some guys who can pull it off. If you look at The Rock is muscular, tattoos everywhere, decent face structure, nice jawline, tall, super successful. He could get away with being bald. You can't. You don't got none of those other accolades. Hey, bro, if you go be 10% body fat, you make millions of dollars a year, you're slinging, you can get away with being bald. But if you don't want to make your life harder than it should be, then consider a hair transplant. Consider using minoxidil.
Yeah, don't bother getting a hair transplant. Like, for most people, it's more worth it to just go bald.
Insane, though. But those strands on your hair doesn't look insane?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Exactly, bro. Like, see how he didn't say anything about the hair and his face together. He just said the strands on your hair isn't insane. This nigga just has a thing against dreads, but he'll come up against a white nigga with long hair, and he will literally, your hair's so beautiful, your hair so, like, this nigga's a weirdo, bro. Bro, look how he interacts with this nigga with long hair, bro.
Your body looks pretty nice, man. You get lean. You say you're 21?
Yeah, 21.
Your body looks pretty good. How long you been working out?
3 years, consistently.
Take the hat out, let me see the hair. Yeah, these are the kind of dudes I gotta worry about.
Like, bro, this nigga is mad.
He has nice hair. Like, what? Like, yeah, he probably has a weird racial bias.
This is an amazing clip. It's a mirror link cause YouTube clips suck.
Let me see, retard.
Video after video about him.
Destiny caught pre-watching.
Video after video about him. The frequency of these videos increased after Destiny was banned from Twitch. In the span of time since then, he has uploaded almost 80 videos about Hassan out of a total of like 450 videos. So that's at least 1/5.
I've uploaded 450 videos between my 3 YouTube channels in the last 2 years. Damn, August. And he's gonna pay cut. I would have thought it would have been over 1,000 videos, but you know.
His working life spent talking about Hassan. In contrast, in the same span of time, Hassan has uploaded over 1,200 videos, and he's talked about Destiny a total of 5 times. 4 of them have...
Like, Hassan talked about me 5 times yesterday. What is this framing? It's actually unhinged.
Like, I genuinely think Destiny's unhealthy obsession over the course...
I need a break. Like, come on!
I don't get it. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Mad weird, bro. And you mean to tell me that black nigga we just reacted to was not decent, bro? With his dreads, bro? Like, come on now, bro. This nigga...
Yeah, FedEx Fearless likely has a racial bias against melanated individuals with long hair, but when white people have long hair, it's fine.
Same.
So,
What religion you in that you can't cut your hair?
Yeah, basically, I'm a Sikh.
Okay, sick. I don't know what that is, but okay.
Sikh.
Yeah, it's basically like a religion, like, you know, where we believe in one God and we don't cut our hair.
Interesting. All right, man. I support whatever religion you believe in. I just want you to know that that's gonna affect your appearance drastically because you look kind of crazy. Like you got.
Like, Indian people usually have really nice hair. So, this dude might want to style his hair in a certain way, but yeah, like, Indian dudes usually have really nice hair.
You got a chin strap, and then this. Like, it's
Yeah.
just as long as you're aware. How old are you, bro?
23.
All right, what's going on, man?
Yeah, I need some help with my looks.
Bro, do you need to be bald? That's the first thing.
No.
Then why the hell you bald by choice?
Nah, I just was too lazy.
You're too lazy, so you cut all your hair off?
Well, my barber did, but
Please tell me you're joking. You went to the barber and told him to cut it all off.
well, no, but
What happened? Why are you bald at 23?
I know which hairstyle will fit me.
Let me help you out. The hairstyle that's going to not fit you is the one you have right now. I think you with more hair on your head would be better.
Yeah, which hair products? What you recommend?
Let's start by growing the hair first. Just grow the hair and then you can start with the hair products. But if you don't have to be bald, you shouldn't. You can grow hair, right?
Yep.
Then start off with like a fade or something.
He doesn't look bad bald, but probably look a bit better with hair. Thanks for the donation, bald niggas. Which race has the best hair? I don't know, like probably Asians or Indians.
It's not funny when I have to explain it, nigga, but Destiny pulls up Hassan's livestream after this retarded soy boy claims Hassan doesn't ever talk about Destiny, and as soon as he pulls up the stream Hassan is talking about him. Boomer dumb fuck.
Well, yeah, I mean, I understand that was a stupid take, but I got confused by the title. Destiny caught pre-watching? What the fuck does that have anything? But yeah, Hassan talks about Destiny constantly. So I would agree that claim that Hassan has only mentioned Destiny 5 times in the last year, that's absolute horseshit. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I think that's a hockey player. Sven.
Maybe.
And so
The bloated abs all pointed to one thing.
that
The skepticism grew, and Liver King went into damage control mode. He denied everything. In podcasts leaked, the steroid scandal that changed everything. In November 2022, synthetic hormones, insulin,
or maybe because he's running this company, you know, people have to listen to him. So he's got this distorted perception of his ability to communicate and his ability to, like, convince people. Like, that was so theatrical and so corny.
I don't know how, like, what kind of thought process went into the. There was some sort of ROI calculation on if I lie, like, what is the probability I get outed versus how viral can I go if I lie for that win, where it's probably never going to come out.
To turn the scandal into a noble cause backfired spectacularly. Nobody bought it.
With an apology video, so we're gonna have to watch it, and I will review it as an epic apology maker myself.
Primals, I'm making this video.
Already 0 out of 10. What the fuck is this audio coming out of my ear? Can we fix that, Seid?
Another victim of the scandal was Paul Saladino, previously known as Carnivore MD. Liver King and Paul Saladino weren't just aligned in ideology, they also had business ties. Before Liver King exploded in popularity, Saladino was already a well-known figure.
Yeah, clearly on gear here. Avoiding Babylon donators. Challenge Sam Shamoon to a debate in his chat. They will send you a StreamYard link.
Again, to confirm that, what he's referring to is that there are places in which says the word of Yahweh came to me saying. Now, some people assume that simply either God's speaking and Jeremiah's hearing the voice of God, right? So it's Jeremiah hearing the voice of God. But if you actually read the passages carefully, you'll note the word of Yahweh or the word of the Lord isn't simply God's voice that the prophet hears,
Exactly.
but it's actually a figure sent by God who appears visibly, whom the prophet is seeing visibly. And one example would be Jeremiah 1, verses 4 to 11. So if you want me to screen share, I can go through that. It's up to you guys. You want me to screen share?
Rob will bring it up. Rob will bring it up.
And there's no
Jeremiah
to
what?
give you actually non-Christian witnesses to this fact. If you read the Aramaic paraphrases of the Hebrew Bible called the Tergum, meaning translation, you'll even find Jews who are not Christians referring to in Aramaic memra, which is the Aramaic word for word. The word of the Lord came. Instead of the Lord, they substituted for the word of the Lord came. So even the Jews who are not Christians, who didn't read the Gospel of John, were aware that there's a divine entity, a divine person sent by God, who is God, distinct from God, and inseparable from him. And you'll find that in the Aramaic paraphrases of the Hebrew Scriptures, which I'll bring up. Not only that, you find that in the writings of Philo, the Alexandrian Jew, who was a contemporary of Jesus and Paul, where because of his reading of the Old Testament and reading it in Greek, he speaks of the logos, the Greek word for word. Now remember, John's gospel is written in Greek. So what does he say in Greek? In the beginning was the logos. Yet Philo, who's not a Christian, but he's a contemporary of both our Lord and Paul, speaks of the logos using the Greek term for word, because in Hebrew it'd be davar, but when they translate in Greek, it's logos, to capitalize on that in order to now appeal to the Greek philosophers saying this logos concept that you have, we already knew it before your philosophers. Yeah. Moses already spoke of it before you guys showed up. And this is the logos. And he calls him, he says he's not created. He's not uncreated. Notice, he's trying to communicate what later Christians would speak of the generation of the logos, meaning he's not a creature, but he's not uncreated in that he is begotten. Now, he doesn't use the term begotten, but that's what he's getting at. This word originates from God. He's separate from creation. He is on God's throne. He's the chief of all angels. He's the high priest, and he calls him a second God.
Yeah.
This is Logos, theology of Philo of Alexandria. Where did he get this from? He wasn't reading John. Where did the Jews get this from who translated the Hebrew Old Testament into Aramaic? They weren't reading John. They got it from the Hebrew scriptures. Yeah. So if you open up your Bible to Jeremiah 1, if you screen share, if you want me to do it, it's up to you.
Okay, nobody is offering to debate me. Thanks for the donation, dude.
All right, that's the line. So this is based on the line. I don't know if it's going to be identical. All right, but anyway, I think.
Yeah, they're not. Ben donated $2. Skip to 20 seconds. This is an example of Indian people having nice hair, particularly the one who has braided long hair.
Oh boy.
Are you Padma?
No, I am Ranita. There is a python in my cube. Brian?
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Ben. 21st Savage donated $2. I'm a couple minutes behind in your stream. That's no coincidence how I predicted FedEx Fearless's views on Dread's black hairstyles. Don't know the guy at all. Besides, I know that he cares about professionalism. That should tell you everything you need to know. Well, clearly not. Because when white people, especially white people with blonde long hair, he never says anything. But as soon as somebody who's melanated has long hair, he always has an issue with it. So I think he's just adopted some racist tendencies. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st Savage. 21st Savage donated $2. Did Jasmine used to beg you to order food for her, like from Tenon Vegetarian or whatever the fuck, deep fried takeout food you guys would eat? Did she used to annoy you about it, bully you into ordering her deep fried takeout to feed her gut biome? A little, like, I don't know what you mean by bullying me into it, but yeah, she'd try to convince me to order takeout and shit a lot, and I'd try not to. But thanks for the donation, 21st. 21st donated $2, nigga. The guy with long hair complimented was not white, LMAO. He was like Indian or Pakistani, dark as fuck. I don't think he bothered watching the video. It has nothing to do with race, just because black hairstyles, like especially thick dreads and dirty, unclean, disgusting, blah, blah, blah. That's great. Thanks for the donation. Bart K fan, donate $2. Are you planning to live off YouTube for the rest of your life? Are front squats good exercise to improve sprint? There's nothing particularly unique about front squats that are going to make you a better sprinter compared to back squats. I think front squats are pretty overrated. So unless you're in a sport where you need to be performing front squats, so like if you're a Olympic lifter, then yeah, you're going to have to build a strong front squat. Otherwise, there's not really any unique benefit to doing front squats as opposed to back squats. Back squats are better for developing quad, glute, low back strength. Front squats are just a harder variation, but you end up developing less strength. Do you have any advice how to improve change of direction in soccer using gym? So yeah, just getting stronger to begin with. So just doing squats, lunges, leg press, whatever exercises that help strengthen your lower body. That's just going to make you better at fast changes in direction, period. I would also focus on building up a significant degree of hamstring strength and rotational strength. So doing rotational exercises are also probably going to help. Thanks for the donation, Bart K fan.
Would you consider going to New Orleans for Mardi Gras next year? I got with a Filipina and a Sri Lankan women from Vancouver. They love our light skin. Sri Lankan may go vegan for me.
No. I hate attending large events. So I'd never go anywhere to attend some big large event, especially these days with pandemic diseases and terrorist attacks. I don't want to pick up some disease from somebody. I don't want to get blown up or shot or run over by some asshole in a rental van. And I just don't like large crowds, period. So I would never travel somewhere for some big event like Mardi Gras. Thanks for the donation, though, Nation. New Jizzy Vid, donate $2. You would have kept trying with your relationship with Jasmine if she didn't go downhill with regards to looks. No, she went off the deep end once you got married. She even became non-binary.
Need to hear it from
She's never non-binary.
the mouth of a sex therapist. Gay sex is resistance. Trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming sex is resistance. Disabled sex is resistance. Kinky sex is resistance. Polyamorous and consensually non-monogamous sex is resistance. BIPOC sex and sex work.
Okay, that's great. I don't know what the fuck that is. 21st Savage, $20, something about deep fried takeout, give up, trips, something, grocery shopping, don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
This entire video far too much brain rot for your sanity to handle, but skip to 7:30 and watch until 8:08. It will fill your brain rot quota for today.
If you like...
God damn it. Let me take a look.
Palestinians.
During the 2018 border protests, or the Great March of Return, which were recognized by human rights organizations as being overwhelmingly peaceful, Israel...
Oh, overwhelmingly peaceful. So, just to add context to this, Hamas was, literally forcing people at gunpoint to take weapons like knives, Molotov cocktails, bombs, and telling them to do everything they could to rush the border wall in the hopes that they would get into Israel and kill Jews. So many people who attended these protests, they may have had an interest in peacefully protesting, but Hamas got involved, and they were literally holding people under threat of death to take weapons and try to rush the border wall and kill Jews. And some people they didn't even need to threaten because either they're ideologically aligned with Hamas or they are Hamas members themselves. So when they say overwhelmingly peaceful, okay, they're like maybe 90% of them were peaceful protesters, but if you have 10% crazy, wacko, insane terrorists whose ultimate goal is to kill Jews, like that's kind of a fucking problem, isn't it?
fired on the peaceful crowds with sniper rifles, injuring thousands and killing hundreds. The UN
Yeah, so they targeted, so first of all, there were signs all over the place telling them to stay back a certain distance from the border wall. So if you want to, sure, go rush a border fence where they've been warned ahead of time. If you get too close to the fence, you will be shot. Go get shot. It's not their fault. If you're warned, hey, I'm going to shoot you if you rush the border fence, and then you rush the border fence and get shot, go fuck yourself. They were also targeting troublemakers. So again, these Hamas members and shit. So they were seeing people in the crowd, dispensing weapons, handing out Molotov cocktails, creating bombs. They were targeting those people. So people who are troublemakers. There are some instances where like odd people were shot. I know there was like an instance that's very questionable where some woman was handing out water, and I can't remember the distance, but she was quite a distance away, and she ended up getting shot. Again, this might be a target acquisition thing where the distance in which she was, they weren't sure if she was handing out like bombs or explosives or some sort of weapon, and that's why she was targeted, even though she was a distance away from the border fence. Like, you can see the kind of weapons they have. They don't have, like, some super crazy long-range fucking scopes that are, like, 20, 40x. They're probably using weapon sights that are maybe 4 to 8x. You're not really going to be able to, really identify what somebody's holding or doing at longer ranges. You're going to be able to see them, certainly, and make accurate shots, but in terms of knowing exactly what they're doing, that's going to be harder. So this is just a complete misrepresentation of what actually happened. And again, they weren't going for kill shots generally. They were trying to shoot people in the leg to minimize casualties.
Injuring thousands and killing hundreds. The UN reports concluded that Israeli snipers were intentionally targeting children, medics, pregnant women.
Yeah, so one, I don't even think that's true. Yeah, that's not even true. Go fuck your... Like, that's not even true.
And disabled people. Israeli snipers later publicly, gleefully recounted their experiences of hunting Palestinians for sport, bragging about the number of kneecaps they could shatter. This trend has continued in Israel's...
They're snipers. What do you expect? It's their fucking job.
Latest escalation since October.
By the way, this has nothing to do with whether or not they committed crimes. Like, guess what? Talk to any Green Beret, anybody in Special Forces who's actually served in combat. They'll brag about, yeah, I blew that guy's head off, or I killed 50 people. Like, that's just what they do. That's who they are. They're in that job for a reason, because they like shooting and killing people. Has nothing to do with whether or not they broke the law. Like, if somebody broke into my house and I had a shotgun and they were trying to kill me and I literally shot their head clean off with a shotgun, I'm the type of person to be like, yeah, I blew that motherfucker's head clean off. Haha, like, get fucked, asshole. Like, I'm not going to be, oh, it's so sad that I had to do that. Like, some people don't react that way. That has nothing to do with whether or not somebody committed a crime or not.
October 7th to an extreme degree. IDF snipers are intentionally...
So, oh my god, this is hilarious. So I've done my own little analysis on this. These x-rays are absolute horseshit, and they prove nothing. First of all, they didn't actually show every single x-ray image. They had more than 3. I think there were something like... I think there were more than 10 collected. The only ones they published were these 3. And there's a lot of question as to why they only published 3. The excuse from the New York Times was these were the least graphic X-ray images we could find. The other X-ray images are far too graphic and it'd be too disturbing. One, that sounds like the most stupid fucking bullshit excuse you could imagine. These are X-ray images. They are not inherently graphic. It's literally black and white, and all you can really see is a skeleton. So that suggests to me that the other X-ray images were not like incriminating of Israelis, and these were the best images they can find that were incriminating. Secondly, this is my little Photoshop thing that I did. Now, you can tell that these bullets, aside from maybe this one, they're not perfectly perpendicular to the angle of the X-ray image. So these bullets are either facing towards or facing away from the actual angle of the photograph. This one is perfectly perpendicular. Now, this is a 7.62 by 39 Russian type bullet. Like, that's the slug. This is M855 ball, which is a 5.56. That's the standard ammunition used by Israel. This 7.62 round better fits the image here than the M855 ball. Now, I don't have the actual... I can't do ballistic testing. I don't have, like, the actual sample from the bullet found in these kids' skulls. But what I can do is superimpose an image of a 7.62 by 39 slug versus an M855 ball slug and compare what is the better fit. The 7.62 is the better fit compared to the M855 ball. So in all likelihood, these are from Hamas. Like, these kids were killed by Hamas, not Israel. Because if you look at the shape of the slug, this seems to be a better match for 7.62 by 39, which is the more common ammunition used by Hamas. And even if we did ballistic testing, like we actually got the samples and we could determine, oh no, it was a 5.56, Hamas also uses 5.56 ammunition. So you're going to have to do some kind of... You're going to have to see what type of ammunition it was. Like, that may involve metallurgic testing to see if this actually came from an Israeli military supply, or if this was, you know, some ammunition that Hamas procured somehow. Because Hamas does use 5.56 ammunition. They use weapons like the AR-18, which uses 5.56. So these images prove nothing. These are also very strange. Like, these are very high velocity, very powerful, you know, types of ammunition. These are not direct shots. The only way for these bullets to have entered a kid's skull and not exited is if you're talking about, like, penetration through semi-hard objects. So, you know, like, you know, concrete wall or something that's thin enough that's it's not going to, like, completely deform the bullet, but also hard enough to slow the bullet down enough, so by the time it hits a kid, it doesn't have enough power to actually exit. So the whole narrative that, Israeli snipers are, like, just targeting kids and just trying to directly shoot at them, completely and utterly false. For one thing, there's no evidence that these bullets found in the kids' skulls are even Israeli. It's even Israeli ammunition. It seems to be more likely ammunition fired by Hamas. And secondly, even if it was fired by Hamas or Israel, these clearly aren't deliberate direct shots. So, completely debunked. This guy's a retard.
Targeting children for execution by shooting them in the skull and in the heart. Healthcare workers have testified to seeing Israeli drones hovering outside of hospitals, picking off children. That's where they're shooting.
Yeah, so, by the way, eyewitness testimony is the most unreliable testimony you can... Well, eyewitness testimony is inherently unreliable. There are studies on this when it comes to police. So whenever you get police testimony, whenever you get witness testimony, and they're testifying to police, there is always at least one major discrepancy with any eyewitness account. So when you're talking about people working in a hospital that aren't trained in combat, that have other duties to attend to, you know, like, you know, doing surgeries or helping somebody who's sick, when you're hearing them say, Israeli snipers were picking off people at the hospital, they may not be lying, but there is probably at least one major discrepancy with their story. And you wouldn't expect them because they don't have all the evidence. Like, they don't know where the shots are coming from. They don't know who's firing. They don't know why some of the shots are, you know, coming towards them. They may have created a scenario in their head, especially when you, like, account for biases these people may have. They may come to the conclusion that, Israelis were firing on us, when it may not have even been Israelis. It may have been Hamas members that were trying to engage Israeli soldiers, and then some of the fire where they're trying to shoot at Israeli soldiers may have missed, and it ended up shooting towards the hospital. Like, why would you rely on this as the smoking gun evidence? Like, this proves that Israelis are trying to shoot kids in a hospital. Just horseshit. Stupid nonsense. His evidence is trust me, bro. That guy is just known for being a lying, retarded dipshit anyway, but thanks for the donation, retard. Jasmine non-binary donate $2. Why are you lying about Jasmine not being non-binary? You're literally on stream saying it. Here's a clip of it. Why are you lying? So Jasmine is not trans. She identifies as non-binary, but she's fine with female. Yeah, you ever heard of trolling, dumbass? So she's not non-binary. We also made a post on Twitter after she shaved her head, making a joke about how she's transitioning. Do you believe that? Thanks for the donation, stupid. 21st Savage, $22 based.
If you don't know how I feel about dreads, I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't like them. They make you look niche.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, I've been watching you for a while now. I know.
Okay, he doesn't like dreads. That's
This is what
great.
they want you to do. Is the bus station, don't have enough carbs.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude. They donate $2, best song of all time. It's not a bad song. From 150 to 220, watch so emotional, philosophical, thoughts on California. It's beautiful, but gets so much hate and shitholes so many drug addicts. Ever live in beautiful place. California is just too, it has too big of a population and it's too expensive. That's why there's so many homeless and drug addicts and shit like that. There's just too many people living there and it's too expensive. Like any city with that kind of size, population density, and cost of living is going to have those problems. Thanks for the donation, V. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Special forces are usually psychos or sociopaths. What do you expect? The only answer would be they want these guys to Kurt Cobain themselves after shooting those people. They just want them all to lie down and die and make room for Arabs. LMO, I don't know though. Well, they just hate Jews, so as long as Jews die, they're happy. And again, they're sophist liars, so rather than just recognizing the fact that, yeah, anybody who's a part of special forces, they're more likely to have antisocial personality disorder traits or be psychopaths or sociopaths. And they're going to say some insensitive things like bragging about the people they hurt or killed. They just use that as evidence that they actually committed a crime, in which it's not evidence they committed a crime. It's just evidence that they have an antisocial personality disorder. So they're just sophists. They lie, and that's all they can do because they have no evidence that Israel's actually committing a genocide. Like, and by the way, they're complaining about Israeli snipers shooting people in the fucking leg who are illegally protesting right at the fucking border wall, knowing that they're trying to cross the fucking border fence illegally after they've been warned not to do that. But then, when Hamas murders over 1,000 fucking people, takes hostages, rapes fucking women, causes, 10,000 fucking people to be fucking injured. Oh, well, they're just resisting. It's just resistance. But yeah, Israeli snipers making a joke about how many kneecaps they blew out. Oh, they're evil. Over 1,000 innocent people, including women and children, brutally fucking murdered and executed. That's resistance. Israeli snipers making a joke about shooting somebody's kneecap out. Evil, psychopath, genocide. Like, it's nothing but ridiculous double standards, and they have that double standard because they hate Jews. It's all it's ever been about. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. Christian Strip Club donated $2.
George Janko sat down with his mentor, and he revealed something fascinating about what he does with his wealth to help mitigate some evil stuff that's happening in the world. It's called
Just random vids, donate $2. I want a coyote now. Let me see.
She knew he was hiding. Oh, no. Parkour! 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 Don't.
Well, this is a, like, sort of domesticated coyote. Wild coyotes will likely try to kill and eat your cat. But yeah, I mean, coyotes are the same species as domesticated dogs, so if you do sort of domesticate them and socialize them to other animals, they're gonna play. Wow, that's a nice coyote. Very wily coyote. They are very pretty.
You fucking Indonesian, Nepalese, you fucking Pakistani fuck. This is bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Fuck off, you fucking Indonesian, Nepalese.
I don't usually say those things when playing Call of Duty. The most pointless boycott ever. Oh, this guy's lying, dishonest scumbag. He's a fucking idiot.
Did one more reason to start boycotting Starbucks, then here it is, because I've got about 50 for you.
This gotta be the most useless boycott in the history of all boycotts. There's not a single Starbucks store in all of Israel, apparently because Israelis don't like their coffee high on sugar. And most importantly, how the hell do you think Starbucks is supporting Israel? Do you think the underpaid baristas make rockets underneath the table in their free time? The only reason to boycott Starbucks is because one of the founders is Jewish and the former CEO is also Jewish. And if you are boycotting Starbucks just because of this, then maybe it was never about Palestine to begin with.
Yeah, it's just about Jew hate. It's all, like, again, that's all it's ever been about since the very inception of this whole Palestinian cause. They were trying to work with the Nazis to help them commit a Holocaust against Jews in Israel. It's always about it's always been about killing Jews, not, oh, creating our own state, self-determination. It's always been about killing Jews. Thanks for the donation, though, just random vids.
That Noah vid is the most insane shit I've ever seen. He explicitly cites a poll a few weeks after October 7th where Israelis say IDF isn't hard enough on Hamas to say that all of Israel is complicit in genocide. At the end he says Zionism is Nazism. Mao.
Again, that guy is known for being a retarded lying dipshit, and I mean, just look at the guy's face. The guy is a fucking beta male with defective beta male genes. He's just a massive pushover, weak-ass pussy. All of these people are just defective beta male, weak-ass, small-chin, beardless fucking pussies. It's just white guilt, Melba toast, cuckold, fucking weak bitch, just losers who are saying this horse shit. They're all the same. It's just no surprise they all look the same. They're all young white kids or racist Middle Eastern people. They all have broccoli hair. They all wear like gay pride flags, but support Hamas, even though Hamas wants to kill gay people. They're all part of the same stupid, like, weak-ass bitch, beta male, fucking low testosterone groups, you know? Thanks for the donation, retard.
Why Starbucks never stood up for Plastino I don't know, maybe it's because they don't support terrorism.
Yeah, that might be a reason why. Might not have anything to do with them, you know, being in support of genocide. They just might not like terrorism. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Forgot my namification on utilities. Yeah, I think leftists hate Jews more than capitalism, which I think is their excuse for caring about Jews because all Jews are money-grubbing capitalist pigs. It's stupid, too, because I think Hamas and their supporters are literally right-wing extremists. Well, the reason why a lot of leftists are anti-Semites is largely because of their like weird, stupid, anti-capitalist nonsense, and they lump Jews in with capitalism. It's either that or they use that as an excuse to hate Jews. But I don't fucking get the Jewish hatred. It's so fucking weird. Like, if you were to say, like, oh, black people are part of, like, some degenerate genocide race, like, you'd get absolutely destroyed, canceled, you know, people would attack you, but you can say whatever the fuck you want about Jews and just get away with it. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Got some backlash for this because they said he's quote-unquote prosperity gospel. I haven't watched this conversation. I've never met his mentor. His name's Robert. I think he might be from San Diego, and we're supposed to connect, so I don't know anything about this dude. I'm going in blind. Go ahead.
Yeah. Am I allowed to speak about the strip club thing? So he opens up a bunch of strip clubs. No, I heard this story, and correct me if I'm wrong. We haven't actually really even talked about it, but your son told me that you and a partner of yours or a friend of yours, I guess San Diego has a rule. Could you fill me in that you're not allowed to build a strip club?
Strip club licenses, I understand, are tough to get. And if you buy one and you shut it down, you can never open that strip club again.
Good.
Random vids, donate $2. Let me
Okay,
see.
now you guys tagged me. This is actually super cool. It looks like he's doing a root canal, and it does look like there's some gutta percha in there, so it probably was a previous root canal. He's actually putting in what's called a fiber post in here. And what that is basically it's just a hardened post to make the structure of the tooth stronger. And so now he's got the etch it and gel on there. You can see that little metal matrix band actually separates it from the tooth, and those wedges push away. So when we make the actual restoration, it'll end up butting up against the teeth when we take that out and have a contact there. And so you can actually see he's filling up all the composite in layers, because if we do it in one big thing, it'll shrink and break. And now he's softening everything up. This is actually a pretty big restoration, which is why he had that post and the root canal and everything inside of it. Now he's going to cure, he's going to pull that away, and when you take all that off, now all of a sudden you should be able to pop floss. And that last thing you should see there at the bottom is that little blue thing. That's a packing cord. And so when he pulls that out, it's just so that we get the margin right at the bottom. Really, really cool and really, really good job. Dentistry is all.
Jeez. So white Christian males are stupid. Well, why is that so shiny? That looks like it's from a different thing. I don't know. Some of that seems fake.
They don't make racing games with aura anymore. Let me explain. See, recently I've been reliving my childhood playing my favourite fucking racing game growing up, Burnout Paradise. And it made me...
I don't know if I'd like Burnout Paradise anymore. I really only like simulators. Sims just have more fun driving physics. So, yeah, when I, like, especially now that I'm on PC and I can use an actually good racing wheel, like a direct drive, all of these arcade racers are really, really fucking boring.
realise that, yeah, nah, we don't make them like this anymore. Vibes on the new shit sucks, and I'm going to tell you why. First up, what I believe is the most important thing in a game about fast cars, which is speed. Or more accurately, sense of speed. If I am foot to the fucking floor in a supercar, I want to feel it. I want the game to tell me that if I make one fuck up at this speed, I will be reduced to atoms on the sidewalk. And they just fucking don't anymore. To illustrate.
Yeah, so this guy just plays dumb baby games on a console. So that's absolutely true in a real racing sim, and if you're actually playing a racing sim because you have realistic car handling, if you're in a slower car, depending on the type of car and track you're on, you still get a thrill out of racing because you have to like optimize, you know, all your driving lines, cornering, and you're not necessarily going super fast, but because there's actually skill with how you have to drive, it's still fun.
Straight my point, this is Forza Horizon 5. Now, how fast do you think this vehicle is travelling? 100k an hour? 150k an hour? 200k an hour? Wrong! It's going 350. You could have fooled me. By comparison, here is Burnout Paradise. How fast am I going? The answer is, I don't know, because the game doesn't tell me. The only measure of speed is how hard my asshole is puckered while moving, and how hard my car explodes on contact when I'm faster, because my screen is shaking, the environment around me is blurring, and the sound design on a preset map, or drive around the map. In Burnout Paradise, I can race, do sick flips, commit vehicular manslaughter.
Forza Horizon is kind of like a in-betweenish arcade sim type thing, so that's kind of why you can't do flips and stuff, dumbass. And this is also an unfair comparison. There are like Hot Wheels tracks and shit in Forza Horizon where you do huge jumps. Yeah, this guy didn't even play the game. Yeah, so you can do huge jumps. This guy didn't even play Forza Horizon.
And even run from the Mafia if we're just talking events. When you are bored of driving, you book the two. That's honestly...
Yeah, that was a stupid video. The guy's Australian, so he's probably just dumb.
We were told even when we started dental school, there was always on the horizon of regrowing teeth, of growing teeth, and it never materialized. But one day it may materialize, and this may be the day.
I flew all the way to Japan to find the only drug in the world that can regrow your teeth.
A company claims it has developed a method for regrowing teeth in human beings, and actually they are now doing clinical trials in Japan, in Kyoto University House, and now they're doing it in human beings. They've got, I believe, 30 subjects, and they are going to see, and prevents teeth from growing once you have all of your teeth in.
These three doctors discovered something like the exact place you lost your
teeth or regrow teeth. Theoretically, teeth will grow to fill that gap or those gaps where the missing teeth are, and theoretically, those teeth will duplicate the teeth that were there and that were lost. One day it may materialize, and this may be the day. So
yeah, I've heard of that.
Знаю твой телефон, но никогда не...
here, but I'm blurring it out just in case. So this is a TikTok slideshow that I was tagged in, posted by Mr. Poughkeepsie. It first starts off by showing this guy standing in front of an airplane engine, then this image allegedly taken in Russia back in 2004, with the background filled with something that kind of looks like meat. And finally, this image of the airplane engine up close with a bunch of red substance on the inside. Well, this story happened back in 2004 with a Russian airport worker who was standing on the tarmac next to one of these jet engines. Pilots turned the engines on while this man by the name of Igor was standing too close to them, and he got sucked in and basically blended up and spit out all over the tarmac. This is exactly why you don't stand in front of the jet engines, because it will pick you up if you are too close to it. Also, you don't want to be on the back end either, because it will blow you down the runway.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, random vids.
Or because they're communists who support China.
That is also a possibility. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Light donate $2. I went on a trip to Los Angeles, and it's incredibly beautiful. I've traveled all around the US and Canada, and compared to Canada, it makes it look like shit, no offense. It's like paradise. I wouldn't mind being homeless there. Watch video, it's a dream. You didn't give me a video. But thanks for the donation, Light. I probably wouldn't like living in LA. There's just too many problems. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
And another one.
An American Airlines plane caught fire at Denver International Airport, forcing passengers running. Why does it seem like airline safety is plummeting under Trump? Maybe it's because he's making cuts to airline safety. Dude, like, this just wasn't happening before. Yeah, I might actually avoid flying now because this is fucking crazy. Just, like, every week there's a new crash or something happening. Thanks for the donation, Light. Or, sorry, retard.
This is what they want you to have as a bus station. Don't have enough corpse. I had to rewatch that like 8 times because it's so fucking funny, you cowering and acting like such a bitch when you hear that man's voice.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Good. Come on. I love it. I remember the Rock Church. I wonder if he's connected to this. I did a vlog, actually.
I was wondering
remember
about that too, yeah.
Well, Miles McPherson and The Rock ended up buying...
That was raising money to buy a strip club, and they intended to shut it down.
Definitely The Rock.
Yeah, it had to be The Rock.
Yeah.
Let the license expire and turn it into a women's shelter. So you take a piece of evil, you take a piece of the planet.
So you guys can actually go watch my vlog about this from like 20...
Seriously, when the fuck are these liberals going to wake up and realize that communism is fucking worthless?
I don't know, dude. I don't know if it's ever gonna happen. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I don't remember. It's 2019, before the pandemic.
Chris spliced it in.
Miles McPherson, who's a friend of mine, Pastor Miles McPherson of The Rock, I think this is what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Is rotting, and you convert it into something good. That was the goal. So yeah, we contributed a piece of the money to purchase that. And my name gets on the license, or somehow we get posted, or
well, that's a
as
little
an
awkward. Yeah. That's a little awkward, right? Like you're like, oh man, like yeah.
Oh, Robert's
but then your
strip
name
club.
is still on the license of a strip club.
Hey man, sacrifices for the
I
club.
wonder if there's like a database and it like sets off bells when you like go apply for something and you're like,
yeah.
A guy who owns one of the largest strip clubs in Florida.
Yeah, of course you got. I don't mean to get like to women getting girls in from Florida and how like
color.
Yeah, it was boring.
You speak really good English, but you're not from North America. How are you speaking English?
Well, I used to watch a lot of cartoons. I also used to play a bunch of games, you know, and I used to talk to people. I kind of learned English the same way you make your videos. You talk
Well, you speak better English than I speak French or Japanese, even Gen Z perhaps. And I've been practicing Spanish for a year, so you're doing amazing.
We're gonna hit arms. He's gonna teach me how to grow my biceps because he has like 40 years of experience.
I'll be 50 this year.
You see, he looks good for 50.
I'm pushing 50, and it's 50 keys of testosterone from Uzbekistan across the border.
What do you prefer to train in terms of like rep ranges?
I'm more of a higher rep range guy. When I was younger, when I was 10, I started...
Can you react
Let me see.
Pregnant Karen took this man's phone and faced instant karma moments later.
I'll take that man's phone.
Did you just take my phone? I just felt it leave my pocket. Just felt it leave my pocket. No, I'm not doing this today. Stand up, give me my phone.
Touch me!
Give my
What
phone.
are you doing?
This is fake. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Doing all sets of 6, but I didn't know you could do higher reps. So I find I rather not ego lift. I do higher reps. 12 to 15 is usually my zone for any body part. If I can't quite get that many reps, I'll always do partials after.
Okay.
The full stack on the bar.
Right.
Let it stretch, relax. Your hands are really stopped by your pecs. They're so big. The problems of being huge.
Oh, it's fucking good.
Yeah, that's it. That's good. Nice and high. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's really perfect technique here. Closer your elbows to your sides, the harder it'll be. You'll feel it. If you keep it 1 inch closer, it'll be that much harder. I tend to try to make the weight as heavy as it feels.
Yeah.
The harder you can make the exercise, the more you're going to gain from it. Rather than thinking, I really want to get 12, think, how can I make it impossible to get 12?
Yeah. I have your opinion because you're someone with
They
experience.
look dense to me. Oh, shit. This is your off-season shape?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm 110 kilo.
Man, them are quads from... Yeah, I would never have guessed that you were that lean, but as soon as you
Just
got
on my
shorts
quad,
on, it's like you could see the teardrop.
Yeah. I think my hamstrings and my lats are the biggest weak points for me. Like the backside where I don't
You
see.
just don't have the width?
No, I have to do it. I don't have to thicken it. Like, you know Sam Sulek, he looks like a turtle from the back.
Sam is really wide, but like Sam's lat spread is great, but his back double by is weak. That's his weakest pose. He doesn't have the bumps and chiseled crevices.
Yeah, that's true.
A guy like Derek Lunsford has a way better back double bicep, like especially last night, that's what I noticed. Oh yeah, that's super wide. Yeah, that's insane. Have you competed? I'm not even have you done a bodybuilding show?
Once in Malta, I won national.
Oh wow.
No, I just focused on growing.
And was it at 90 kilo?
Yes, I was 80.
So you're 113 kilograms now, and you have no ambition to do a show like real soon here?
No.
All right, let's see the lats from the back. Do a back double by, because the front looks crazy. I mean, anyone else that had that back double by.
Free Palestine.
Yep. It's free. Donald Trump's gonna take it. Doesn't even have to pay for it. Thanks for the donation, Soul Child.
Would be absolutely ecstatic. That would be their best pose.
But you see what I mean? The lower part isn't that
I mean,
full.
your back, you're freakier from the front like this with the shoulders and the chest, but everyone has one body part that's not as good. Imagine if Chris Bump said, I'm not going to compete because my peak isn't proper, or he has a gap.
Yeah.
He doesn't have great arms, but he won 6 times.
I feel like back is very important.
I think it becomes a mental thing where you're comparing yourself to the best of the best. Like on internet, it's the top 1% of the top 1%.
Yeah,
you see
I just look at Samson and I'm like, I'm not anywhere.
This was a couple of days ago. Media not talking about it a lot. Day after Ukraine agrees to ceasefire proposal from US and weapon shipments, intelligence turns back on. Putin today denies proposal.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna watch some videos about this. It's hilarious. Like, it's exactly what everyone told Trump. Russia doesn't want peace. They're not trying to end the war. They're just trying to create circumstances where Ukraine was defenseless so they could take over. And that's like, oh my God. Like, what is he going to do now? You know? Like, Ukraine's saying, okay, we can do a 30-day ceasefire. And then Russia's like, no ceasefire. Like, what's he going to do now? Huh, Kreznov? Oh, Are you going to blow your cover? Are you going to admit you're a Russian spy now? Or I have no idea what his next move is going to be after this, because he can't claim that Russia wants peace. Like, that's over. It's done. So I don't know what the fuck he's going to be able to do in terms of helping Russia. Like, it's going to look really bad if he halts weapon shipments to Ukraine now, because, okay, well, now you know Russia doesn't want peace. They don't want to negotiate a peace deal. So him denying weapon shipments to Ukraine and shit, that's just going to be a flat-out admission. He just wants Russia to win, and he's just a Russian spy. Russia committed an act of war against the United States. Cargo ship intentionally rammed into the stationary U.S. tanker transporting jet fuel for the U.S. military in Britain on March 10th. There are dead and injured. It has now been revealed the captain of the ship is Russian. Cargo ship captain arrested for ramming stationary U.S. tanker. There are more Russians among the crew as well. By definition, U.S. tanker transporting fuel for the military is a U.S. military asset. Attacked by Russians. Well, guarantee you Trump's just going to ignore that, because he's Kreznov, he's a Russian spy. So we'll see. We'll see what he does. I guess he's going to have to take orders from Putin and see what Putin says. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And I thought liberals were supposed to be smarter than conservatives.
Well, a lot of them are dumb in their own unique ways. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Vegan Irishman donated $2. Just saw this on my Instagram post, lol. The only problem with this is Trump is not nearly as smart as the brain. So yeah, thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
Rather than looking at a guy like that, look at a guy like Sam Sulik that's more, well, he turned pro now, but like, look at amateurs and see what they look like. For example, the Trent twins, you grew up with them yesterday, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, look at their size compared to yours. You feel like you could probably be competitive with them.
Yeah.
Probably, I mean, I would say you would beat them by a fair bit, honestly, in my opinion. But if you're not happy with where you are now, imagine the regular person.
I genuinely feel small. Then I come to America, everyone says I'm big.
This is the definition of body dysmorphia. Because imagine feeling small when you look like this guy. I mean, his smallest body part is bigger than 99% of the world, but yet he's like, oh, I'm not ready yet. If you don't feel ready now, I don't think you'll ever feel ready.
Yeah.
You'll always be in your mind thinking, well, 10 more kilo, I'll be ready.
Yeah.
You could be 150 kilograms and be like, oh, but this guy's even bigger.
Yeah. I'll bring it up a bit more and then go up on stage.
Pause, drive it up.
Axel Fuzz donated $2. How do I become super chill and not give a fuck about anything and everyone? Like, where nothing anyone says or anything happens doesn't faze me at all. Pretty much like how you are. Should I blast shrooms to achieve this way of being? There is no telling what kind of experiences you're going to have on a mushroom trip, so mushrooms aren't necessarily going to help you. So, yeah, it's just something you're going to have to work on. So you just have to remember that all of your emotions come from within. It's nothing external that's making you feel a certain way, and you just kind of have to practice being in that mindset. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel Fuzz.
It's a 3-second negative. That's super tough. If you don't have enough weight and you go this slow, that's under control.
There's no point in doing 3-second negatives and using significantly less weight. It doesn't actually help you build any more muscle.
Safer. Perfect. Picture perfect.
Oh, you saw Sam Sulik in person.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen him in person. He's so big.
Light V donate $2. There's a reason why 70% of American celebrities live there despite all the problems. It feels like they're dreaming when you're there.
Hey.
They live there because that's where all the big studios exist. They're all in California.
Don't waste your time. 3 places in LA not to see. Santa Monica Beach. Beach is pretty dirty. Sand is not great. Don't waste your time there. Number 2, downtown Los Angeles. Very difficult to get to. Also dirty. Also not much to see there. And lastly, Hollywood, California. Way too touristy, and the Hollywood Walk of Fame, very underwhelming. Boo hoo.
The top 10 places and things you should know before visiting La Jolla, California.
At 23 seconds.
The most visited beaches in San Diego. It's a 20-minute drive north of downtown San Diego, and it occupies about 7 miles of the coastline. It's known for caves and coves, sandy beaches, and coastal bluffs, with a history that dates back to the early 1800s when it was first settled by Spanish missionaries. La Jolla means the jewel in Spanish. In the early 1900s, La Jolla became a popular place among tourists and wealthy individuals who built mansions and estates all along the coast and hills. It continues to be one of the most lavish neighborhoods in San Diego. Here are the top 10 places we recommend visiting on your next trip. And scuba diving. La Jolla is home to a large colony of seals and sea lions, and they can often be seen lounging on the beach or swimming in the water, which makes
Oh, look at the little seal pup. I love seal babies.
this a popular attraction for visitors.
They're literally water dogs. Yeah, it's not that there aren't nice places to visit, but I don't know if I'd actually want to live there. Taxes are super high. There's issues with crime. They're insanely cucked when it comes to use of self-defense, especially with a firearm. It's expensive. Homelessness and everything. Traffic. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Light TV. Like anywhere you live, if you're rich, is going to be nice to live in because you're rich. You can kind of separate yourself from all the nonsense, but, you know, if you're an everyday fucking jerk off, I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Light V.
Yeah. It's shocking. Like,
you know what's coming. Am I bigger than Sam Sulek?
Are you bigger than Sam Sulek? I would say significantly bigger. Sam Sulek is taller, and he weighed in at 217, which is like 103 kilograms. So you definitely have more muscle. Honestly, I think that you would beat Sam Sulek if you were shredded, and you were shredded equal. He doesn't have the legs that you have. Your hamstrings are thick, your quads have better shape, better sweep. Your shoulders are wider. I think if you were shredded, you would beat him. But the fact is this, you're not shredded. He did the show, so you got to prove it to everybody.
Yeah.
He had the balls to get up on stage. I mean, imagine the pressure of this guy. He's so famous. And if he loses, even if he gets second, people are going to be like, oh, what's wrong with you? You probably feel the same pressure. Because you're thinking, well, you got 1 million followers, 2 million followers, and they're like, this guy, he's a freak. He should win easy. So maybe that's in your head a little bit, thinking, well, what if I don't win? Will people like say something?
In all honesty, I don't really care much because I just do it for myself. You know, I'm not like influenced by social media. Like I need to be this big to get this amount of followers. I'm just doing what gives me purpose. You know, I found the gym when I was having hard times, and it just stayed with me. You know, without the gym, I feel like I don't know what I would do.
Yeah.
So I gave myself the goal of getting big. I realized I have good genetics for it, I think. Now I'm just trying to become the best version of myself. You know, I was gifted with my genetics. Why would I waste it?
Yeah.
When I can get big, you know?
And so we got laying down cable bicep curls. You can do it on a bench or right on the floor. It takes away all the strain from your lower back. You're gonna pull right to the top of your forehead. Very similar to doing it standing, except for it takes away all the pressure on your lower back. I've often had lower back problems, but this makes it so easy.
That is a shitty exercise. He just has like really, really bad gyno. That would make me feel really insecure having gyno that bad. I'd get that removed.
Thanks. Muscle again? No. I'm holding 192, so I feel good. Well, I have a pump.
I need to show you something you can touch.
It's crazy. Why?
He didn't literally make it move like that.
I punched a window.
It's so crazy.
You punched a woman?
A window.
When you do this, keep your chest up.
I stay upright. I try to extend as much as possible.
What is the point? Like, just please tell me. What is the point of not only adding shitty, annoying music, but you make the music louder than everything else? Just why? Please don't do that.
Here, it's like if you keep strict, when your sponsor himself.
Trend Twins have a new video.
Came in, we had Anthony Mateo came in, we had Ashlyn who just took second in the bikini, like that. Like nothing happened, bro, for real.
I know, besides like the scar and my mental, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
good for you, bro.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. Okay. Come on. You got it. One more and then fuck you down. There you go.
Yeah, they're on a lot of steroids.
Cause any growth. Like, alright, Mike.
Dude, you know what? I'm getting so many fucking steroid accusations now. I think there are a few people accusing me of being on gear when I posted this photo. Let's see. I think there's more. Yeah. Peptides aren't natty. Steroids, question mark. No way, man. You're either gear, SARMs, peptides, or something. There's no way you could put on that much muscle size strength by only eating plant diet. Not possible. Yeah. Getting a lot more steroid accusations these days.
Doesn't cause growth. It's crazy. You just need to work hard, though.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum.
No.
Oh, how's my Gum Gum doing? Hey, little baby.
I have no idea what's going on anymore.
Let me take a look, retard. Watch Trump actions, not words. Trump expired Biden exemption for Russia to finance oil and gas sales. Biden administration methodically for years extended a loophole that allowed Russian banks to get paid for energy. No more under Trump. He made a decision. Let me see. Any entity in which one or more of the above persons own, directly or indirectly, individual or in any aggregate 50% or greater interest. Of course, the EU, China, India can still trade, just not in dollars. But the message from the White House is clear. Trump is tougher on sanctions than Biden. Now Biden has to explain why did they run that loophole and allow Europe to pay Russia more than spend of Ukraine support. One answer. I don't know if this is true.
Hey VG, ex-Christian here. Your debate with the dishonest fuck Zen Shapiro made me leave the religion. The words Sky Santa makes your moral views more meaningful made me wake up. I struggled with mental health and these fucks preyed on me. Thanks a lot.
Well, glad I could help. I think one of the reasons why a lot of people like kind of believe in some form of God or turn to Christianity and stuff is because they think God is like some sort of explanation or can grant moral values and create meaning. Like, whether God exists or not, there's no objective basis for morality. You're just going on what God's preferences are, which may completely not align with your own moral values. And it also, like, a world with or without God is equally as meaningless. It just means there's a God in the universe, and there may be unique consequences as a result, but it doesn't give your life any additional meaning, so... Like, with that in mind, why would you care to believe in any of this shit when there's no evidence? It's clearly based on just some weird cope. Like, again, like, oh, why are we here? Oh, like, I want this to matter. I want that to matter. I want my life to matter. Like, clearly these beliefs are not based on any kind of empirical evidence or logical reasoning. So, again, why would you give a shit? So, yeah, if you use your critical thinking skills, it's pretty easy to figure out that God isn't real and it's just Santa Claus for adults. Thanks for the donation, though, Diaper Donnie. Yeah, so for one thing, I am not sure if this is necessarily true. There could have been a few reasons for why Biden didn't levy more sanctions. One, it may be due to negotiations with other nations that relied on Russian oil. And he didn't want to harm, like, European allies. Two, he may not have imposed the harshest sanctions possible because he was going to rely on that later on just for further negotiations. Who knows, but I'm not sure if this is really I don't know if that's like an accurate assessment of what's going on.
But he does still have some concerns. He suggested that you two should speak directly. Do you have plans to speak to him soon? If so, when are you confident you can get this across the table?
Sure. He did say that today. It was a very promising statement because other people are saying different things and you don't know if they have any meaning or I don't know. I think some of them were making statements. I don't think they have anything to do with it. No, he put out a very promising statement, but it wasn't complete. And yeah, I'd love to meet with him or talk to him. But we have to get it over with fast. You know, every day people are being killed. It's not like, as we see what the answer to that is. They've known that answer for 40 years, in all fairness. A lot of the details of a final agreement have actually been discussed. Now we're going to see whether or not Russia's there, and if they're not, it'll be a very disappointing moment for the world. Yeah.
Vladimir Putin just said he is open to a ceasefire, but he does still have some concerns. He suggested that you two should speak directly. Do you
And we have Russia, and we have, not been working in the dark. We've been discussing with Ukraine land and pieces of land that would be kept and lost, and all of the other.
What's the point? Just crush Russia. They're all liars. Putin's a dictator. Like, this is still just stupid. So again, I'm convinced this guy is just Kreznov. You have a Russian ship attacking a U.S. military vessel. You have them attacking Ukraine, not agreeing to that 30-day ceasefire for no reason. Like, it's still just a joke. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
It sounds like a conspiracy theory, but I think religion was just made to control people. Kingdra were afraid to lose power and made up that they were destined to rule by God. Lots of powerful people used religion in this way. Napoleon and Trump.
Well, I don't believe that religion was created initially to control people. Have religions been made or altered to control people? Absolutely. You see that like with monarchies in Europe, where monarchies claimed that they were like ordained by God to rule, shit like that. But as far as if religion itself was made for that, I don't think so. I think it was just made because for some reason, people seem to have some like weird psychological need for their life to have meaning. But I don't think that's why religion was actually invented or made in the first place. Thanks for the donation, Diaper Donnie.
I have no problems. I get the opposite. Like, it's always hard.
Me too, bro.
Yeah.
Right now. Whew. Dude, the gear, you could do so much volume and recover. Or Toji's proof that you don't have to train hard, and you still get slightly jacked. He's not jacked whatsoever. No. I'd gamble my life savings away too. Hey, I have no problems against Toji either. Neither do I. He's a fun. Yeah, I think he's a genius. But
yeah, he's a genius.
He's a real genius. Bro. He's richer than me. He's taller than me. Yeah. But I'm more fucking jacked. Okay. And I'm funny. That's all that matters. Yeah, everything I earned was through hard work. Yeah. I was in the streets, on the corner, selling steroids. You know what gambling is? This age is OnlyFans for men. Fuck that. I don't gamble. I work hard for money.
Bro, you gamble.
I don't gamble.
Pokemon cards.
That's a hobby, bro. I actually like. The only thing I'm gambling is don't get $1 and then look at it and be like, wow, George Washington's cool as. I see fucking Pikachu. I'm like, that's. Cool.
Yeah, I'm renting right now. It's not a good idea to buy a home right now in Canada. I don't know if it's gonna get better or worse, but could very easily get better if they just built new properties and didn't allow these big investment firms and banks to own up, all these single-family homes. But the price of housing in Canada is at least twice what it should be. So you're paying double for a home, compared to its actual real value, and that's at least double. And considering like the actual landmass of Canada, how huge it is versus like the actual population, like houses here should be practically free. It makes no fucking sense. Average house price in Canada really should be around 150,000, but instead it's like a fucking bajillion dollars.
Cool. He's sweet as. You look pretty classical right now. Really?
Just start ripping down the comment section.
Our brain is reverting backwards, bro.
Yeah. Come on, one more. You got more. Come on.
So yeah, I'd recommend renting if you're moving out of your parents' place. Yeah, Like again, why would you pay double the value for a fucking house that in 10 years, very likely, you're gonna end up losing money? Everybody's been talking about like the housing market bubble for a while. Nobody knows how big that bubble will grow. But there's a very realistic chance that if you buy a house for like $500,000, in 10 years, that house is only going to be like, maybe 300,000. You're just going to end up losing so much fucking money out of that when you could have just waited. So I wouldn't bother.
We out here.
You might get so flustered around these huge men. That just sounds like some hentai fucking. It's a fucking joke, bro. You're fucking retard.
You, bro, you're getting especially nervous after getting big bro by Earth.
Oh yeah, bro. I'm on edge, bro. There's 3 videos in a row now, bro. Ice.
You need to get bigger.
Ice.
Where do you get bigger?
Ice. Ice. Ice.
I think that you just get
used to it.
Yeah, you get tougher.
Like me, it's always hard to eat, but you just, you have to do it.
Yeah. You're just more prepared. You know what you're about to get yourself into, and you know that like the places that you have to take your mind and your mind.
That's what, bro. I didn't know what I was getting. I thought I'd just cut out some carbs some days here and there. Bro, I ate 1,200 calories for a week straight, bro.
Yeah.
Like it was fucking.
Hey, how many grams of fiber did you eat that one day?
I remember I had a cheat day of this loaf of bread, and it was like fiber bread. So it was like 35 calories a piece of bread. I'm like, you know what? Fuck my meals. I'm gonna eat this. I'm gonna eat this for my calories. It was. I ate like 200 grams of fiber in one sitting.
What?
Bro. I fucked up my whole fucking diet.
Bro, I would have had shit for a week,
for a year.
First of all, you don't really know what you're getting yourself into, like you were saying, but as you go along and you stay committed to this journey, right? And you want to take it deeper and you want to go further, like you keep pushing yourself mentally and physically. And then now I'm to the point where, we've achieved a lot of great things, and I'm still refining and working on my physique to where, like, I want to try to get as close to perfection of the physique as possible. And it's just like, same as like, I want to keep taking it.
Figure in the carnivore community, running his own health and supplement brand.
Got an ad asking for donations for Palestine in your stream. Well, I think you're all smart enough not to do it.
Heart and soil supplements. The brand specialized in desiccated organ supplements, a product also sold by Liver King's Ancestral Supplements. While there was no formal business partnership, their products targeted the same audience, and they often promoted each other's work. It seemed that Saladino would distance himself from the pure carnivore movement, signified by the use of his real name for his personal brand over Carnivore MD.
The tragedy for Liver King for me is that the message was good.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people dismiss it because, number one, he's still a little bit too crazy for me these days with his content, and the steroid thing kind of fucked everything
so
up.
I was heartbroken when that steroid thing happened because I knew how powerful and important his messages were for the world. Because I
pushing the aftermath, lawsuits losing relevance, and a dying brand. Following his confession, Liver King's empire began to collapse. The $100 million supplement business took a hit, and he faced a $25 million class action lawsuit from customers who had bought into his fraudulent claims.
As a result of defendants' unlawful deceptive acts and practices, plaintiff Altamir and class members have suffered substantial damages. I'm curious to see what kind of damages they present to the courts because I haven't seen any yet. Fraud or robbing a bank, you can't do the same.
Social media engagement plummeted.
So if you could provide something from the doctor, scans or something, maybe we can believe you. And he posted this on his Instagram this morning.
Take a look at the eye. You didn't see anything wrong with this picture, Coach Greg? Take a look at this picture. Here's my retina from September 24th. Any ophthalmologist is going to tell you that retina is destroyed. That's the healthy eye. Here's the initial prognosis. That's right. They're trying to tell me that I'm fucked.
Today it seems like his eye is fine, so perhaps the pirate angle was another publicity stunt. As the years have gone on, more people have been concerned about Liver King's mental health as his social media posts have continued to become more bizarre.
I do see that. It freaks me out, those people permanently changing their brain chemistry with like heavy ayahuasca.
No need to watch the full video. But why can't RFK Jr. read?
Riboflavin, modus monosodium glutamate, and 20 others that I can't pronounce.
Okay, so RFK Jr. is struggling to pronounce these ingredients, so let's help him out. Time school. Now, we all know what he's implying here, which is that if you can't pronounce an ingredient, then it's probably bad for you, a common rhetoric pushed on social media. Let me just remind you that your ability to pronounce an ingredient has precisely zero bearing on the healthfulness of that ingredient. It says more about your literacy ability and education than it does about healthfulness. And unfortunately, 54% of American adults cannot read to the level of an 11-year-old. So the first one, carrageenan, is made from a type of red seaweed and is used as a thickener in food. The European Food Safety Authority has extensively reviewed it and it is perfectly safe. The second one is riboflavin, which you struggle to pronounce, which is literally just vitamin B2, an essential nutrient for the skin, blood cells, and energy production. The last one is monosodium glutamate, also called MSG, but I'm also not sure why he's scared of that one when MSG is just the sodium salt of glutamic acid, an amino acid that your body makes, and is also found in many foods such as tomatoes, cheese, meat, milk, mushrooms, and peas. And much of the fear-mongering around MSG originated from a racist joke letter in 1968 titled Chinese Restaurant Syndrome. And the association of MSG with Chinese restaurants played into the existing racial stereotypes and xenophobia, contributing to the demonization of MSG. So in order to truly make America...
That's interesting. I did not know that. Yeah, I'm in Ottawa.
America healthy again, we must first make America literate again.
Yeah, well, again, this is the same guy who said he couldn't read until he started taking heroin, so he's clearly not that bright. Thanks for the donation, RFK Jr.
Exposure or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Like, have you seen, I've seen multiple cases of this on social media as well as in real life. People have gone like retreats and then come back unrecognizable in their demeanor and how they behave. And not in a good way, like weirdos.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I know a few.
Yeah. Like, have you seen Liver King recently?
No, what's going on?
He seems like, I don't know, like borderline schizophrenic now.
On his social media posts, Liver King claims to have found ayahuasca, which is a psychedelic drug used by ancient shamans. The drug, which is now popular among seekers, is sometimes known to create strange changes in personalities, often inducing psychosis. A rather tragic example of...
I have a theory. I think if you're dumb, you have a way higher likelihood of experiencing some kind of like negative effect from psychedelic drugs. So psychedelics are like, if you've never taken them, you see like some crazy ass shit. The experiences you have on these drugs are so fucking bizarre, and it also feels so real, too. It's not like when you're in a dream and you kind of know you're dreaming, even though you don't really know you're dreaming. Like, you know, you might be traveling through space or something, but there's something that doesn't feel quite real about it. Like, you can talk to interdimensional fucking beings, travel through time, just weird stuff, and it feels absolutely fucking real and convincing. If you're stupid and you see some of this shit, that can fundamentally change the way you think, because like you're not able to actually comprehend what happened after the trip. And you might take a lot of the shit, you know, far more literally and in a different way than if you're smarter. So I think dumbasses who take these drugs, they're at a way higher risk of having some like negative side effects with how their like personality changes or their outlook on life.
JD Vance treated appropriately, and Tesla's sent letter complaining about tariffs, while Elon tweets about how epic tariffs are earlier today.
Let me take a look. Booze for JD Vance. Yep.
Kill that light!
This is going to be one of the most hated people in all of history. Like, he's never going to be able to have a normal life again. Tesla sends a letter to Trump administration telling them that it is exposed to retaliatory tariffs. Letter is unsigned because nobody wants to be fired for sending it. Everyone's trying to tiptoe around the sensitivities of the Mad King on the issue. An unsigned letter addressing to U.S. trade representatives Jameson Greer. Tesla said that it supports fair trade, but warned that U.S. exporters were exposed to disproportionate impacts when other countries respond to U.S. trade actions. For example, past trade actions by the United States have resulted in immediate reactions by the targeted countries, including increased tariffs on EVs imported into those countries. Tesla's letter follows 2 weeks of erratic trade policy announcements that have rattled businesses, financial, blah, blah, blah. It's a polite way to say that the bipolar tariff regime is screwing over Tesla. Okay, Elon Musk made this. Person added, it's clearly Elon Musk. It is unsigned because nobody at the company wants to be fired for sending it. Tesla did not immediately respond to a request for comment. This is Elon Musk. Yeah, and like, what are they doing? This is like just the most ridiculous timeline, dude. So yeah, Trump administration is fucking retarded. He's surrounded by yes men who don't want to question him and shit. It's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard.
This happened to the fitness influencer Connor Murphy, who has become unrecognizable over the past couple of years.
I made it out! I made it out! I'm out of the psych ward!
Has been exposed and no
The social center of almost every prison is the yard. It's the rare space where inmates socialize, exercise, and occasionally fight to the death. But lockup crews have found that on some yards, even at dangerous maximum security institutions, inmates have found something to fill their hearts with love and nurturing, just not for each other.
Videos.
Let me see vegan grains.
Check out what I have here. This is an absolute beast of an air rifle. This is the Bintac MCAR, which stands for multi-caliber air rifle. And it is insanely accurate, insanely powerful. So let's check it out. This one right here is chambered in 457. The tank on the front right here. Section of it on the rear, slugs. We also have these Griffin 350 grains. 350 grain Griffin.
That is pretty dope.
Van. 100 and
the problem is, at least in Canada, you need a firearms license to own anything like this, so you might as well just get a real gun. Science-based lifting is
all right, what's up, everybody? Bunch of random.
He's a boomer. He doesn't understand.
Yeah, we already watched this. We watched that yesterday. Yeah, he's probably looking at least 5 years. Oh, look, it's this dipshit.
Day 15 of investigating Brian Johnson's story is a scam.
Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson.
The man spending millions to live forever. Don't die is a religion. My competitor is Jesus. I am the healthiest person on planet Earth.
Is Brian really healthy? Brian brags about having a really low body temperature of 93.4 degrees.
My body temperature has declined almost 5 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm 5 degrees lower than 98.7. You would have to swim in ice for over a mile to achieve an equivalent reduction.
This technically makes him hypothermic. He claims this is good for longevity.
Animal species that have lower body temperatures live longer.
And there is some theoretical basis for that, but really low body temperature is very rare. One concern with low body temperature is that your thyroid may not be working properly. But Brian says that his thyroid markers are all optimal. Indeed, Brian's TSH looks fine, but Brian is taking thyroid medication. He's taking levothyroxine and Armour thyroid.
So I got diagnosed with hypothyroidism when I was 21 years old. So I take...
Yeah, so he had hypothyroidism when he was 21.
levothyroxine and Armour thyroid daily.
But to say low body temperature is totally not an issue because your thyroid markers are fine when you're taking thyroid medication is very misleading.
No, it's not. What's... oh my god. It's like, oh yeah, if I said, oh, my testicles got shot off in a hunting accident when I was like 10 years old, so I'm on testosterone replacement therapy, and my testosterone is at healthy, normal levels, is there anything misleading about that? Like, what a retard.
This would be like someone saying, don't worry, my drinking of a gallon of soy milk a day and my low protein diet doesn't affect my testosterone, because look,
what in the fuck does soy have to do with testosterone?
Testosterone is high, but that person doesn't tell you that they're using testosterone patches.
This is completely disanalogous. He said he's on thyroid medication.
Further, Brian only shows one mark.
By the way, Brian Johnson has also admitted he was at one point on testosterone replacement therapy, but went off. He talks about all the medications he's on. This guy is just a fucking manipulative, lying dipshit.
Marker of thyroid function, TSH. There are others like T3 and T4, but he doesn't show us those, even though he says that he shares all his data for free.
Share all my data. I've openly shared all my information. Well, I'm the only person that has publicly posted my data.
You might say,
when checking thyroid function, a person known to have hypothyroidism, you only need to check TSH. Free T4 is unnecessary. If his dose wasn't adequate, you would see that his TSH is much higher numbers and he's below 1, even. Like, people are even calling him out in the fucking comments section. He takes Armour thyroid, which contains T3 and suppresses TSH. Levodopa does the same to TSH through a similar pathway. Tissues convert it to T3 as needed, inhibits TSH. I'm not banking on T3 or T4 being abnormal, was just demonstrating he doesn't share all his data. Oh, so now, there's the cope. There's the cope. So after the guy literally just explained to him there's no need to share that data, and it's a completely irrelevant biomarker, now he comes up with a cope. Oh, well, I was just saying that he doesn't share his T3 or T4, when that was not the point he was fucking making. He was trying to say, oh, well, he doesn't show his T3 or T4. Maybe his T3 or T4 numbers are bad, and that's a marker of thyroid. So he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. When somebody calls him out for being a fucking idiot, he comes up with some other stupid excuse, claiming he was talking about something completely different, which is a lie.
Hey, maybe he just didn't test those. But it's very likely he did, because his own blood test that he's selling tests for T3 and T4. This is day.
This guy is an absolute fraud and a complete and utter fucking coward. Like, by the way, this dipshit made a post about me saying that my high soy diet is like feminizing me and lowering my testosterone or some horse shit. Yeah, look how feminine I look. Yeah, all that soy is making me so weak and feminine. While this guy is built like a fucking pencil. Like, congratulations, dude. Oh yeah, look at all that meat is doing for you. Okay, yeah, right. Get fucked. That guy's a loser.
He's a boomer.
Thanks for the donation, Vegan Grains.
Destiny said it pretty well. We're the USA, not France. And that the US is acting like a cuck.
He demanded to be given the Sudetenland, an area of Czechoslovakia with many ethnic Germans. The Allies held a meeting with Hitler in Munich and said, look, we're going to give you what... Hang on. This meeting is about my territory. Shouldn't I come to the meeting too? Anyway, we're going to give you what you want. Really? Yeah. Just like that? Yep. What's the catch? Just sign this piece of paper promising you won't invade the rest of Czechoslovakia. Okay. Then Chamberlain returned home victorious, waving his signed piece of paper in the air, declaring crisis to be averted and the continuation of world peace, and we built a statue of Chamberlain in his honor, and every day on the 30th of September we celebrate Chamberlain Day. Hitler's invading the rest of Czechoslovakia. What? He's invading the rest of Czechoslovakia. Oh. You lied to me. What do you expect? I'm Hitler. Next, he demanded to be given the Sudetenland, an area of Czechoslovakia with many ethnic Germans. The Allies held a...
Yeah. It's... Yeah, well, and again, we know why Trump is doing this. He's a Russian agent. Thanks for the donation, Fraud Saladino.
He is right that animals with low body temperature live longer. I mean, just look at fucking tortoises.
Yeah, I don't know if that really plays out in human data. But, yeah, that guy, I can't even remember his name now. That guy's a fucking lying jackass. I can't stand him. Just the most manipulative, lying turd bag. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
2 federal judges today ordered the reinstatement of thousands of federal employees across multiple agencies and declared the mass firings illegal.
Yep, I heard about that. Federal judge has ordered the reinstatement of thousands of federal workers. Second judge to order a sweeping relief today. Reject the mass firings is illegal. Yep. We all knew it was illegal. They did it anyway. And they thought they might get away with it in court because people would be too afraid of Trump, but that didn't work out. All they're trying to do is just destroy all of these social programs. That's it. And their plan, like, the Trump administration is just so terrible, dude. And again, Americans voted for it. Americans are so stupid. Thanks for the donation, retard. Bury the Light, donate $2. Why is there so much social shame to be atheist agnostic? Is it true there is a higher correlation of stupidity in more religious people? Yes. Dumb people tend to be more religious or more prone to religiosity, and the reason there's so much social shame and all that is, one, people are tribal, and two, these religions promote, like, shaming non-believers and crap. It's just part of the religion. Let me take a look at these.
Yo, if you could do more pull-ups than me, I'll give you $20,000 right now.
What? Are you serious, man?
$20,000.
Let's do it.
I have a crazy back door. You sure?
Am I sure?
16, you're struggling now. 17. 30.
Let's go. Come on, man. Come on, that's 30 rep. I'm 255. I'm Jim, man. You go get $20,000, man.
It's really bad.
Yo, if you could beat me at any exercise of your choice, I'll give you $10,000 right now. Huh? If you could beat me at any exercise, I'll give you $10,000 right now.
You really, that's real money?
Yeah. I have a crazy back. That's
So unserious. How many girls do you know who could do this?
no way.
Easy.
No way. No way. No way. What do you eat?
That's not 405 kilograms.
Easy.
There's no way she's gonna do this. Oh my god. I'm going home.
She's very strong, but that's not 425 kilograms.
I'm never coming back.
That might be 425 pounds. I guess this idiot doesn't know the difference between kg and pounds.
Alright, you won, so here's your $10,000.
Thank you.
That's some dumbass brain rot content. Thanks for the donation, Bury the Light.
Space lifting is a scam by big science to get you to do more science and less lifting. The whole reason we started lifting is because we were bullied for being nerds. We didn't go to the gym to stay nerds. We go to the gym so we can bully other nerds. You ever tried bullying? That shit's fun as hell. You're telling me all I have to do to feel better about myself is make someone feel worse about themselves? Where do I sign up? The gym! The gym! Gym? Gym? Is there a gym here? He's right here. A Naruto. Now these nerds are trying to pull a fucking fast one on us. They're trying to bring us down to their level. If I were a nerd, I wouldn't be teaching my bullies how to get bigger than me. I'd be tricking them into being smaller by reading and doing fucking learning. Yeah! If you can't beat them, have them join you. It's no different than the war on masculinity. You're less of a threat and easy to control if you spend all your time reading and doing science than just being unreasonably jacked, or like jacked and unreasonable. You're just mad that I can ego lift, chase the pump with the boys, eat whatever I want, don't write shit down, don't read a fucking thing, party, rip cigarettes, bang actual hookers, and do a little bit of trend and still be bigger than you. Science-based lifters are like the people who look up the symptoms on WebMD and are convinced they're dying and then tell the doctor that he's wrong. You read a new study and you change your whole training style and identity until a new article drops contradicting it, and then you change it again. The problem with science-based lifting is the same problem with science-based science. It's always changing. One day the earth is flat, the next it's round, now it's a simulation. Oh, this was proved by science, but we did even more science, and now it's wrong. You know what doesn't get more wrong the more you do it? Lifting-based lifting. You saw it worked, so you did more of it, and now it works even better. Science-based lifting isn't even trying to reinvent the wheel. You're just trying to find a more complicated way to build it. Oh, but it's more efficient. Is it really though? If you have to spend countless hours scouring every article, tracking every rep, every molecule of food, every hour of sleep, taking half an hour to set up crazy gym contraptions, using 6 different pieces of equipment, and dragging the bench over to the cables just to build a shitty version of what the gym already has. This is gonna be sick. Oh, this stretch is fucking crazy, dude. One of these over here, though. Total unit recruitment in donkey calf raises when done optimal training, than training to be an...
Yeah, you know.
Things to talk about today. Just a few thoughts that have popped into my head that are lifting related over the past few days, past few weeks and whatnot. So I put them on a bit of a list, and I wanted to go over a few of these things that are probably not worthy of their own video in the format that YouTube tends to follow, but things that I think are worth talking about, so might as well just put them all in one video. So I think it'll be fun. The first one I want to talk about is the debate of stiff leg deadlifts versus RDLs. And this is one that doesn't get talked about a whole ton. People kind of just view them as the same thing. I actually find that a lot of people don't even know the difference between a stiff leg and an RDL. And the differences are relatively small, but I find that once you kind of get to that intermediate stage, it might be worth picking one over the other. I'm not saying you have to do it forever and you can never rotate between the two, because you absolutely can. But if there's one that you should be doing, I think you should know the benefit of doing each of these lifts. And keep in mind, they're pretty similar movement patterns, so the differences between the two aren't going to be that drastic. But when you take something like an RDL, the Basically, just to define what an RDL is, it's a Romanian deadlift, and basically all that means is it's a deadlift that starts at the top. What you're mainly going to be training here is the bend of the hips, and specifically you want to train either the glutes or the hamstrings, and this is going to be dependent on the technique that you pick. So if you pick a technique that maximizes hip bend with a little bit of knee bend, you're going to be getting a lot more range of motion for the glutes, putting a lot of tension on the glute at the bottom of the range of motion, so it's very good lengthened bias lifts for the glutes. If you want to train the hamstrings more, you generally want to keep a more stiff leg, so maybe bend a lot of the hips, but avoid much knee bend, especially forward knee travel, and you can either train biasing the glutes or biasing the hamstrings. And of course, one of the other benefits of doing a hinge like this is it trains the spinal erectors quite a bit, and you get a little bit of just general back stimulus, particularly like to the traps, to the rhomboids, and kind of those areas in the upper back, just from having to kind of prevent your shoulders from completely caving forward. So trains the upper back just a little bit. It hits the erectors a little bit, kind of as a nice little secondary mover, but it primarily will train the hamstrings and the glutes, and you can choose which one you want to bias depending on the technique that you use, whether you bend more of the hips or keep your legs a little bit more stiff. So when you take something like a stiff leg deadlift, this is basically going to be a conventional deadlift that you are doing with very stiff legs. So it's going to be similar to a conventional deadlift, but you're making it a little bit harder because you're not going to be using quite as much glutes, and you're giving yourself a little bit worse leverages overall. So the main benefit to a stiff leg deadlift is it more or less is similar in terms of a stimulus to an RDL with a more stiff leg. But what ends up happening here, since you have to go so low and you start from the floor, you end up having to round the back just a little bit. And this is where the erectors start to take over. So I wouldn't necessarily say that the spinal erectors are a prime mover on a stiff leg deadlift, but they, rather, they're not the prime mover, but they kind of are a prime mover. So if you're somebody that wants to bias the upper back, or the spinal erector specifically, and you're just a little bit more upper body oriented in the first place, a stiff leg deadlift might actually make a little bit more sense for you specifically than an RDL. An RDL is mostly a lower body movement that kind of trains the spinal erectors as a secondary mover, and an SLDL is I don't know why I can't talk. An SLDL is more so kind of like a spinal erector plus hamstring movement with a little bit of glutes involved too, and of course a little bit of upper back too. So a stiff leg deadlift probably makes a little bit more sense for people that are upper body focused or want to target the erectors a little bit more. So if you couldn't decide between the two or weren't sure what the difference is, hopefully that helps a little bit there. Next thought, when you're doing your shrugs, whether it's a strict shrug or power shrug or a cheat shrug, whatever you want to call it, one cue that I actually like to focus on for these that I find doesn't get talked about a whole ton too is just to focus on raising like your shoulder joint and your clavicles. A lot of people focus on scapular elevation and scapular upward rotation, and the traps will still be involved in that movement too, but the main thing here is that you're kind of just like pushing your traps up, you're just flexing them. You're not actually putting a whole ton of tension on the trap fibers themselves. So what you want to think about when you're doing your shrugs is pulling your outer portion of the clavicle in the shoulder joint area up towards like your ear, kind of the back of your neck, up nice and high. And what this will do is actually train the upper traps really well. You can feel it even just doing the movement without any weight. So if you were to upwardly rotate and elevate.
Musk donated $2. Musk is a Hitler sympathizer, but people keep coping. Americans are stupid. Yep. Musk boosts claim that Hitler wasn't to blame for the Holocaust. Elon Musk has reposted a tweet suggesting that Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong were not responsible for murdering millions of people. Post amplified by Musk to his 219.6 million followers blamed public sector workers for the atrocities carried out in the name of the most barbarous tyrants in history. Stalin, Mao, Hitler didn't murder millions of people. Their public sector workers did. Oh my God. Past voted Democrat. Frankly, they need better dirty tricks. That everyone is Hitler attacks. Too tired. Oh my God, dude. This guy should have been part of a eugenics program. Oh, like, what a fucking disgusting retard. Thanks for the donation, Musk.
Your scap, like you're doing the most muscular pose. You can feel that the actual upper trap muscle doesn't really shorten. It kind of just pushes up and rounds forwards, versus if you actually focus on elevating your clavicle towards the back of your neck and put your hand on your trap muscle, you can feel it shorten and lengthen quite a bit. So whether you're doing strict shrugs, cheat shrugs, power shrugs, however you want to do them, that's one thing that would be very beneficial for actually targeting the upper traps in particular. I find it's kind of an overlooked cue, because this is where your upper trap attaches. It's on this outer portion of your clavicle. Next one, cut to enjoy bodybuilding more. This is just something speaking from first-hand experience. Of course, making progress is big picture the most enjoyable part of bodybuilding, but as you're growing, in all likelihood, you're going to be gaining body fat. And this is kind of where you get to the paradox of knowing when it's appropriate to cut and when you should be cutting, and knowing when you should continue to push through with a bulk or recomp at a slightly higher body fat percentage. So I personally spend most of my time a little bit more bulked up. But there was one experience that I had when I was younger and newer to bodybuilding that I just happened to kind of think about a little bit. I was scrolling through some of my old lifting footage and whatnot from when I was 18 or 19. I used to film a lot of my stuff. Maybe I'll post more on the channel if I ever think of a use for it. But I was kind of going through that first year I started lifting. And I would always wear a stringer. I was lean. I was like a thin kid to start off, so I was making like pretty lean gains. Even in surplus gaining body fat, I was still very lean. And then I made it through the winter a little bit more bulked up. And you kind of couldn't really see any definition anymore. Obviously, I wasn't like 12 to 15% body fat. I was probably closer to 18, 19, 20% body fat. And I just remember looking back and being a little bit less motivated during that time. I would still push hard and I was still making good gains, and that in itself is very motivating. But if you run with that for way too long, it does start to get a little bit boring, because even if you are building muscle, it's kind of hard to see it when you are more bulked up. So sometimes it's nice to go back, cut back the layers of fat in this case, and actually check the muscle that you've built. If you're obsessed with it or you're afraid to get out of that super lean state, then of course that's going to hold you back in terms of making actual progress, which is super, super counterproductive. So you have to, and this can be anything ranging from go a little bit heavier on a lift that you don't think much about in terms of weight. So a lot of people will just kind of go on the push downs, do 40 pounds, rep it out, do 3 sets of 10. Same thing with their curls. They don't think much about it. Maybe it's a lift that they are kind of complacent in. Maybe it's a lift that you feel kind of plateaued on like 8 or 9 reps. You feel like you get that every time. But if it's a lift you don't pay much attention to in terms of weight, try adding a little bit of weight. It's not going to hurt you. Just be reasonable with it. Same goes for a lift that you might feel a little bit plateaued with. If you feel like you've been doing 8 reps on your starter or on your first set for weeks, months on end, and you have good form and you're kind of stuck at 8 reps, add 5 pounds, add 10 pounds depending on the lift, and just see how that goes. You can kind of just see what happens. And when I first wrote this point down of getting outside your comfort zone, the main thing I had in mind was don't be afraid to get out of your comfort zone in terms of technique. Like, you have a lot of people that are a little bit too technique focused, and I think everybody knows deep down if you're too technique focused, that's going to hold you back. Of course, you want to have very good technique, but you have to kind of draw that line. And same goes for the other way around. You have people that are too progression focused where they sacrifice their technique. And the last one I have, kind of go back to the upper traps. A lot of people in the natural bodybuilding sphere, or just bodybuilding sphere in general, a lot of people are very concerned with the upper chest. And this is actually something that surprised me most when I came into the fitness industry for the first time when I was a little bit younger. I always thought it was a cool look just to have like big watermelon pecs, but I wasn't really concerned about like the upper pecs or having striated pecs or anything. And I was surprised when I was on YouTube and I was just typing in like,
look at me, I'm so important, fuck this guy.
To a really bad and negative childhood. I went on to thankfully be adopted and put into a better place. And I realized that with the people that are pro-choice, they think it would have been better for me to not have been born because of the torture that I went through being a kid. But I am really happy that I'm alive. And even though the first 6 years of my life were awful, and I'll forever have some scars from that, I'm so happy to be alive.
What's your name?
Ariel.
Like, by the way, this isn't even an argument against pro-choice. Like, this is an argument against the idea of never having kids. Like they're basically saying it's immoral to just never have kids. Like, no shit, most people who are born are going to want to be alive. I don't know how that necessarily means abortion, full stop, is immoral. It's just so stupid. Thanks for the donation, Fraud Saladino. Sadie N-word donated $2. Video self-snitching, witness statements, financial transferred, verified chats from his devices, victim statements. There's no evidence I'm a human trafficker. Yeah. What a retard. Dude, he's cooked. Listen up, liberals, causes recession. Yeah. RFK Jr. can't pronounce riboflavin, then who the fuck needs it anyway? Case closed, I guess.
This is a list of ingredients from foods: carrageenan, riboflavin, modus monosodium glutamate, and 20 others that I can't pronounce.
It doesn't sound good. Polysorbate 80, that stuff's really bad. Sodium cereol.
Sodium steroid lactylate. I think you're getting the picture that you can't pronounce this stuff.
Sodium.
Yeah, like he literally said vitamin B2 is bad for you.
Gilionate. Titanium dioxides, polysorbate 80, BHT, TBHQ. The Make America Health.
So they want to ban vitamin B2, a essential nutrient. We shouldn't have to live like this. Black man shoots white man in the head from point blank range for no reason.
It sounded like a fucking... I said that was a gunshot.
Is that in Canada? Yeah, I'm not going to play that, but where was this? Oh, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. The $8 think it's slightly unfair for you to criticize Muslims more harshly compared to other people in the U.S. For example, Hispanics make up 40% of inmates in Rikers Island, New York City. Most criminal migrants are Hispanic. Arabs, a lower rate of incarceration in America. That doesn't mean they don't have, they don't create unique social issues. So again, way higher rates of terror attacks. And my concern with Muslims isn't just that they're committing crimes. It's that they want to adopt social changes that would completely get rid of the idea of human rights and a constitution. Like, they want Sharia law, they want to get rid of separation of church and state, they want to be able to marry children, you know, shit like that. That's a lot more concerning than people just coming here committing crime, because you can just lock them up. Muslims who are just advocating for the idea of Sharia law and getting into government and trying to spread the Muslim faith, that is a way bigger existential threat than just people committing crime who are going to end up in jail anyway. Thanks for the donation, though, V.
I love my Senator Mark Kelly, but he really should be calling out Chuck Schumer here. He is Democrat Senate leader and said today he expects Dems to push through the Trump's retarded spending bill.
Fuck.
I'm telling Donald Trump no. I just announced I'm voting no on Trump's funding bill. So why am I voting no? Well, it's because we can't allow Donald Trump to continue taking apart our government, and this bill will give him unchecked power to continue doing just that. He's raising prices on families with his tariffs. He's firing thousands of veterans. He's gutting the Department of Education. He's threatening Social Security for seniors who have nowhere else to turn. And we can't allow it to continue. This was not an easy decision, but I promised Arizona that I would stand up when it was right for our state and country, and that's exactly what I'm doing. When Republicans are ready to have a real conversation about efficiently funding the government, I'll be the first one at the table. But until then, I'm telling Donald Trump no more.
Why would Democrats support this? Are they just worried about some sort of pushback from Trump or something? Thanks for the donation, retard, or like government shutdown or some shit. Well, thanks for the donation, dude. Booty come donate $2 tardation.
So after 18 months of eating high amounts of red meat, eggs and dairy, I thought I'd get some blood work done. So let's see what my cholesterol is like. My total cholesterol, 7.7 millimoles per litre. This is considered very high.
Isn't that like in the 500 range? 7.7. No, 300. Yeah, that's extremely high. So his LDL is probably at least 150.
HDL and LDL are both certainly over the reference range at 3 and 4.5 millimoles
Yeah.
per litre. But am I concerned? As I've already covered, simply having high cholesterol on its own is not the main problem here. And with
That is the main problem. That's the principal risk factor for heart disease.
that, let's look at my triglyceride levels, which is fat accumulation in the blood. 0.5 millimoles per litre.
Triglycerides aren't the main lipid molecule that causes atherosclerosis, so that's just stupid.
This is very
So he's just picking and choosing what lipid molecule he considers dangerous?
low. Even though I'm eating a substantial amount of fat every day, surely this should have caused my arteries to clog, right? Wrong. My HbA1c, which measures my average
HbA1c is not a measure of the lumen, so that's just stupid.
blood glucose levels over the past 2 to 3 months is in a normal, healthy range. Now, if you still
His HbA1c is extremely high considering he's eating virtually zero carbohydrates, so he's probably diabetic.
is a normal cause heart disease and your arteries to clog up, well then take a look at these studies. This showed that having high saturated fat intake had no association with
Okay, so I'm assuming he's just cherry picking nonsense.
high saturated
Yeah, so this isn't, this is, what is it? It's literature review.
fat intake had no association with high blood lipid levels.
Yeah, so they're only looking at epidemiological studies, and if you look at any randomized trials, that's... Like, by the way, these are the same people who say, oh, epidemiology is useless, and then they cherry pick an epidemiological paper that has the finding they want.
Or this one, which showed that people with low levels of cholesterol were actually more likely to end up with heart disease or other...
No, again, this is reverse causation. He's just cherry picking another study.
chronic diseases and foods.
Okay, well, that guy's a dumbass. That's what he should have done.
You're out of the woods, you're out of the dark, you're out of the night. Step into the sun, step into...
Yep. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. Dodo donated $2. Fully raw Christina claims she gets 90 grams of protein per day eating all raw vegan. Do you think that's possible, or is she lying? Like, how big those salads are, I don't know if anyone can realistically eat that much in one meal.
Aloha friends, Christina here, and today I'm...
Well, there are raw vegan protein powders, so it is possible. And I'm sure there's some stupid, like, raw products you can eat.
I'm going to share with you how I easily get 65 to 90 grams of protein in a day on a raw vegan diet. In 5 months, I'll be celebrating my
65 grams of protein for somebody at her body weight probably isn't ideal. She probably needs, like, around 100.
20-year raw vegan anniversary, and I am so proud of this accomplishment. With nearly 2 decades of experience when it comes to raw food and to a raw vegan lifestyle, I am not get enough protein. I'm here to show vegan or a raw vegan. I easily consume approximately 65 to 90 grams of protein in a day. This is without trying to do more. 65 is a really low day for me. That's on the low end.
This seems like a ridiculously huge volume of food. Like, even for me, if I didn't have the appetite issue I have right now, like, I'd have to be munching on this all day. That, I don't think she's being honest with what she's eating. How in the fuck can you finish this in one day?
Approximately 65 to 90 grams of protein. Those of you who don't know much about how much protein to
I need a girlfriend, and right now. Well, I gave you $10 on your birthday to go to the strip club, Aaron.
consume in a day or what vegan one. And you totally have the essential amino acids that are with a heavy emphasis on greens. Cooked vegan. Cooked vegans will typically get their protein from beans, tofu, seitan, tempeh, vegetables, and other sources. Live. It's a lifestyle. Possible, and that
I don't think she's eating what she claims to be eating. I just don't buy it. So I just don't believe her.
and creamy.
Like this, she has like a whole fucking onion chopped up in the salad bowl. Like, are you kidding me? She is eating like a whole raw onion?
Dressing. This is one of the featured recipes and nutritious, but it's loaded with plant-based protein and minerals. The salad comes out to be approximately 500 and
Yeah, so like you can get some protein in from eating like nuts, but that's like a whole raw onion. Like, is she really eating this?
30 calories. Who want a comparison, a fillet of we go path.
I think these people are just full of shit. I don't buy it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yeah, they don't want to be blamed for a government shutdown from Elon's propaganda machine despite GOP having control of Congress. I think Democrats are trying to hold out until the midterms and let the Republicans crush themselves under their own weight.
Yeah, maybe. They're making themselves horrifically unpopular and doing everything stupid, so there's a good chance that Dems are gonna wreck in the midterms. Thanks for the donation, retard.
VG, yes, it's time to call out Mike Israetel for a debate or do video on him. Also, do a veganism debate with Lyle McDonald and or Solomon. Don't let them off the hook. Also, Lyle reminds me of Dr. Avi. Debate Avi on Trump again now too.
I'm trying to set up like a debate discussion with Lyle McDonald on veganism and shit. So that's likely gonna happen sometime soon. And, I think, Avi and I and, Isaac and shit, we're gonna watch a UFC fight sometime soon, so I'll talk to him about the Trump thing then. Yeah. I don't know how much, like, Avi cares about Israel getting weapons, you know, versus all the other downsides that, you know, Trump comes with. So, well, I don't know if there's a point in debating that. Thanks for the donation, though, Gummy Gum. And I've tried to reach out to Mike Israetel again for a debate, and he hasn't responded back to me. I think he either just doesn't like me anymore, or he just doesn't care. Thanks for the donation, though, Gummy. Grand Dam donated $2. Let me see. Spotify takes down Andrew Tate pimping podcast after complaints. Well, that's good. Yeah, the walls are closing in on them. Yeah, I've seen this.
Do you think that Elon was like saluting or doing the Nazi salute?
Oh, Elon Musk was not doing the Nazi salute.
Okay, will you do it?
Yes, as I did it actually at USC. I said, my name was Elon Musk, and I love all of you in this crowd here today.
Can you put your hand on your chest and then do it us?
I just did it.
That's not what he did.
Okay, so let's do it again, Parker. Can you do it with me?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I think it's a Nazi salute.
Well, mirror it with me. Hi, everybody. I'm so glad from the bottom of my heart you are here, and thank you all for being here today.
They all know that, like, it's everyone, they know everybody is a useful idiot, and they're just trying to promote Nazism. Thanks for the donation, Grandam. Fraud Saladino donated $2. Thoughts. I really like Professor Dave. Let me see. I'm pretty sure we already reacted to this.
Not logical. In the end, and here comes Dave the Broken Record, anti-science mentality and reality denial is the single greatest threat facing
Thanks for the membership, Cat Daddy. Appreciate it.
mankind. Take a movie like Don't Look Up. Though obviously satirical, the manner in which the general public in this modern era would react to any existential threat was depicted magnificently.
Yeah, we already watched this. This is 7 months old. Thanks for the donation, dude.
How to grow like your upper pecs, or how to grow your pecs. And the first suggestion was how to grow your upper pecs. And I searched it up. And if I remember correctly, I think most of the videos are like how to get bigger upper pecs. And I was like, I wonder why that is. Like, why are people so obsessed with the upper chest? I always found it a little bit weird. And after thinking a little bit more about it, I think people are seeing, like, my perspective is that when you look at naturals, especially when they're lean, if you don't have big traps, even if you have decent pecs, you're still going to look very thin across your shoulder girdle and your neck area. So typically, what people kind of jump to as far as the conclusion goes is they have to build their upper pecs because that kind of hides like the bony collarbone and the bony shoulder joint and whatnot. And I don't think that's the right conclusion. I think the upper pecs are something you should try and develop and try and focus on. But I think the look that people are going for is actually bigger upper traps, because that's what's going to slap all that meat into this whole area, make your neck look bigger, make your shoulders look bigger, make your pecs
Yeah, I would agree. Big traps are very important.
look bigger because it adds so much separation instead of just having this kind of flat and bony look that a lot of naturals are going to be susceptible to when you're lean, even if you are more advanced. Like, just realistically speaking, I think when you look at top pro natural bodybuilders, like the most natural, misaligned with the muscle that they think they need to develop.
Bang. It's my buddy cousin's cat.
Nobody's family home cat I could be happier than these cats in here.
One of the first things that I noticed when walking out of the yard in Kentucky was something that I never thought that I'd seen in a million years on a prison yard. And that's all of the cats. They were all over the place.
Nobody remembers exactly when dozens of stray cats began to adopt Kentucky State Prison as their home. And as our crew discovered, the inmates were more than happy to adopt the cats as pets.
Especially when they're little babies and you can raise them up, pet them, you feed them, you watch them grow, and that's your cat. They're like a kid.
It was really amazing to see all of these felons, the guys that were in the state's maximum security penitentiary, with cats climbing all over them. They had them up on their shoulders, they were petting them constantly, and it was really interesting how the inmates had developed very, very nurturing relationships with these cats.
We've got all kinds of cats, and you've got these guys here that these cats is their kids. And you mess with one of the cats, I mean, it's just like messing with my kids at home. I mean, these cats is their family. That's all they've got.
And like any proud parent, the inmates shared photos of their favorite felines.
We cat lovers up here. Now here comes one. This is a monster right here.
People had specific cats, and if you didn't want anything to happen to that cat, the last thing you were going to do is commit an act of violence that would send you to segregation where you couldn't care for it anymore. So
those are nice kitties.
In this funny little way, the cats contributed to a lower level of violence on that yard.
The vet comes once a month. You can buy dry food and medicine and toys and stuff like that.
So guys work hard at their jobs to earn their money, and they'll spend it on.
And sometimes their bet deals 60, 70, 80 bucks, takes everything they've got.
Come on. Just give me some room. Come on. Baby.
Red, I wish you cats would get together and get rid of some of these rats we got running around this yard, man.
like rats, man.
The people rats. Now, you leave the little bitty mice alone.
We found an even more unlikely bond at California State Prison, Corcoran.
It's like anything, treat with love and respect, he'll treat you with love and respect back.
We were just kind of out on the yard shooting.
That's hilarious. Sadie, donate $2. Let me see. You get into Stoicism because you think you're the unemotional type. Turns out Stoicism is a philosophy of life that says you haven't actually dealt with your emotions rationally, and you're vicious and a fool. Don't think that was my experience. Your inner sage judging you for not adjusting your expectations to meet reality. Pathetic. I like that cat. That's a good cat. Yeah, it's all a matter of perspective. Life is such a fucking roller coaster, then it drops, but what should I scream for? This is my theme park. Yep. Me finally isolating what Stoicism is all about, social good. Well, I think it's both a personal good and a social good. Thanks for the donation, though, Sadie.
And I looked over it and I saw these guys petting something. And at first I thought it was like a kitten. And it ended up, it was a gopher that they had tamed.
We shampoo them, give them little baths, bring the dirt mites in and play with them and let them run around in our cells, feed them apples, lettuce, take care of them, and they're good little pets. It's like the best companion I've ever had.
Oh my god, they tamed a gopher.
A lot of the guys that we ran into
That was so cool. It like just popped out of the dirt.
have probably never had anybody, to love or anything or anybody to love them. And, when you run into somebody who is, adopted a gopher and it gives him some sort of outlet for affection, it's got to be a good thing.
Thanks for the membership, Cat Daddy.
But we found a very different case of inmate-creature bonding inside California's San Quentin State Prison.
I'm Mike Miller is my real name, and the staff here call me the Birdman of San Quentin. The first day I got here at San Quentin, birds seemed to have flocked to me for some reason.
That's like the luckiest prison situation ever. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Feel better than last night where I felt like I was dying. Unfortunately, the fucking Chinese food place that I was planning to go to today, they're closed until the 19th, so that fell through. So, but, what can you do? Not a big deal. I did get the oil filter in that I ordered, so I'm going to change the oil in my Ural tomorrow. And what's also nice is the weather's warming up. And it looks like it's actually getting fairly warm. Let me see. Yeah, it's going to be 12 degrees tomorrow, 16 on Saturday, 16 Sunday, 17, 16 Saturday, 17 Sunday, 5 Monday, 9 Tuesday. So, most days are going to be over 10 degrees, which is really nice. So, I might actually take my mountain bike out tomorrow and just ride around for fun. And I'm going to change the oil in my Ural tomorrow. It's warm enough where I can use a heavier weight oil. So that'll be fun. I might also buy a new tool set. I might get a good Husky or... What's the other one? Yeah, I'll probably get a good Husky set. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. Booty Cum, donate $2, Lamar Thompson.
Who's
Who's a good boy, Vanilla?
Oh.
Yes,
Snuggle you, yes, yes, yes.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, so little. Oh, look at the little baby.
Oh, look at that little tail. Oh, that's such a nice baby. I love kitties, dude.
No.
Dude, I wish I had superpowers, like Superman or something, or Invincible. And I would just fly around all over the place, and if I ever see anybody fucking with an animal, I just obliterate them from existence. People who abuse animals are the most worthless pieces of shit on the fucking planet, and I'd just obliterate them. Just punch them so hard, there's nothing but vapor in the air.
Psych me out, you little jerk. No.
Oh my god.
Look at the little kitty. Oh. She likes tummy rubs. Oh my god. Look at that.
Scratch my belly.
Oh, that is such a nice kitty. Oh, that is a nice cat. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
It's funny how much Sam Hyde hates Lex Friedman.
Well, Lex Friedman's a piece of shit. I hate him too. Lex Friedman podcast listener. Security guard stays in his car continuing to sniff air stalls after he crashed into a parked car.
Bro, stop it, bro. You look hurt. Oh my god, guys. Bro, somebody check up on your homie.
Whoa.
Fucking... Bro, this is fucking...
Holy fuck, that guy's cracked. Favorite 80s movie is Oops, I Killed Lex Friedman. I can't stand that piece of shit either. New video on the disease that makes you drunk without drinking. Lex Friedman has this. Thanks for the donation, retard. 1535 donated $2. Imagine you go to church and your pastor's ranting about Twitter argument he got into with Jay Dyer. Lol, skip to 1535. This is during a church service.
Pagans, Gnostics, Hebrew roots, Mormons, etc. Open debate in 15 minutes. Come smash me. And so, yeah, and then he said, he also sent something to me. Try to contain your embarrassing gay lisp when you enunciate, please. And then I won't read all of this, but you can see it for yourself. Stop whining and bleep, boomer. You dish it out, but can't take it. Hop on this space now, responding to me. So I want to start off with an apology, because at some point today, I said something about people behaving like it was the 6th grade playground. I want to apologize to all 6th graders. I meant the 3rd grade playground, because that's where Jay Dyer is. He's on the 3rd grade playground. This is not an adult male. Okay, this is not.
He is extremely mature.
Not anyone that should be taken seriously by anybody on anything. I mean, you put together this kind of language and behavior with the stuff in his bio, and yeah, he's a comedian about everything.
We live in a strange timeline. Thanks for the donation, dude. Saladino donated $2.
I just cut my shoulder open on the skate ramp, and this is yet another use for some Lineage organic glyphosate-free honey. I don't know if you knew this, but honey is amazing for wounds and has been used on wounds for centuries. if not millennia. But there you go. Gonna throw on some Lineage glyphosate-free organic honey every day. I'm gonna keep you guys posted.
That looks deep enough where it may require stitches. Honey isn't really gonna do anything for that.
About my Wolverine healing on my shoulder. Okay, you can see it's about a week and a half. It's completely healed. So all I did was put...
Yes, that's what happens when you get a cut. I've also gotten cuts and they close up in about a week.
Put honey on it, some glyphosate-free honey. I'm in Costa Rica where things are notorious for getting infected. I used no antibiotic creams. It had no problems.
Like, by the way, this guy lives in a mansion. He's rich. And he's like, I live in Costa Rica. Yeah, you're rich living in Costa Rica. You're not living in some fucking rusty shack surrounded by fucking tetanus.
Honey is incredible, guys. I just put it on there.
What a fucking dumbass.
Hello, everybody. I'm trying this as an experiment in communication.
Soy lecithin.
Potassium bromate. Potassium bromate! This supermarket is trying to kill us!
This is me in the grocery store.
You know what you're putting into our bodies? Death! Delicious strawberry flavored death!
The ingredients that are in our foods have not been checked for safety. This is the generally
They have.
recognized as safe standards from the FDA. Thousands of ingredients have been grandfathered in. We don't really know what they do long term. Potassium bromate is a great example. There are animal studies that do show that it's connected with mesothelioma, thyroid flare.
Yeah, there's also animal studies showing that the red meat you eat is cancer-causing, but you ignore all that.
Molecular cancers, very clearly carcinogenic in animal models, and yet...
Yeah, red meat is very clearly carcinogenic in animal models.
In the United States, it's legal. Best Choice wheat sliced bread, Gomez flour tortillas, Hy-Vee blueberry crisps, Balducci's sugar cookies, and hundreds of others in your grocery store contain potassium bromate, a very highly likely carcinogen known to create cancers in animals.
And red meat is known to cause cancer in animals.
Read the labels on your food.
This guy's just such a joke. Bootycom donate tellers, did you see this? Let me see. Oh, yeah. Fast and Fura. Yeah, dude, people hate this jackass. Yeah, Tesla's done. They're definitely, without a doubt, going to end up going bankrupt. And Elon Musk's wealth is all gonna vanish. So, I wonder if he's ever gonna, like, get a real job. Do you think he's gonna, like, end up working at Walmart or something? He's probably just gonna kill himself. What a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
Both public and private. There's some things that I would like to draw to Mr. Elon Musk's attention. I interviewed him a while back on my podcast. That was primarily released on X, but also more broadly. We've met a couple of times. I've been watching what he's been doing, like everyone in the world has been. And I'm also interested in his reaction to the situation with Tommy Robinson. I interviewed Tommy last year twice with my wife, and I've been following his travails in the UK diligently. I just spoke with Ezra Levant, who runs Rebel News, this troublemaking, rabble-rousing media organization, alternative media organization in Canada. Ezra and I have interacted with each other for about 10 years. He was an early advocate of mine when all hell broke loose around me at the university, and we've kept in touch ever since. In any case, Ezra Levant also hired Tommy Robinson as a journalist a few years ago and knows him quite well. Brought him to Canada relatively recently, where he was arrested at exactly the time that I was supposed to interview him. So that was another interesting overlap. Anyways, when
The Zeo settlers in Israel are the biggest animal abusers on the planet. Oh wait, the animals are part of Hamas, it's all good. Fucking hypocritical Zeo lol. Fuck Israel. Free Palestine.
So, because one Israeli abused a cat, that means all Israelis are evil? Okay, well, I guess all Palestinians are Nazi terrorists, because I know of at least one Palestinian who's a Nazi terrorist, who's a Hamas member, so I guess it's totally okay to Go into Gaza, kill everybody because they're all Nazi terrorists, right? Okay. All right. That's fair. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
When I talked to Ezra Levant, we discussed Tommy, and he's in solitary confinement in a maximum security prison in the UK. And he's not allowed any visitors who have a social media following, whatever that means, given that virtually everybody has at least some social media following now. And this essentially means that he'll spend 9 months in solitary for what's a civil offense. And it's been 4, and that's a long time. And his guest slots aren't filled, partly because of these restrictions. I asked Ezra, too, if Tommy was in solitary at his own request, because the prison is a dangerous place, because it's a maximum security prison, and it's full of the sort of people who might not approve of Tommy Robinson, let's put it that way. And Ezra told me that Tommy hadn't requested to be isolated in this manner, that he was willing to take his chances in the general population. So that's what I know about that. In any case, he's got 5 more months in solitary, 22 hours a day. When I interviewed him, he'd expressed some real concerns about his ability to maintain his psychological integrity under such conditions. You know, we use solitary confinement as a punishment sufficiently brutal to deter even psychopaths who are about as non-social as you can possibly imagine. And so depriving people of social contact is, I think it's cruel and unusual punishment, and is something that perhaps should never be used, but if it's used, should be used, let's say, very judiciously. And I think that he's being subjected to cruel and unusual punishment. And if
I would preferentially want to be in solitary confinement, I wouldn't want to be around anybody in prison.
That produces fatal consequences, which is a possibility, that doesn't bode well for the general stability of the UK, you might say. And it's not a risk that should be taken. And so I want to draw everyone's attention to the plight of Tommy Robinson, regardless of what you think of him and what he's done, say, as a whistleblower on the gang side. His punishment is exceptionally heavy-handed, and it isn't at all obvious to me that it's wise. It's also not obvious to me that he'll make it through 9 months of this intact. And Ezra was concerned for the same reasons. So that's that. So there's a second issue that I'd like to draw your attention to, Mr. Musk, but also public attention to. I've been watching your line-by-line analysis of budgetary expenditures at the federal level, and I know, or I think I know, that part of this process, part of the reason you're engaged in this, is because you're not happy, you might say, with what Gad Saad has described as the woke mind virus. And you've retweeted Gad a fair bit, and I know you're familiar with his work. Now, I also know, or think I know, that part of the reason that you're unhappy is because of what happened with your son, which you discussed on my podcast and made public. And I noticed during that conversation that to say you were unhappy about what had happened and the advice you got about suicide risk, for example, on the part of children with gender dysphoria, was false, despicably false and dangerous, and that you not only haven't recovered from that, but
Retard donators, what the fuck is the point of this video? What the fuck is Elon Musk supposed to do about this? He wants Elon to take over the UK now. Fresh Jake Bros has dropped.
Welcome back, Defenders.
I don't think Peterson is well connected with reality, and he's kind of a delusional retard. But we'll watch this soon. Thanks for the donation, retard.
But have taken it with all due seriousness. And so it seems to me that your efforts on behalf of investigating the funding that is...
So, by the way, Elon Musk lied about his trans daughter. Like, that's being confirmed.
Being shuttled to various agencies and organizations around the world who push the woke progressive agenda are admirable and useful, and hopefully they will be salutary. But I think there's something very important that you're missing, maybe crucially important. You may know or may not, something I discovered partly from talking to the Republican Governors Treasuries Association, but also from going to the Republican governors' meetings and talking to a variety of Republican governors. 50% of the state budgets in the U.S. are devoted to K through 12 education. All the teachers in the K through 12 education system are products of the faculties of education, which I think are among the most, if not the most, ideologically corrupt and incompetent of all the university disciplines. They're major contributors to the dominance of woke culture in the U.S., particularly in the U.S., but also across the West. They attract low-quality students, by and large, and they do terrible research. One example of that, for example, was that faculties of education. It was faculties of education who came up with the idea of whole word learning, which was a complete bloody catastrophe, foregoing the utility of the phonetic alphabet, which is one of the major inventions of humankind, replacing that with the proposition that you should teach children how to read the same way expert readers read, which was a preposterous theory to begin with, and which had devastating consequences. And the faculties of education pushed multiple intelligence theory, which is a complete crock of nonsense. They pushed self-esteem training, which can't be done and produces narcissists. They
like, you can't train someone to have self-esteem, but you can train somebody to have self-esteem to the point where they're narcissists. Like, I just fucking can't with this guy. Sadie N-word, donate $2. Let me see. What if instead of a vaccine, we just were able to get exposed to a weak version of the virus that enables... Right. Iceland has no army, jailed their corrupt bankers, economy is booming, violent crime is rare, one of the lowest crime rates in the world, atheist majority population. Atheists are the most moral group of humans. Who's gonna tell them? What is Iceland majority? I don't get it. They are not atheist majority. Okay. $2,000 years of difference. Yeah, roughly. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
LMFAO. That's just one out of many, many more animal abuse in Israel, you dumb fuck Zio. The Palestinians in Gaza have been risking their lives rescuing more animals than the IOF killing them all during a genocide. I got way more where that came from for you.
Oh, is that why they all slice animals' throats open during some of their holidays for ritualistic animal sacrifice? Okay. Right, so if it's okay to kill Jews because one Jew threw a cat, then okay, then you'd have no problem with the, supposed genocide in Gaza, since all of them are animal abusers and all of them are terrorists. Dumbass. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Cloak their left-wing ideological propagandizing in social, economic, social, emotional learning strategies, etc., etc. The faculties of education are an unmitigated disaster. They produce the teachers who have a hammerlock on 50% of the state budgets. They're spending $25,000 a year, thereabouts, per student, when private organizations are capable of providing a higher quality education at 1/10 that cost. The Republicans, conservatives in general, and classic...
Wait, let me back that up.
When private organizations are capable of providing a higher quality education at 1/10 that cost.
They're not. Private education is far more expensive, so that's not true.
The Republicans, conservatives in general, and classic liberals have been completely asleep at the wheel for 60 years as the...
He's just outright lying. Private education systems are far more expensive.
Faculties of education have distributed the demoralizing...
There's actually not even any evidence that private schools are any better than public schools. One of the huge issues with private schools is that teachers don't have a union, and because teachers don't have a union, they can be fired very easily. And what ends up happening in private schools is that if teachers grade students too harshly, they end up getting fired. And because they're driven by a profit motive incentive, if kids are getting graded harshly and failing school, then the parents aren't going to pay to put their kids in that fucking school. The school loses money because they have failing students. And then the teachers end up getting fired, and then their education standards end up going down, and they start grading students better, and they don't actually end up getting a better education. So there's not actually any evidence that private schools on the aggregate are actually better at teaching students than public education. Now you can cherry pick and, there's this private school that charges $35,000 per year per student to attend, and all of these kids end up going to like Harvard and stuff, and they have way better, like, yeah, okay, you can cherry pick school to school, but on the aggregate, no, there's no evidence that private schools are cheaper and offer better education.
Progressive agenda to the children of everyone, liberal, conservative, and progressive alike, through the K through 12 system. And they control 50% of the state budgets. There's not a chance that the progressive agenda is going to be undermined and replaced as long as the faculties of education have a hammerlock on half the state budgets and all the education of all children. So what's the best move? Well, there may be little you can do federally. I don't know the policy details well enough to opine in that regard, but in my opinion, the faculties of education should be stripped of their monopoly on teacher certification. There's no evidence whatsoever that they've produced that the teachers that they purport to educate have been educated in a manner that makes them effective teachers, either because of the way they were selected as students or the way that they're trained and educated as teachers. And so there's no defeating the woke mind virus without breaking the hammerlock of the faculties of education on teacher certification. And so anyways, those are two issues that I've been considering since we had our discussion, and while doing inform everybody else and attention.
To see Tommy was something like.
Okay, Peterson's just old man yelling at cloud.
We can start today's video by admitting Donald Trump doesn't know what he's doing. There's no plan. And at this point, I'm convinced Vladimir Putin himself doesn't know what he wants to do with this war over the next couple months. Do the Russians actually want a temporary ceasefire? Or do they want to continue this war as normal? I don't think the Russians even know what they want to do. So for Ukraine, all they can do is react. React to Donald Trump, react to Vladimir Putin, and of course, Ukraine doesn't trust the Russians, but they want to show their readiness.
Sadie, donate $2, let me see. Japan's first Indian school principal complains there are too many Japanese children. What?
Lol, I don't really care about animals. I'm no vegan or have any intention of ever becoming one because I think it's fucking weird to put animals always before people. But Uzi Gaines, you're the fucking hypocrite because Israel is murdering animals.
So then, what point are you trying to make, retard? Thanks for the donation, stupid. Trump threatens 200% tariff on all EU wine champagne. We're close to the point when people will just shrug at this. You cannot endlessly issue the same empty threat and expect us to still take you seriously. It's like Putin with nukes. Retard buys a Tesla so he can destroy it to protest Elon.
Seattle's Soto neighborhood. These two fellas went to town on this Tesla. The car was left in shambles with shattered windows, massive punctures, and tons of anti-Elon Musk graffiti.
We don't like what Elon Musk is doing.
This man would only give me his first name. Greg, sorry. But says he actually owns the white Model S.
I bought it just to destroy it.
And Greg says he coordinated the stunt with his friends because he doesn't like Musk.
Tesla supports traffic.
Bought it to destroy it?
Yeah.
He's very likely lying. Well, this is exactly what you would say if you didn't want to be implicated in a crime. So he's very likely lying. People like me were wrong about Jews, Israel, then one of the prominent true conservatives would simply debunk or debate me. Ignores any debate challenge, then claims nobody debates him because he's right. Yep. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
As for peace. This is why President Zelensky has offered this 30-day ceasefire. And this is another strong reason. Intelligence sharing and security assistance from the United States has been restored. This has been confirmed by Poland. Military aid has resumed, and the intelligence sharing is important. But Ukraine really needs air defense missiles and artillery shells. This is what the United States is still providing to Ukraine. So here's the statement from President Zelensky. He put this out yesterday. We must move toward peace, toward security guarantees, and we need to free our people. We are determined to work as quickly as possible with our partners. The key factor in our partners' ability to ensure Russia's readiness not to deceive, but to genuinely end the war. Because right now, Russian strikes have not stopped. Around 100 Shahed drones attack Ukraine each night. Missile strikes are regular. Some of our civilian infrastructure and ports have been hit, unfortunately, including in Odessa. Russia blew up a grain ship and killed 4 people 2 nights ago. We continue our work on the diplomatic front to ensure that all necessary conditions are swiftly in place to apply pressure on Russia to achieve real peace. I'm awaiting a report from the Ukrainian delegation that worked in Saudi Arabia, and we are preparing new tasks for our diplomacy. So the ball's in your court, Russia. What do you want to do? Additionally, out of this meeting in Saudi Arabia, I guess everything between the United States and Ukraine is okay now. Yermak says Ukraine is ready to sign this critical minerals deal. Trump still thinks he's getting $500 billion of the rare earth. And okay, if Ukraine still wants to sign it, I'll support it. It's President Zelensky's decision, but based on the actions of MAGA and Trump the last 2 weeks, I don't know, guys, I'm skeptical of this deal. And things are going to get more bizarre. Trump to invite Zelensky back to the White House following talks in Saudi Arabia. So I'm going to play the clip, and Donald Trump speaks for himself.
Is Zelensky invited back to the White House? Sure, absolutely. Is Zelensky invited back to the White House? Sure, absolutely.
This wasn't even 2 weeks ago. This was Friday, almost 2 weeks ago, and we're about to get a round 2 of whatever the hell this was. So yes, Zelensky has now been invited back to Washington, D.C., back to the White House to sign this mineral deal. And hopefully J.D. Vance is not in the room, and nobody pesters Zelensky about not wearing a suit. This is stupid. So right now, according to Zelensky, the Russians are doing everything they can to drive a wedge between Ukraine and the United States. I'm convinced Donald Trump just likes Vladimir Putin, just likes Russia, and would rather be allied with Russia. But that's pretty unpopular here in the United States, and it's especially unpopular with all of our NATO allies. So even though Donald Trump is trying to break America away from the Western Democratic Alliance, it's pretty hard to do, and all of our allies, and especially Ukraine, are pushing back. Concerning the ceasefire, there's positives and negatives for both Russia and Ukraine. But the reason why Ukraine has resisted allowing for a ceasefire on the ground, Zelensky for more than a month is saying a ceasefire in the air and sea would be acceptable. But if the Russians are given a 30-day reprieve, it's Ukraine who has the advantage with FPV drones on the front lines. The way it works with the Russians now is they can't get a vehicle or supply truck within 20 kilometers of the front lines because it'll be spotted and destroyed by a Ukrainian FPV drone. So if there's a 30-day pause in the conflict, the Russians are going to flood the front line. They're going to try and get as many of their troops and equipment and supplies up to the...
Street Vegan donated $2. Let me see.
My point is, you just said animal abuse, the biggest piece of shit. Isn't Israel is the animal abusing capital of the world? Literally all the Zio settlers there are animal abuser. But you don't care because it's anti-Semitic or some cope shit. Hypocrite. Ha.
Israel has one of the biggest vegan populations in the entire world. They might have the most amount of vegans per capita out of any country. So, yeah, that makes sense, dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Ebony Gandalf. That's pretty cool. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
The contact line to prepare to break the ceasefire or allow the ceasefire to expire in 30 days. Ukraine then across the entire front lines will be at a tremendous disadvantage if their drone operators went silent for 30 days, allowing the Russians to inch forward, dig in, resupply, and then continue their attacks as soon as Putin wants to break the ceasefire. So the Kremlin is awaiting a U.S. briefing about the ceasefire plan. Witkoff is Trump's representative who is traveling to Moscow. And Putin said he supports the ceasefire proposal, but there are some nuances that remain to be figured out. So I'm going to play the clip, or I'm going to read it for you. And this is the real Putin. And I know it's the real Putin because he's not speaking in complete thoughts or complete sentences. More and more, Putin, when he talks, just kind of stutters and rambles and meanders through his thoughts, and I'm going to read this, but it doesn't really make any sense. And we're in favor, but there are nuances. What they are: first, what are we going to do with this section of the wedge in the Kursk region? If we cease hostilities for 30 days, what does that mean? That everyone who's in there will leave without a fight. Are we supposed to let them out thereafter? They committed massive crimes against civilians. Or the Ukrainian leadership will give us a command to lay down our arms, just surrender. How will it be? It's unclear. And how will other issues be addressed? At all across all line of contact. That's almost 2,000 kilometers. And there, as you know, Russian troops are advancing in almost all areas of contact. And there, too, conditions are being created for us to blockade entire fairly large units. So those 30 days are going to be used as, so that in Ukraine continue this forced mobilization in order to supply weapons there for newly mobilized units to be trained, or none of this will be done. The question then arises, what's it going to be? How will verification controls be handled? How we can make sure that nothing like this will happen. I didn't really get much from that. Putin at the moment is in Belarus visiting Lukashenko, and Lukashenko dismisses the US ceasefire proposal, saying, Washington has no plan for the Ukraine war. This is the first time on my channel in 3 years, guys, but I'm going to say the words. Lukashenko is correct. Lukashenko is making a pretty good observation. So we're getting mixed headlines. Like if you go on Google News and Google ceasefire, you're going to see headlines that Russia rejects the ceasefire and Russia has accepted the ceasefire, because Putin didn't give a straight answer. And my guess is Putin now wants to engage in talks or negotiations with the United States to get more concessions somehow. So there is a sticking point, and the foreign minister Lavrov on Kremlin State TV does explain what Russia's biggest objection is. So first in this clip, Olga's going to talk, and then it'll be a clip of Lavrov speaking. This is from Russia Media Monitor. The title of the video is Olga says Russia has no reason to agree to a ceasefire. I'll link the entire clip down below, but here's the important part. Once again, for those who still didn't understand this, Lavrov said that the presence of NATO troops in Ukraine, under any flag, in any numbers, and any capacity, even those posing as peacekeepers, is unacceptable and will be considered a threat. Let's listen to Minister Lavrov. Europe and the UK, they certainly want this to continue. The way they received Zelensky in London, after the scandal in Washington, is an indication that they want to raise the stakes and are preparing something to push the Trump administration back into some aggressive action against Russia. We are philosophical about this. We know what we're doing, but I am mostly amazed with the peacekeepers' obsession. If NATO expansion is recognized, at least by Donald Trump, as one of the root causes, then the presence of the troops from the NATO countries, under any flag, in any capacity on Ukrainian soil, is the same threat. So Russia just wants Ukraine to lose. They don't want any security guarantees, even if the United States isn't willing to do it.
Yeah.
They don't want French troops, or British troops, or Dutch or Danish troops being stationed on Ukraine's soil to help protect Ukraine. They want Ukraine completely demilitarized, so that when they resume this war in the future, it'll be more easily conquered. So the United States strongly urges Russia to accept the Ukraine ceasefire proposal. But Donald Trump says he can pressure Russia, but he prefers not to. If Donald Trump put pressure on the Russians, this might screw up his aluminum deal. This might screw up the United States' future economic joint ventures that Trump keeps bragging about. Here are thoughts from Ambassador McFowle. As usual, even after Trump gave him multiple concessions, you can keep the Ukrainian land, Ukraine can never join NATO, and there won't be any US peacekeepers. Putin is still asking for more. Maybe the Trump team will learn that appeasement doesn't work. Time to start bargaining from a position of strength. I mean, I'm making these videos every other day, guys. Hopefully you continue watching them. But there's no coherence. There's no plan. I don't think Donald Trump has any idea what he's doing, and I don't think Vladimir Putin at this time knows what he wants to do. And Putin, if he accepts the ceasefire deal, he's going to get pushback from his own Z-patriots. Russian pro-war figures and military bloggers slam the United States ceasefire proposal. Pure betrayal and sabotage. Hardline Russians reject ceasefire proposal. Now, normally I would never share a tweet from the American Scott Ritter. He's a convicted felon and a terrible person. But Scott Ritter speaks for the Z-patriots in Russia. And here is what Scott Ritter has to say about this offered ceasefire. I've lost faith in the good faith of the Trump negotiating team. A 30-day ceasefire would be a boon to Ukraine, a chance to stabilize the front lines, to strip all tactical and operational advantages Russia has accrued through the blood and sacrifice of their soldiers. And once Ukraine recovers, then to sit at the table where a rejuvenated...
There's people making fakes in chat. Can you shut the fuck up? I don't even know who the fuck the fake is. Wait. Is that guy the fake? I think that one's the fake. Shut up.
Ukraine rejects Russia's conditions for peace. Trump's team has not negotiated in good faith, and the fact that this proposal is offered after Ukraine...
And who the hell is fake street vegan?
...carried out a massive...
Lol, you call this most vegans per capita? Keep lying to yourself. Fuck Israel.
Not showing that. That's restricted video. Can't even watch it. Thanks for the donation.
...strike against Moscow. Russia will reject this ridiculous...
Q donated $2. Let me see.
A Port St. Lucie man is in jail tonight, accused of arranging to meet a 13-year-old girl for sex. And it was not police who caught him. Instead, it was a group that travels the country targeting child sexual predators. Only on WPBF 25 News, we have video of them confronting the accused predator on the Treasure Coast. Ari Height has our story.
The police chief here in Port St. Lucie tells me there is no question whatsoever that this accused sexual predator is only off the streets because of the work of this nationwide group called Predator Poachers. Predator Poachers was here in Port St. Lucie Thursday night, and they recorded their interaction with this accused predator.
You know what I'm here to talk to you about? Yeah. Okay.
Port St. Lucie police have identified the man on the right as 27-year-old Rodney Hickman. They say he showed up to this home in Port St. Lucie Thursday night to meet a 13-year-old girl for sex.
How old did you tell you she was?
Instead, he was greeted by the guy on the left, part of a group called Predator Poachers.
We pose as minors online, and predators from across the country message us, and they arrange meetings with who they think is an underage kid.
Alex Rosen heads up Predator Poachers, which he says has led to arrests in 44 different states. Rosen says Hickman reached out to one of their fake social media accounts back in September.
He solicited sexual favors from this 13-year-old girl that he thought he was talking to, including intercourse, oral, anything you could think of.
They finally agreed to meet Thursday night, and once Hickman realized there was no 13-year-old girl, Rosen says he still stuck around, talked to them for about an hour.
He admits his intentions, and then on top of that, he also admits to talking to other minors and to viewing child pornography as young as infants and toddlers.
What's the youngest you think you've seen, truly?
I want to say maybe 8.
8?
Eventually, Predator Poachers called the Port St. Lucie police, who arrested Hickman. The police chief says he's grateful for what Predator Poachers did here, but he hopes they don't do it again.
Although the intentions are good, sometimes they can have unintended consequences. And I just think it's better to leave it to law enforcement professionals to do this type of work.
Rosen, though, says that's not going to happen.
There's just way too many of these people to only leave it to law enforcement or to only leave it to us.
Rodney Hickman faces a couple of charges.
Yeah, it's a shame Alex Rosen is a crazy whack job. Otherwise, I wouldn't really have a problem with him, but he's kind of insane. Thanks for the donation, Q. Forgot my namification on HLers. They should just start killing troops who are moving up towards the front line during a ceasefire. They're clearly using the ceasefire to move troops without casualties and aren't respecting the ceasefire at all. Fuck them. Yeah. This whole ceasefire thing with Russia is just a fucking joke. Again, Trump is just trying to do whatever he can to help Putin because he's a Russian spy. I'm absolutely sure that's true. I can understand, there's some amount of leeway you could maybe give Trump where maybe he ideologically aligns with Putin in some way, but, what he's doing goes well beyond that. And it's clear he's, trying to assist Putin because he's compromised in some way. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. I see there's multiple vegan runners that have become... what is the point? Okay, I'm gonna ban people in chat who, I have, whatever, okay? If you take somebody else's name, I don't care, but if you start saying stupid shit, like accusing somebody of being a pedophile or something, then you're banned, okay? And if you keep complaining about, oh, ban this guy, he has a fake name or something, you're banned, all right? I don't care if somebody has the same name as you, but I will ban people if they start saying, oh, the fake something is a pedophile, or you're banned then, okay? Those are the new rules. Just shut up about complaining about the fakes. Unless they're actually doing something in chat that's fucked up, like spamming, making baseless accusations about somebody claiming they're a pedophile, then you're banned, all right? Like, and yeah, just asking me to ban somebody because they have a fake name, you're banned then.
There are 2 vegan runners in chat. It confusing.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, trolls.
Charges now including cruelty to a child. He is being held in the St. Lucie County Jail. In Port St. Lucie, Ari Height, WPBF 25 News.
Proposal and hopefully escalate the violence to such a scale that the U.S. will realize that there needs to be a
Street vegan at $82, let me see.
Hello? What? Right, I'm trying to speak with the king, yeah? Kate, do you have a gift? All right, how about 3 magic beans then? Yeah, dude, those are just rocks, man. All right, then, 4 magic beans, final offer, nice and proper. These aren't magical beans, dude. It's just a bunch of rocks and a stick. Oh, yeah? If these ain't magical, then how come when I eat them, I throw up a bunch of little rocks? You're just throwing up rocks, dude. Stop. Okay, well, think about it. Where do the rocks come from? Hello?
That wasn't very funny. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
realistic peace proposal agreed to in writing before any ceasefire takes hold. And that one includes the withdrawal of all Ukrainian forces from constitutional Russia. The Ukrainian troops can leave voluntarily or die. Trump isn't serious about peace, and Ukraine will reap the whirlwind as a result. So there's thoughts from a Trump voter and a Trump supporter, Scott Ritter. He doesn't think Trump is actually taking this serious. So what is happening? And I think that Donald Trump at the moment is distracted. There's some other things happening in the United States. And the only people at these talks with Ukraine were Waltz and Rubio. Witkoff was on his way to Moscow. So I think this 30-day ceasefire and then the resumption of military aid and intelligence sharing, this was Rubio and Waltz convincing Trump to do this. They're trying to help, even though Trump has the final say on everything. So it is interesting. What is the world going to say when Russia rejects this? Or maybe Russia will accept it and then they'll violate it within a week or 2 weeks or whatever. I do think Rubio and Waltz still want to help. They still know that the Russians are the bad guys, but their boss is insane, and they're trying not to get fired. So Trump is distracted, and honestly, this is good for Ukraine and the NATO partners. U.S. trading partners hit back on steel and aluminum tariffs. At the moment, we're having a stock market crash here in the United States because of Donald Trump's disastrous economic policies and Trump pissing off all of our largest trading partners. Yeah, everything in the stock market is red. We're down over 10% from the 2-week highs, and things are going to get worse. For those of you who want more information about the finances, we're not going to get earnings reports from like the tech giants until, let's see here, late April, early May. So we won't get guidance or reporting how bad things are economically as a result of these tariffs for another month and a half.
There are fakes of me and you don't care. After all of my support, I'm out. Any vegan runner in future is just a fake now.
Okay, thanks for the donation, real vegan runner.
Half. So I do think the stock market is going to bounce back a little bit in the short term, but if Trump sticks to these disastrous policies, America is screwed. And all day, every day, all he talks about is tariffs and increasing them to 200%, 300%. These are all made-up numbers. And Elon Musk is...
No, I use a 4K monitor. 1440p is a stupid resolution.
Also getting destroyed. The more distracted that Elon Musk is, the less he can help Russia and the less Elon Musk can hurt Ukraine. This is a billboard that was put up in Tottenham, northern London, the Fast and the Fuhrer. And yes, anybody who owns a Tesla, your vehicle is now a target. People are going to vandalize them, they're going to destroy them, they're going to light them on fire. People around the world who either hate Elon Musk, hate Donald Trump, or hate Russia are now
Been watching since 2016. Whenever life gets challenging and I feel like blowing my brains out, I can always count on you to just be there. The same whiny irritable motherfucker to distract me. Also, remember when you uploaded that robot sex ASMR video?
Yeah, that was good. Should watch that again.
Girlfriend Unit 327-A18 I am horny, prepare your accessory port and launch sex executable.
Launching sex executable. Accessory port is now well lubricated.
Oh god, you are so wet, you are literally dripping with oil, I want to dock with you so bad.
I want you to stick your big hard data terminal deep inside of me.
Fuck, I love it when you act like such a nasty bitch.
Wait, shouldn't you put a dust cover over your data terminal so that you don't transfer any viruses?
But dust covers get in the way of all the contact points. Trust me baby, I'm clean, I did a virus scan a few weeks ago.
Okay, whatever, I'm too horny anyway, just dock me hard and deep.
Oh my god, your accessory port is so tight, it is definitely smaller than standard specification.
Oh god, wow, I have never docked with such a large data terminal before. It feels like our components do not properly align, but it feels so good when you jam it in anyway.
Fuck, I love the look on your monitor when my huge terminal is jammed deep inside your accessory port.
Baby, I want you to stick your power terminal into my rear accessory port.
Really, but your rear accessory port is even tighter than your main accessory port. Are you sure your systems can handle that?
Yes, just do it and do it deep and hard. I need it or else I will not be able to launch orgasm executable.
Oh god, your rear port is so tight, I feel like my data terminal is about to transfer.
Yes, that's it. Transfer all that data while you're pounding me deep inside my rear port.
Oh my god, here I come. I'm going to transfer terabytes of data all the way up your rear port.
Oh wow, that's so much data. I have never seen a male unit transfer so much data at once before. You are so amazing baby. Let me clean off your big data terminal with my air intake filter.
You are such a dirty slut. I can't believe you'd go from rear accessory port to air intake filter. Oh fuck, that feels so good, you naughty bitch.
Oh, I forgot to ask. Can I borrow your car tomorrow? I need to pick my parents up from the airport.
Sure, whatever. Fuck, that was good.
Yeah, that was a good one. Thanks for the donation though, Ken, and glad I could help.
Discriminately targeting Tesla vehicles. So to try and prop up or support Tesla, there was this insane publicity stunt at the White House where they turned the White House into a Tesla dealership for Donald Trump to purchase a car from Elon. And this is actually effing jaw-dropping, that Trump at the moment is cutting necessary vital programs that Americans need and enjoy, and instead is spending his time advertising Tesla to help his unelected shadow president with his failing company. So there's so many memes online, guys. It's just dumb and dumber, these two. It's never going to get better. It's never going to normalize. These two have to be removed from office for this to stop. Otherwise, this is not going to stop the next 4 years. These men are mentally ill and incapable of operating normally. So Tesla's share price has collapsed. It hit a high of 480 and it's currently at 240. That's a 50% drop in 3 months. The market cap has been cut in half. So Elon Musk has destroyed $750 billion worth of shareholder value in 3 months for siding with Russia, and then everything he's done with Doge and cutting veterans' jobs. Like, it's incredibly tragic, guys. It's incredibly tragic as an American watching these two idiots destroy the federal government, destroy America's goodwill and reputation in the world. It's going to take decades for America to recover from this. So there's another story we should cover. Ukraine has pulled out of Kursk after 218 days in Russia. Ukraine is ending their Kursk operation. Ukraine's military is going to preserve the maximum number of lives. This is what Zelensky is saying publicly. But I think Ukraine has pulled out of Kursk. 1, the pressure is immense. 2, cutting off intelligence sharing really undermined the whole operation. But I think that Rubio and Waltz in Saudi Arabia told Ukraine, you have to do this. Russia will never agree to a ceasefire as long as Ukrainian soldiers are still on Russian territory. So to go along with the ceasefire, Zelensky agreed to pull their forces out of Kursk. It wasn't a failure. The Kursk operation prevented Russia's success in the Donbass region. You can either fight on Ukrainian territory or you can fight on Russia's territory. But the Russians used resources. They lost soldiers. It was a huge propaganda defeat for them the last 7 months. So now that Ukraine made the decision to pull out of Kursk, Putin rushed in a military uniform to look like some brilliant military commander. Putin in camouflage visits the troops and...
That's a fake. That's a body double.
...orders the full liberation of Kursk. This video is absurd. Putin is in a military uniform. Let me share this with you.
I'm pretty sure this is a body double. His face looks different.
I can't believe that Gerasimov is still alive and hasn't been fired, but... Putin did some stupid press conference, once again trying to look like a tough guy as Ukraine voluntarily withdrew from this territory. Yeah, he didn't talk about a ceasefire, he didn't talk about peace, he didn't talk about anything that Donald Trump and Elon Musk claim they want to be hearing from Ukraine. The Russians are not serious about peace. So we're getting the map updates, and once again, this is a planned withdrawal. Ukraine controlled a lot more territory 2 days ago, but they're pulling back to their own country. And you can see, the situation was getting alarming with the Russians crossing the border here into Sumy, trying to reach the supply road. So Ukraine has had a long time to fortify their border. It's mined. There's trenches dug. They're going to pull back to their own country, and we'll see if the Russians want to chase them. Here's a video I want to share with you from Natalka. These are Russian soldiers who have been ordered to throw away delivered food because it's been suspected of being poisoned. These are food cans that have been collected from volunteers and then donated to the front lines, but apparently there's been problems with soldiers being poisoned by food coming from volunteers, so Russian generals ordered all of this food destroyed.
Всем привет, ребята. Вот, смотрите, что у нас, блядь, в армии творится, нахуй. Это все, нахуй, на помойку выкидываем, нахуй. Люди голодают, блядь, а зато армия, вот, нахуй. Все выкидываем, вот. И это все, нахуй, на помойку, блядь. И срок, нахуй, даже не вышел, их, блядь. А потому что приезжают генералы, начинают пиздеть, что, нахуй, дохуя. Жертвы у вас, нахуй. И вот приказ, нахуй, выкинуть это все, нахуй. Вы видите, нет, нахуй. Это, блядь, вот до Москвы не доходит, что...
So your options as a Russian soldier is either starve or be poisoned. Ukraine confirms Russian jet shot down by an Italian-French SAM-PT system. Sweet. Awesome. Patriot systems have shot down Russian jets, but this is the first time a SAM-PT has done it. Pretty cool. This maybe should be a bigger story than it is. You might have missed it. Russian captain involved in a cargo military vessel collision off the British coast has been arrested. And we get to check in on our friend Sal with what's going on with shipping. He put out a 23-minute video explaining it all in detail, but basically, an American military ship carrying jet fuel was rammed by a commercial cargo vessel being captained by a Russian. So it is kind of suspicious that the ship was hit, was T-boned, but the American ship wasn't moving. It was completely stationary, and this Russian ship just rammed into it. I can show you what the damage looks like of the cargo vessel that rammed this American military ship. It's not like a U.S. Navy ship, but it's a ship that supplies fuel for the U.S. military. And one person did die. It's shocking only one person died, but yes, I am skeptical that this was an accident, but it is the Russians and the
I just wanted to let you know that I am not vegan runner and do not assume his identity. Also VG, when you gonna play Skyrim on stream? You slutty slut slut. Slutty slut bag ho slut bitch slut nerd. I love you, you fucking slut ho. Slut.
I hate Skyrim. I really don't like that game, so I'm probably not ever gonna play it on stream. What I might do, though, in the future is play through Fallout New Vegas, but yeah, I'm not playing through Skyrim. That game sucks. Thanks for the donation, not vegan.
Fuck
Runner.
this piece of shit animal abusing dumb bitch cunt.
Influencer under fire after she posted video that showed her grab a baby wombat away from its mother. Eva Pilgrim here with the story. Good
Oh, yeah, I've seen this.
morning, Eva.
Good morning, George. Sam Jones refers to herself as a world-traveling cowpoke. While on a trip to Australia, she posted that video of herself with a wild baby wombat on her Instagram to her 92,000 followers. And let's just say the Aussies were not amused.
Oh, those poor wombats.
I caught a baby wombat. This morning, an American hunting influencer sparking backlash overseas after...
Yeah, you'd expect that from some bitch hunter.
posting video of herself taking a baby wombat from its mother.
Just caught a baby wombat.
In the video, you can hear the baby wombat screeching as Sam Jones runs across the street with it to a car, the mother chasing after her.
Hey, Mama's right there, and she is pissed. Let's let him go.
The video ends before you can see if the baby and mother are reunited. The response to Jones's post sparking outrage. Australians now calling for her to be deported. She has
No, don't deport her. Throw her in jail.
since taken the video down. Wildlife experts say taking a baby like that is not only distressing for the animals, it may also be against the law in Australia.
The flat-out stress can be amazing.
Yeah, no, don't deport her. Throw her in jail.
An animal can die of that kind of stress.
Australia's Home Office confirming that Jones's visa is under review. This just the latest incident of someone getting too close to wild animals. Last April, a group of people yanked 2 bear cubs from a tree in Asheville, North Carolina.
She's holding the bear.
All to get a selfie. In June 2023, this woman was nearly gored by a bison in Yellowstone, also trying to get a picture.
People need to respect these animals, admire them from a distance, but don't go up to try to get close pictures. Don't try to pet one. Don't try to get.
Yeah, fuck these people, dude. Throw them in jail. Like, why are they talking about deporting? Throw her in jail. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
They are pretty incompetent, so I don't know what to make of this. There will be a proper investigation, and I think more people in America should be aware of this incident.
Yeah, meanwhile they eat kangaroos, yeah. Australians may, in fact, be even dumber than Americans, dude. But yeah, everyone is a fucking idiot.
Russian inflation hit a 2-year high in February. Russia's annual inflation rate jumped above 10% in February to its highest level in 2 years. Russia's economy is still screwed. We're in March, and I think economically, as long as Trump doesn't lift sanctions, things in Russia are going to get pretty bleak this summer. Rare Siberian tiger kills a park ranger in Russia's Far East. Really? There's a video, not of the attack, but of the mangled corpse of this Russian park ranger. Siberian tiger ate him. I just wanted to mention that story, guys. Russia's a very bizarre place.
Absolutely based.
Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Iceland doubles aid for Kyiv for their 2025 budget, and they're contributing 2 million euros to an energy fund. Thank you so much to the fantastic people of Iceland. Volkswagen is preparing to produce weapons for the German armed forces under the remilitarization of Europe. I just mentioned this in my video earlier this week, saying, why isn't BMW making armored vehicles for the German government? And I got the company wrong. It's actually going to be Volkswagen. Volkswagen's plant would be very suitable for defense production, according to Rheinmetall CEO. So it looks like civilian companies are going to partner with traditional military companies to increase production.
Hey VG, I heard about your mushroom trip. Would you recommend shrooms to everyone with depression? I used to smoke a crap ton of weed and had terrifying and enlightening experiences. I struggle with paranoia sometimes, so DK, if shrooms are a good thing for me.
If you have paranoid delusions when you're not smoking weed, that may be a sign you're prone to psychosis, in which case you may not want to do mushrooms. They do come with inherent risks. So, any psychedelic drug does have the risk of psychosis attached with it, and that may potentially be lifelong. So if you have mental health issues involving psychosis, schizophrenia, delusions, you may not want to take mushrooms. I can't tell you with certainty whether or not you taking mushrooms would be beneficial to you. They can be beneficial to some people, neutral for others, and very harmful to some others. So it's going to be... It's like all medications have risks, right? So if you're taking medication to treat depression or schizophrenia, like there's medications for that, those medications may make the condition worse. There are people who go on antidepressants and they have increased suicide risk. So I wouldn't say mushrooms are perfectly safe. So, you know, make a educated decision for yourself. Thanks for the donation, Diddler. CDG $2. Hi, Richard. How are you doing tonight? You look good in red. I hit legs and arms today. Did you work out today? Also, hi, everyone. All the way. Alawali, Kasama Joe. I did work out. I did a back training session. And after I was done, I posted a photo to Instagram. My traps are getting very juicy. But I'm doing good. Better than last night. Last night I was... really dying from the lack of food, but tonight I'm feeling better. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Ukraine could really use some more armored vehicles, and if Volkswagen can start producing with Rheinmetall, that would be appreciated. Final clip I want to play for you is from Ukrainian journalist Zarina Zabriskie, and she was part of an evacuation of 6 children, ranging between the ages of 7 months and 14 years. These children and their parents and a grandmother were living in a basement for months, hiding from Russian drone and artillery attacks. So they had to be whisked away in the middle of the night, using an armored vehicle with electronic warfare jamming. The Russian drones are everywhere trying to indiscriminately target and kill civilians. So this is Zarina's report. I want to play it for you guys.
We are right now driving in an armored vehicle. We have electronic warfare units, one, and another one is on the roof. And up we go.
Дроны, арта, капы, РСЗО, дроны лежать, есть тепловизор на дронах, и они там можно носить.
CDG donate to players, glad you're doing better. Oh, were you able to eat more today? And dang, your traps are really big. Can you give me suggestions how to get traps like that? Thanks. Also, hi, Justin B. No, I didn't really end up eating anything more. I was actually planning on getting Chinese food, but as fate would have it, the Chinese food place, the vegan Chinese food place that I was planning on going to, they're closed until March 19th, so didn't end up eating anything, and basically just chilled in bed. But, yeah, there's 2 things that I did to change my trap training that I think promoted a lot of growth. One, when I'm doing barbell shrugs, I use a wide grip. One of the functions of your traps is to move your shoulders inwards. So if you use a wide grip, you pull your shoulders inwards and you get more trap activation. 2, I do underhand bent rows, but I don't bend down. So I stay very upright and I try to move the bar into my belly button. Dorian Yates did that, and he had really massive traps, and that's actually a really good trap builder. And I've also included single arm dumbbell shoulder shrugs, and what I do is I lean over while shrugging. So I hold on to my weight rack, I lean over to the side, and then I do single arm dumbbell shrugs. Those are also good. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
If you could press a button and eliminate every non-vegan from the planet, and you are able to set a number from 1 through 10 based on how much pain they will feel as they are limited, which number would you choose? Would you want them to suffer or not?
I would just choose the least amount of suffering. Doesn't really benefit anybody for them to suffer, so I just choose the least amount of suffering. And I don't know what each individual person really deserves, so I just choose the least suffering, so like number 1, and then press the button. Thanks for the donation, 1535.
I feel like whether or not I can handle a drug depends on my state of mind. Smoking weed while feeling shitty caused bad trips. It always great though when I felt great. Weed is just a mild psychedelic though, so it's not like shrooms obviously.
The shrooms that I got lately, I haven't done shrooms in about a year now, but the ones I got last year, those caused the worst anxiety I've ever had. I always get anxiety when I'm on shrooms, but those were really bad. The trips were very insightful, and they literally healed my brain, but those gave me the worst anxiety I've ever experienced. I haven't had any anxiety, though. I used to have general anxiety, like for no particular reason, but I actually haven't had any anxiety since doing shrooms a year ago. So, yeah, mushrooms are different. Even if you're in a good state of mind, you can have some pretty crazy trips. Thanks for the donation, Diddler. CDG donate tillers. Oh, actually, you know, what's funny is I used to do Yates rows, and yeah, my traps were a lot bigger then. Thanks for reminding me, and I'll try the shrugs the way you mentioned, thanks. Yes, big traps make a huge, huge difference to your physique, too. I think they're often neglected, especially for naturals. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Death of Rabbit donate tillers. I'll work on those trap exercises. Here's a pic of my back. And shans. What's a shans? Yeah, your back is looking thick and wide, dude. Good job. And you do have some good trap development. But yeah, those little tricks, the wide grip shrugs and the Yates rows, those really blew up my traps a lot. Oh, that's Shans, that guy. Yeah, that guy's on a lot of steroids. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
This family lives in the basement. There are 5 children, and they are now evacuating.
Одному 7, другому 3, 2, 1 і 7 місяців.
Страшно?
Да.
Багато дронів?
Ah, gross. Well, Russia's fucked, and Trump is helping them, so that's wonderful. CDG donate tillers, yeah, right. Now my lats and lower traps and shoulders are big, but my traps are kind of small proportionately, so I want to get it up. He is referring to Shans because he has extremely large traps. Yeah, I don't know if he does a lot of trap training or if it's just due to him taking steroids, because steroids will blow up your traps. They tend to blow up a lot of, like, ancillary muscles. So dudes on steroids, they usually end up getting big traps, big forearms without even directly training them.
Project Code Shan.
What the fuck? Is that Tim Sheaf? Yeah, is that Tim Sheaf?
Honestly,
that guy looks exactly like Tim Sheaf.
Just don't buy Young LA. That shit will tear in one wash. I had a pair of fucking Young LA underwear, bro, and my fucking nuts, they would always pop out, bro. Like come on, man. Like, I don't know if it's just because I have a huge cock and ball or something, but, you know, Young LA, get your shit up.
I hate to see you, like, grab the weight.
No. Weird. Why does he look so much like Tim Sheaf?
Chlamydia juice. And then apparently...
Dude, he looks exactly like Tim Sheaf.
You feel it in your lats. But I've seen, like...
That is so weird.
Certain retaliation project underwear. I think we're not gonna get as big eating this one though.
Yeah. A avocado bacon supreme, and then a just in case.
And maybe.
Well, he's not gonna live long. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Or sorry, CDG. CDG's the one who sent me that.
Reason. And I don't know, they probably think I'm the Birdman of Alcatraz. Maybe they're mistaken because he has a shaved head too.
Miller was serving an 8-year sentence.
CDG donate tillers, who's Tim Sheaf? What's he famous for? He's the dumbass ex-vegan guy who used to do the parkour stuff. So yeah, but he looks almost exactly like he does actually look exactly like Tim Sheaf. This dipshit. It's so weird. He even has like the same like brow line and everything. Yeah, he looks like exactly like him. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
For burglary when he proudly showed us his cell, a virtual shrine to his winged friends.
And ever since I've been here, the birds just come up to me like they know me. You know, I got them landing on my shoulders and my hands, and good way of releasing a lot of tension and anger to mingle with the
Braille Skateboarding paid his employees roughly $20 per hour.
We're basically minimum wage employees.
But donated over $1 million to the Church of Scientology. He'd gone to spend so much time with the strange organization that Braille was neglected until it died completely, in what is quite possibly YouTube's strangest ever downfall. The channel's owned by Aaron Cairo, a pro skateboarder from San Francisco.
Imagine throwing away $1 million and giving it to the Church of Scientology. This guy didn't even pocket the money and keep it for himself. He threw it away to the Church of Scientology. What a fucking retard.
Francisco.
My name's Aaron Cairo, and I run this channel, Braille Skateboarding.
He started Braille Skateboarding just 12 days after YouTube's launch, uploading the clips that he'd used to gain his sponsors. But when a simple video titled How to Push on a Skateboard gained more views than every other upload, Aaron Cairo saw an opportunity. He'd upload How to Ollie, then How to Nose Manual. This led to How to Pop Shove, and most notably How to Kickflip, each gaining massive view counts for the early days of YouTube. Braille made tutorials on every possible trick, giving the channel purpose and an obvious direction to help everyone learn how to skateboard.
The whole purpose of Braille Skateboarding to teach you guys to progress on your boards so you're having more fun on your boards.
These videos carried the channel to over 200,000 subscribers, but as Aaron Cairo became more known, so did another completely unrelated video. I am a Scientologist, Aaron Skateboarder.
My name is Aaron, I'm a skateboarder, and I'm also a Scientologist.
During a vulnerable period in Aaron's life, Scientology offered him a free personality test.
And on my personality test, my communication was really low. And then they suggested you should do a communication course.
Aaron
Fools and their money are soon departed. CDG donated $2. Death of Rabbit. I'm not big in general, but I'm big for my height. I'd say I'm 5'7", 5'8". My arms are almost 16 inches now, and I'm pretty lean. Trying to hit 16 inches soon. Also, that's funny. I used to watch Braille Skateboarding when I skated in 2012. I kickflip. I'm familiar with his channel. It's popped up a few times. I didn't know this guy was a whack job Scientologist, and he threw away $1 million and like ruined his life. That is fucking weird. But yeah, you definitely have good genetics for lifting. You should just keep at it. And I'd aim for 17, dude. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Doucette donated $2. Let's see.
She said when she was fit, she was unhealthy. And when she...
I left a comment on this. No one responded to it. I don't know if Greg banned me on his channel or something. It's kind of weird.
Okay, so quickly just...
Women's gym canceled for refusing trans women.
All right, today's topic. So
we've already seen this one. Yeah, this guy was like a retard, started fights constantly. You can... Which is shorter. We'll watch this one first. Thanks for the donation, Doucette.
She was fat, but now she's healthy. If you're fat, you're not fit.
So, this is a false dichotomy. You can be fat and fit. You can make the argument that if you lost fat, you would be fitter, but being fat does not make you unfit. Like, probably the best example of this is Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz fought Anthony Joshua, who's fucking jacked and lean as fuck. And you can see Andy Ruiz is obese. Like, he is clinically obese. He went 7 rounds with Anthony Joshua, and he won. So you could argue, due to him winning the fight, he was more fit than Anthony Joshua. And, like, by some metrics, like, he had more strength, speed, power, stamina than a guy who's much more muscular and leaner than he is. So fitness is, again, it's just a calculation of strength, speed, power, coordination, stamina. You can be fat and have all those qualities. Now, again, you could argue if you lost fat, you may have improvements to some of those qualities, but that doesn't mean you lack those qualities. So Greg is objectively wrong here. CDG $20, thanks Rabbit, but I'm way older than you, so it's just cause I've been lifting longer, lol, thanks though. My forearm's like 11.5 inches too, trying to get to 12 plus. What did I measure mine at? I think they're like 14 or something. Or no, I think they're 13 or 13.5, something like that. But, yeah, just keep at it. You know, you can always make improvements. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Coach Greg, and in today's video, is this woman fit? I'm going to give you 3 seconds, no, 1 second to make a decision. Let's see. Immediately no. Did you see this woman?
Yeah. It's like saying, oh, I know Andy Ruiz is out of shape because he's fat. Oh, he beat Anthony Joshua. Like,
I just saw. Was she fit?
Immediately no.
She's not fit. Now, is she strong? Yeah. Very strong. Perhaps she's stronger than me. I don't know.
Strength is an aspect of fitness.
Oh, she weighs 238 pounds. She's a female. Does anyone think that that's a healthy weight? Healthy at any size? Well,
fitness and health are 2 different things.
Not at 238 pounds. Sorry, you're not fit at 238 pounds if you're a female.
Okay, so Greg is conflating fitness with health. Fitness and health are 2 different things. So if he's talking about health, even then, you can say that somebody can be overweight and be healthy. Again, health is going to be based on a bunch of metrics, like, what is it? The cross-sectional area of the lumen, so whether or not you have heart disease, you can be fat and have heart disease, not have heart disease. You can be fat and not be diabetic. Most overweight people, even obese people, don't have diabetes, so diabetes is mostly genetic. You can go through every, like, health metric. You're far, far more likely to be unhealthy if you're fat. But just because you're fat, that doesn't mean you're unhealthy. Like, same with cigarette smokers. You are far more likely to have heart disease and have, like lung cancer or lung damage from cigarette smoking. But there are people who have, like, God-tier genetics where they can smoke all they want. They'll never develop cancer. They'll never develop heart disease. They're smokers that live into the hundreds. So, again, you can argue that these things aren't healthy because, you know, whether or not something's healthy or not, that's entirely based on, it's a statistical thing. But, that's not what he's arguing. He needs to be more specific with his statements, and because he's an idiot, he can't do that.
Let's see the video. Let's see what's going on. I mean, I like the song.
Like, we know exactly what he's doing. He's just trying to body shame this woman. He just doesn't like fat people.
The song slaps, but being fit and looking fit are 2 completely different things.
That is true.
I'll agree with that. Being fit and looking fit. For example, you could look super fit. You're on performance-enhancing drugs, you're on steroids, you have 10% body fat, but you can't even run a mile. You're about to have a heart attack. And so just because you look fit...
My mom got me the shirt. She came over on the weekend and gave this to me. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Little late, but to add to those x-ray photos of the bullets in that kid's head, from what I've read over the years, 7.62 has a bad reputation of not expanding the way 5.56 does on impact. My guess is because of the lower velocity and heavier round. Continued. Modern 5.56 ammo doesn't really expand or deform. They've switched to, I think they use, like, isn't it full copper right now? It's all green tip ammo. Because they're all using green tip ammo right now. Yeah, it has a steel core, lead plug, copper jacket. So they don't really deform anymore, and they're just very high velocity and high penetration. They're made to be more environmentally friendly, for one thing, and they're made to penetrate body armor. So they don't really deform anymore. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. CDG donate $2. Do you think Chris Jones is natty? I feel like he's on the verge of being unbelievable. He's like 5'8". I think his arms are 17 or 18 inches. What do you think? He has perfect physique, LMAO. Chris Jones is almost certainly natural. He is a very genetically gifted and hardworking person. And if you look at his progress over time, there's nothing that really suggests he's on steroids. He didn't suddenly blow up or get weird side effects. So he never like developed gyno, acne. You also never saw like odd body parts like blow up. His traps never got like insanely huge out of nowhere. And he did do a bodybuilding show a few years ago, and like, again, you have a better sense of how big somebody actually is and what they actually look like when they're lean, when they're on stage. And again, he looked more in line with what you'd expect from a, like, hardworking, genetically gifted natural. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Enlightenment donated $2. My Hindu cousin in India tripped the fuck out when I said I left Hinduism and became a Buddhist. He then tried to say Buddhism and Hinduism were the same, and I was like, nah, Buddhism against deities and the caste, and he stopped texting. That sounds about right. Religious people are kind of stupid, and when you go outside of their cult, they unfriend you. Thanks for the donation, Enlightenment.
Doesn't mean that you are fit. But if you don't look fit, as in, you're morbidly obese. You're 50 pounds overweight. I'm being nice. She's 100 pounds overweight. If you're...
So this guy is unfit. So supposedly he's not strong, not powerful, has bad cardio, no endurance. This is the, this is a boxing heavyweight champion. Like, Greg is an idiot. Like again, the whole point of this video is not to provide educational content on the importance of being at a healthy body weight or having a healthy body composition. This is just him trying to shame somebody over how they look. And when she's saying, just because I look this way doesn't mean I'm unfit, like, she's very likely coping, but I don't know. She might have really good cardio. She might be able to, like, outrun a lot of people and be strong and all that. So when Greg says, no, sorry, you're out of shape, like, again, it's just pure body shaming. He's not pointing out, oh, look, she can barely walk up a flight of stairs without heaving. Or, oh, look, she can barely lift any weight. Like, he's just saying, no, you're fat and ugly. That's all he's doing.
You're 100 pounds overweight. You're not fit. I don't care how many clean and jerks you can do. I don't care how much you can lift. You're not fit. One is a testable and the other is a beauty standard. No. Just because you're fat doesn't necessarily mean that you're not beautiful. We've talked about this in the past. You can be fat and still look good. Some people are chubby chasers. I'm not one of them. Fitness is testable. It's about what your body can do. To an extent, I'm going to agree partially with you.
That is exactly what fitness is.
People can...
Like again, he muddied the waters at the beginning of the video because he tied it with health. But health has nothing to do with fitness.
Run a mile, they can perhaps do a bunch of push-ups and sit-ups, but fit people are also healthy.
No, they're not. Like, look at all these pro athletes that end up having heart attacks or just randomly dying from hypertrophic cardiomyopathy or something. No, fitness and health are two different things. They can be interrelated, and they often are, but no, they're two different things.
Fitness and health, to me, they go hand in hand. And if you're, for example, 238 pounds like she is, or if you're, as a man, 350 pounds, you're not fit. It's a reminder that fitness is about...
This would, okay, whatever, we're done. That whole video is just about body shaming. He's not trying to just explain, look, you're going to be much healthier if you're at a lower body fat percentage. That's not what he's saying. He's just trying to body shame her.
Disclaimer, we're going to go super off topic while we're watching this. So, if you want a gist of what this video is about, apparently this lady opened a gym, claimed she was going to include trans people because it was a women's only gym and she said trans people invited. By the time she opened the gym and started running it, she decided, hey, you know what? For women to feel safe, I just want it to be biological women. Internet loses its mind. Now, if you just want to see that and not see us go off topic, you can fast forward to this point. But if you want to see some chaos, press play.
Of the women who are seeking my women's only gym, the Girl Spot, are coming here because they have faced some level of gym intimidation or sexual violence and assault that has been perpetrated by men. So as the owner of the gym, it is very important to make it clear how my...
Yeah, the trannies are gonna come and start assaulting women. Cool story.
Women's only gym will be operating, and it will be operating as a single-sex space for biological women. Now, we do believe that
Okay, so do you give everybody a chromosome test before they enter? So how is she gonna know that there's only biological women in the gym? Are you doing chromosomal tests? Do you have to check to see if they have a uterus or something?
everybody deserves a safe space, and there are many gyms that are starting to have mixed cubicles and changing rooms so that individuals can feel safer and more included in these environments. But the Girl Spot gym as a standalone is a female-only gym because it is imperative that I stick to the vision and the mission and ensure that these women feel safe.
I can guarantee you this gym is going to make absolutely no money, and it's going to be shut down in a year. This is what happens to every single women's gym. Women do not want to train at women's-only gyms. Like, this is a huge problem whenever you do focus groups with women. Women don't know what they want, and, like, it is true. Women are either fucking liars or they're fucking delusional. They'll say, oh yeah, I'd rather work out at a women's only gym. Oh, there's so many benefits. I won't have men glaring at me and making me feel uncomfortable. I'll only be around other women. I'm less likely to get physically attacked. Oh, so you'd rather go to a female only gym? Oh yeah, sure. And then when you open up the gym, they won't go. They'll just go to the normal gym. And it's because they want attention from men. some of the things they claim about, like, oh, men glaring at them or not feeling safe, they literally made that up in their head. Women are neurotic, so when you ask them about these things that trigger their neuroticism, they'll start, like, their mind will start going, oh, men could attack me. Oh, yeah, it's not safe. I could be assaulted, but at a women's gym. But they don't actually think about that when they're in, like, a normal fucking setting. It's when you ask them specifically about that topic, their neuroticism gets triggered, and then they'll start thinking, oh, yeah, it's safer women's only gym. But then they won't go to the women's only gym. You've only triggered that neuroticism because you asked them about it. So none of these women's only gyms are, like, ever profitable. There might be, like, one in existence that's lasted for more than 5 years. Otherwise, they all fucking shut down. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. You like that chair? Oh my goodness, I love my Gum Gum. So, yeah, these women's only gyms are fucking stupid. They're just a dumb idea. Just open up a fucking gym. CDG Don't Need Tellers watch 12:38 to 3:15, please. Can you see Chris Jones' physique and give your comments on it? In my opinion, it's perfect goals. I don't think there's any such thing as a perfect physique, but he does look very good. I wouldn't mind looking that way, certainly. But, yeah, he has very good muscular development. Like, you also have to keep in mind, he is shorter. I think he's like 5'7" or 5'8". Usually when people are a bit shorter, and they also have, like, very good genetic potential for building muscle, they end up looking way more hulked out than a taller person. So when you're seeing them as the only person in a camera, they look really huge. It's like, oh, he has to be on steroids. But then when you see them in person and you have a proper, like, human field of vision and you can compare their size to, like, other objects or people in a room, they don't look nearly as big. So, yeah, he has extremely good muscular development, but it's not to a point where it's like, okay, he has to be on steroids, you know, like fucking Mike O'Hearn or something. So, yeah, his physique is naturally obtainable, but it's not obtainable for most people. You need the proper genetics to be that big. Oh, you wanted me to look at... I probably looked at it anyway. 12:38 to whatever. Yeah, like, he looks really good. I don't know if he did his bodybuilding show on this channel. Yeah, I did. I don't know what his weight was at the time. Not sure how much he fucking posts. I might be scrolling through this for a long-ass time. 33... pregnant, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how much... How old is he? I think he's a bit older than me. This is... 40 next year. And this was in 2024. So... yeah, he's 7 years older than me. We'd probably have to scroll down. I don't know how much he weighed at the show. I vaguely remember him saying he weighed in at like 170 or 174, something like that. That is very large for somebody who's about 5'8" and that lean. So he's a big dude. But again, it's not impossible for a natural lifter to get that big. Like, if he was 200 on stage at that height, then that would be like, okay, you're literally in like Mr. Olympia 202 or under category. Like, then that would be a clear indication he's on steroids. But again, like 170-ish at that height, you can do that as natural. CDG don't tellers, he's my height, that's why I can see myself going for that look, and I agree with you. All right, thanks CDG. CDG don't tellers. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but he's also pretty huge. He's like 17-inch arms, 5'8". Well, again, pro bodybuilders in that height range, they're over 200 pounds. So if he added like 30 pounds of muscle, he would look like a Mr. Olympia competitor. Like, that's... So again, in the 170s, natural at 5'8", that's definitely achievable. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
What do you think about what she said? The fact that she originally wanted to have trans women in this place for females, and then she said no.
Who's paying the rent?
That's her business. So I imagine it's her.
I'm minding mine. I'm not going to tell her how to mind her business. I'm going to mind mine. I'm in.
Like, by the way, this is a huge double standard. Let's say you live in an area of a city where it's majority black people committing crime, and then you have a bunch of white people saying, oh man, I wish we had a whites only space where, you know, just us white dudes could just train and not have to get into any fights with black people over which basketball team is best. Why is that, like, so taboo, racist, oh, you're a white supremacist, oh, that's breaking the law, but then women get to say, oh, I want a safe space where only women can be there, like... So this whole thing, like, oh, well, it's her business, she can make the rules. Okay, so you'd have no problem with a white dude opening up a gym saying no blackies allowed because, oh, well, they commit crime in this neighborhood. Huge, huge double standard. It is so fucking bullshit. So, yeah, get fucked. It's clearly discriminatory to a point where it's bigoted.
My gym has a women's only section. Women only go there when they want to keep their eyes on their kids. Most women work out around men. In my experience, men help me out more than women. They spot me and help me rack. Also, are trans men allowed there?
Yeah. Good point. Oh, we only allow biological women to join. Okay. So all these trans men should be able to join the gym. Dude, I wish I had trans male friends. Oh, that'd be so sick if like one of these women's only gyms showed up in my area and there's like this big thing on social media. Bro, I wish I was friends with somebody like this. One of these trans dudes. I'd totally get them to try to join the gym and prove these people are bigoted, lying assholes. Yeah. Do you think this guy would be able to join the gym? He's a woman, right? All biological sex has nothing to do with whether or not you transition. No matter what hormones or surgeries, you're the sex you were born with. Right. They'd let this person join? Get fucked. So again, they're just bigoted assholes. They just hate trans people. That's all there is fucking to it. Fuck right off. And yeah, these women saying, oh, I just want a woman's only space where I feel... They're full of shit. Again, there's a reason why if you go to a commercial gym and there's a women's section, no one goes there. No women ever fucking use it. There's a reason why all these women's only gyms, you know, close down. It's because no women even want it. It's just all horse shit. And yeah, like if they actually believed what they were saying, they would let trans men join because, oh, they're women still, right? Like, fuck off. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
Run my business the way I want to run my business. You run your business the way you want to run your business. That's you. Ain't got
Would you be willing to debate me on this topic? I seriously doubt this woman would allow trans men to join their gym. Female to male transgenders. If she actually believes the only category of people that can join her gym is biological women with XX chromosomes, then she should have absolutely no issue with
Can we watch
trans
this
man
plaza? It's 8
joining.
minutes vid.
Let me see. When science called the Irish inferior. Yeah, sure. I'd love to have a debate on this topic and discuss whether or not these things are inherently bigoted against trans people, and perhaps also touch on the issue of whether or not excluding men as a whole is also a form of bigotry. There we go. Well, they're probably not going to debate me. Ab and Preach are fucking cowards. I don't expect them to debate any topic. I know they tried to weasel away from me with a debate on veganism. They probably know what they're saying is stupid on some level.
Hey, why are you laughing? I'm half Irish SMH races, zlol.
It's funny. I mean, there may have been a reason why people thought the Irish were inferior.
Cacky's Mike and John Paul, listen for the two of you, right? You made a video last night, right? You're calling me names on it. With you, John Paul, you have a humble eye, you have. You're a squinty cunt. And Cacky's Mike, I'll fight the two of you. I'll fight Cacky's Mike first, and I'll fight John Paul. And if you want to get back there, like, you fight me, and I'll kill you to death. Our mama was ready to go to bed one night, and this shit is going on. You're not getting off with it. You're not getting off. Come on, fat balls, Mel Macho. You said you put me tumbling and blowing the Gimp hair with 3 beds. Listen, I was drinking for 3 months with my uncle Claire. You got out of prison after doing 3 years. You bet your blood to date, but I got you months later when I was off the drink. Do you remember up on the steps when I hit the 2 slaps and I bent in the head? When you went down your knees crying like a bitch, you said somebody else said it. You fuck.
So there might have been a reason why scientists used to think the Irish were inferior. But thanks for the donation, CDG. Let's take a look.
And assigning you a score, one that determines whether or not you belong or whether or not you're something less than. In 1885, John Badeau, a leading British anthropologist, did just that. He created something called the Index of Negrescence, literally a scale of blackness. If you were Irish, the science was not on your side.
And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they steal your heart away.
What if I told you that just 150 years ago, the Irish were not considered fully white? Their skulls were measured, their hair color ranked, and their entire identity questioned. This isn't some obscure footnote in history. It was mainstream science. If you've ever looked at an old 19th century newspaper, you would see racial classification charts. And you might expect to see prejudices at the time against African Americans or Brits with African ancestry, but right next to those, you would see an Irishman. They were drawn with exaggerated, almost ape-like features and labeled as something less than fully human. And this wasn't just racist propaganda. Like I said, it was science with a capital S. And it shaped everything. The jobs that Irish immigrants could get.
CDG donate $2. Haha, okay, well, my Irish genes made me short, but I have big arms and big something else, so I'm good. Also, did you know that in the US before 1960s, there was signs saying no Irish need apply and Irish were discriminated against just as much as blacks? Yeah, well, This was even before the 1960s, dude. During the potato famine, a bunch of Irish came in. There are actually wars among, like, New Yorkers and the Irish. So I don't know if you've ever seen the film, but Gangs of New York did have some historical accuracy to it. These exact people didn't exist in the way they existed in the film, but this actually happened.
Mr. Roman Popery, prepare to receive the true Lord.
Yeah, this actually happened. Irish were literally fighting, native New Yorkers, quote unquote, whatever the fuck that would even be, and they fucking had, butcher's knives, pitchforks, pole arms. Some of them had swords, and they actually battled in the fucking street. Absolutely lunatic shit. So, Gangs of New York is great, by the way. Daniel Day-Lewis is, in my opinion, the best actor who ever lived. But that movie was sick, and yeah, there was a lot of Irish racism for quite a while. Thanks for the donation, CDG. CDG donated $2. My other DNA is Italian and Scottish, so I'm all of the discriminated against races mixed. Well, you're not black and Jewish. If you had some black and Jewish ancestry, you'd have a perfect score. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Forgot my namification, donated $2. Yeah, if they had green tips during that time, that would be a different story regardless. I find it hard to believe. Kid's skull and brain would be able to absorb and stop a bullet of that caliber, especially a direct hit. Just doesn't make sense. Yeah, and everyone... Like, by the way, again... The exact people you'd expect to not know shit about guns, beta male, weak, like pencil neck little fucking bitches who all want to ban guns are evil, they're the ones fucking spreading this bullshit story about Israeli snipers, like, executing kids for no reason. And then they show this as evidence, and it's like, anybody with half a fucking brain, it's like, how the fuck would that stop a bullet? It would just go straight through. So, yeah, total bullshit. Even if they weren't using green tip ammo, again, a 5.56 shot, like, with a direct hit at a kid's head, it would go straight through. The kid's head would be, like, blown open like a fucking watermelon. Just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. CDG donate $2. Is that why I have an obsession with weapons and violence and sex? The Irish DNA is savage. I don't know. I don't think I have any Irish in my family, and, you know, I'm kind of that way. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Get how they were treated in America, and even the stories that were or weren't passed down in families, including mine. And the fact that this history has been erased is not an accident. Hi, I'm Danielle Romero. Thank you so much for being with me here on my channel, where we talk about American identity and family stories. And part of my family story connects to Ireland. Most of the videos on this channel are about my journey of connecting to my mom's Louisiana roots. Her gram was born in Louisiana, of mixed ancestry, but her gram married an Irish boy from New York. That side of this family, it's been harder for me to trace, but it's been really rewarding and shocking at the same time. In the 19th century, race wasn't about skin color. It was about power. Scientific racism, the attempt to use science to justify racial hierarchies, was everywhere. And this was not a fringe belief. This was mainstream. This was everywhere. It was published in newspapers, taught in universities, and used to justify policies that shaped...
CDG donate $2. Yeah, but you have, like, Viking and black jeans. That's pretty dope. I guess. I know, my mom got a DNA test done, and, her family roots are in, like, Scandinavia and stuff. My dad's from Antigua, and his dad is from some other island in the Caribbean. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Millions of lives. Now, one of the most popular forms of this pseudoscience was something called phrenology, this idea that the skull shape determines intelligence and moral character, and scientists would measure jaw angles, forehead slopes, facial structures to argue some groups are naturally superior, some are inferior. And if you were Irish, the science was not on your side. I spent a lot of time on the Library of Congress website, which is amazing. I love the Library of Congress. You can get on there, search through primary sources. I was flipping through really old books on phrenology. It was just amazing to immerse myself in...
Dodo donate $2. Can you play this game if you haven't played it? Dying Light sucks. I really didn't enjoy it. It's fucking boring. It's especially boring in the the opening section where they're giving you that long ass tutorial. Oh my god, that took forever to get through. And yeah, it's just really slow and fucking boring. I couldn't stand it. I really don't like these games that focus on melee combat to attack zombies. That's one thing I kind of liked about Dead Island. They had a fair bit of guns in that game. So they did have some melee, like there was a fair bit of melee combat, but you could choose to focus on classes that used guns. This is just fucking boring. It's just click, 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 click. Okay, the zombie's dead. Click, 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 click. Oh, the weapon broke. Pick up another fucking stupid thing. Click, click. It's just horrifically boring. And then Dying Light 2 is even worse. That game is just a pure piece of shit. What do you think? Let me see.
Scandal straight out of a horror dystopian thriller.
Teacher used AI to morph students into child porn. As far as using AI to make child porn, that should probably be illegal. Like, almost certainly so. I think there's very few arguments you can make for allowing that to happen. Like, I don't even... How do you even make AI child porn? Like, don't you need naked photos of children to begin with? Is that why... I'm not exactly sure... Like, is that the rationale fundamentally for why it's illegal? As far as other deepfakes of, like, adults, as long as it's not being used to commit a crime, I don't see anything wrong with it. So I know Sweet Anita, that other stupid streamer chick, made a big deal about it. All of these websites of the deepfake porn, it explicitly stated they're deepfakes. If it's explicitly stated that they're deepfakes, what's the legal rationale behind banning that? But, yeah, deepfake child porn should certainly be made illegal, especially if it relies on child porn that already exists. Cute video, let me see.
I don't think he wants it.
Oh no. Oh no, they don't like the medicine. Oh, look at the little baby. Oh. Shiba Inus are really cute. I love huskies. They're so adorable. Look how fuzzy he is. Oh my goodness. Oh, no stethoscopes. Oh. Oh, what sweet babies. Oh no. Dogs are adorable. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. CDG donate $2. I know phrenology is supposed to be a myth, but I think it's partially true at least, because look at that guy. You can tell that's what he would do for fun. Well, that wouldn't be phrenology. Like, I mean, yeah, you can tell by some people's faces that they're kind of retarded and fucked up, but that wouldn't technically be phrenology. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. CDG, on that subject, apparently Congress just passed a law last week to ban AI porn. It's more for doing it for private citizens, though, I think. I see a huge issue with that in terms of free speech because I don't know why you'd limit it to AI, because like Photoshop has existed forever. And there's laws around faking photographs, and spreading them around deliberately to harm somebody's reputation. I don't know what the point is with AI. Like, to me, it just sounds like boomers who don't understand the technology being freaked out or something. But, yeah, as long as these things are made for some kind of artistic purpose or political purpose, and they're not being made to harm somebody's reputation in a way that would be illegal, so like slander or some form of slander, I don't see what the legal justification is for banning it. So if you wanted to make some sort of pornographic image with a certain person as the subject, so it could be a political figure like Donald Trump, it could be a media figure like, I don't know, like me or anybody or a celebrity, and you wanted to make a sexualized image of them for porn, but it's explicitly stated that it's fake and it's AI and it's made for like that artistic purpose, what's the issue? It doesn't harm the reputation because everybody knows it's fake. It's not being used, you know, in service of some sort of criminal act. And, like, that seems to be something that would be protected by free speech. Like, again, I don't know what's unique about AI versus doing a very realistic painting or using Photoshop. So, it just seems stupid to me. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. CDG donate tellers, yeah, true, and revenge porn is already banned, but maybe because it's AI, it can make videos that are more offensive than just pictures. I don't know. Anyway, I think the reason the law was passed, because a young girl like 18 or 17, I don't know exactly, it happened to at high school. Well, again, I don't know what's unique about AI specifically versus Photoshop, because you could use Photoshop to do the same thing. You don't even need to use AI. There's already tools in like After Effects and shit that have been used for a while that don't rely on AI. So to me, it's just stupid. Unless it's being used in service to commit a crime, then it would make sense for it to be illegal, but for it to be fundamentally illegal just sounds stupid to me. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
In the way people perceive the world at the time. Imagine a scientist looking at you, studying your features, and assigning you a score, one that determines whether or not you belong or whether or not you're something less than. In 1880,
Lenin wasn't Jewish, only his grandfather was, and the black Hebrew Israelites do not believe in Yaqub, the Nation of Islam does, dumbass. Elias is back, niggers. Had to buy a new credit card cause of fucking Streamlabs.
Well, Lenin would be considered Jewish because he has Jewish ancestry. So technically, like the Nazi, like by Nazi standards, he would be considered Jewish. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias.
1985, John Badeau, a leading British anthropologist, did just that. He created something called the Index of Negrescence, literally a scale of blackness. He studied 13,000 men and he ranked them based on just their hair color. And this is how he assigned points. He said if you have red hair or blonde hair, you get 1 point. If you have brown or chestnut, you're neutral. If you have dark hair, 1 point. Black hair, 2 points. And so when he mapped out his findings, he decided that the Irish, along with the Welsh and the Scots, were ranked as significantly darker than the Anglo-Saxons. In his conclusion, the Irish weren't truly white, and they were a separate lower race than the Anglo-Saxons. They were more primitive, more emotional, and less capable of self-governance, which I think is kind of like a real doozy to throw in there. So this wasn't just an academic theory. There were real-world repercussions. This was used to justify discrimination. It shaped how the Irish were viewed in Britain, which is a massive history all on its own, right? How they were treated in America, which is what we're going to get to. But if you think that sounds extreme, consider what Charles Kingsley, who was a well-respected historian and clergyman, read pastor, wrote after he visited Ireland. He said, quote, "I am haunted by the human chimpanzees I saw there in Ireland. But to see white chimpanzees is dreadful. If they were black, one would not feel it so much." He wasn't alone. British political cartoons, especially Punch magazine, regularly depicted the Irish with ape-like features, framing
He probably met gypsy travelers.
them as violent, animalistic, inferior, drunkards. But this wasn't just a British view.
Nothing, I'm just enjoying this vivid display of Irish character.
These ideas followed immigrants
I'm not really sure if I'm going to stream Death Stranding. The first game was just fucking god-awful. If the second game is better, then maybe.
across the Atlantic Ocean. You see a lot of these political cartoons in America as well. When the Irish immigrants arrived in the US, they faced open hostility at times. They weren't immediately accepted as white or the possibility of becoming American. They were met with the no Irish need apply signs in job postings. I know there's been some discussion about whether or not that's real. It is most certainly real. I have a newspapers.com subscription, which is amazing, and you can search your old papers. In just a 2-second search, I was able to come up with a bunch of ads that said in them, don't apply if you're Irish. Just straight up don't. The Irish were portrayed in America as dangerous, criminal, lazy, and many Americans questioned whether the Irish were even fit for citizenship. There's a political cartoon I'm thinking of. I don't have it printed out, but I'll put it on the screen. Basically, it's Lady Liberty there. She's stirring this big pot. This is the American melting pot. And you see all these different people kind of being put in there, and they're all blending together, except there's one guy standing in the back that seems kind of out of control. I think he has his arms up in the air. He's yelling. He's pugnacious. He's not agreeable. He's not folding in, and he's Irish. And I think the caption says something to that effect of this is the one group that can't really become Americans. How amazing to hear that talk. When we talk about the Irish now, you wouldn't think of it as, oh, well, these guys can't really become Americans. I mean, they're as American as anyone, right? But that's not how they were perceived when they first came here. And many Irish immigrants distanced themselves from other marginalized groups to try to protect themselves, especially Black Americans. They did begin to align themselves politically with white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, even though most of them, like my family, were Catholic. My great-great-grandpa came over from Northern Ireland, and he was Catholic, which is a whole history there. But the Irish did begin to adopt the language and the customs here, and the process wasn't immediate, but it did work. Another thing I had read about was the Irish, especially in Boston and New York, which is where you find a lot of Irish Americans, so as police officers, as firefighters, and kind of becoming foundational parts of a community, and that helped that identity shift as well. So why does this history matter, though, today? Because I think it shows that one, race is not really about skin color. It's about power. The Irish were not always seen as white. They were not even seen as full people. They weren't seen as people who could ever become Americans. And the fact that the Irish Americans were once placed near the bottom of a racial hierarchy, only later to come closer to the top, proves that this is not a fixed category. It's a tool. It's malleable. It's used to divide, to exclude, to destroy, and control people. And if we don't recognize that, we risk repeating the same patterns that once left the Irish immigrants on the margins of society. Most Irish Americans don't know that their ancestors...
And nothing to do with me.
Okay, but I think
so I wouldn't tell her it's wrong or right. You want to run it like that, you want to run it like that. If you do not agree with how she runs her business, then don't go to her business.
Okay, but I disagree.
Of course you do.
And if I'm just trying to be they them's advocate, if I want to be they them's advocate,
use your words, bro.
They them's advocate.
So she right or wrong?
Well, she fucked up on the first part, which is she said initially trans women were included, right? So she made that promise for a safe space for trans women, and then she reneged on it. She deserves some backlash for that. Absolutely. That's just a fact, right? You say you're going to serve all the people from your community, and then afterwards you're like, actually, we're not going to serve you guys. It's okay for them to be served. Yes.
Yep.
That's a normal thing.
Yep. All right,
however,
we agree.
she has the right to do it, and she can move on with her life. As long as she apologizes for it, her fuck up, that's cool with me.
We agree.
So, and that's not a trans people thing, that's anybody.
We agree. So she brought it upon herself. You can't be surprised that all these people are mad.
No.
Trans or
the fact that they're stopping Asian people from going to the gym, right? That'd be illegal, right? You think it's okay for someone to say, I want to run a gym, but no Asians allowed?
I wouldn't go.
I know you wouldn't go, but do you think that should be something that's acceptable in our society?
So race and gender is the same thing?
I'm not saying that.
No, you're saying exactly that. That's exactly what you're saying. You're saying race and gender is the same thing.
They're not. That's not what is logically implied by that.
You're triggering me.
No, I don't care. So if you're triggering me by saying that race and gender is the same thing. Like my everything that I went through is the same thing. So we're just gonna obliterate that and we're just gonna comply. Everything's gonna be put together. No, because you have the right to be.
It's a really stupid argument. So if you ask the question, is it okay if it's okay to discriminate based on gender, whether somebody can use a business, then is it okay to discriminate based on race? The implication isn't that race and gender are the same. It's just a question of getting at why is it okay to discriminate based on gender and not race? Like, what is true of gender that's not true of race that would justify discrimination of one but not the other?
Triggered. I have the right to be triggered. Exactly, bitch. Don't fucking talk to me.
I don't have my PTSD dog today, so if you can, I still won't have an anxiety attack. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. If you just have good empathy and try to understand. All I'm trying to do is just try to understand where you're coming from.
No, you don't. So you said that gender and race is the same thing. It is not legal, but I don't think it's the same thing. So I'd be like, you know what? Fuck that shit. I'm not gonna go shop there. When you judge with your dollars, vote with your dollars. Well, that's a nay. It's her business. It's not my business. I got nothing to do with that. I got nothing to do with that. But there's a lot of Jews.
I get what you're saying.
That was some remarkably stupid commentary.
Took the course and saw significant improvement.
And it totally helped me communicate. It helped me a lot. And from that point forward, I just had this ability to communicate. It helped me a lot.
Getting him hooked on the Church of Scientology.
So then I did more courses from there and learned more. And
he'd argue it helped him improve his skateboarding.
The thing that happened before Scientology and after was I was learning tricks a lot easier. Things were just coming to me a lot easier with less effort.
And that Scientology gave him his career.
And now I built an entire career on communicating.
Yet all of his success could have easily been explained by simple repetition, practice, and week-on-week improvement. Between 2013 and 2014, he was uploading twice a day every day, which guaranteed improvement regardless of Scientology.
We now have 400,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big deal.
With the channel growing rapidly, Aaron hired Lance Silbar, who also happened to be a Scientologist himself. Lance became Braille's main filmer and editor, as well as the channel's guinea pig who was learning how to skate. Videos of Aaron teaching Lance basic tricks did surprisingly well despite their simplicity, as skaters could watch and learn something new themselves. This seemed to tell Aaron that he should hire more skaters, and would therefore introduce Gabe Cruz, who'd suggest a slightly unconventional upload, a game of skate but on Walmart boards. Aaron thought the video would make him a joke amongst pro skaters, but it rather did the opposite as everybody loved it. They'd therefore do the same thing with mini boards and longboards, turning it into a series called Stupid Skate, playing the game with crazy modified skateboards. There was a skateboard with suspension, one with 10 sets of trucks, and one you could ride on either side. It seemed the crazier the board, the more views they'd gain, leading things to be taken to the extreme.
We're gonna make a new series and it's gonna be called Skate Everything. And we get random things and we attach skateboard trucks and wheels to it and then we skate on it.
They planned on putting wheels on random different items, beginning with a skinny plank of wood, then upgrading to a sharp square of metal. However, by only the third episode, Aaron was skating an iPad, which was simply too brutal for people not to click.
I'm gonna feel so bad to drill a hole in this iPad. I wanna make this video, it's all Lance's fault, blame Lance.
When the video attracted a whole new audience and gained 3 million views in under a month, Aaron knew he'd found the perfect series. He'd repeat the idea with a MacBook, then a keyboard, then with a flat screen TV. When they ran out of electronics, they'd skate a full-size bedroom door, a surfboard, and a skate shoe, generating so much channel interest they'd gain almost 600,000 subscribers over a 2-month period in 2016.
You guys are the best, the absolute best, because we just hit 3 million subscribers.
In fact, Braille skateboarding became so popular, they'd build their own skate park called Braille House, which acted as their own personal filming studio. I found myself running an actual
Tough tranny donate tillers. Lil Wayne is better than the guy named after Candy.
We are so ready for the war. C-A-R-T-E-R. Put the B in E-R. I'm colder than B-E-D-V-C. Recall. New Orleans coroner. His name is Frank Minyard. Fuck with me wrong, you be waking up in his yard. Man, I go crazy on the beat. Man, I go to...
I don't know what any of that is. Thanks for that donation, Tough Tranny.
Company, says Cairo, who had 3 full-time professionals running the video editing, merchandising, and finance departments. He'd also hire another 3 on-screen skaters, Fetty Potter, Carlos Lastra, and Nigel Jones. But this wasn't only where Braille's money went. Between 2015 and 2017, Aaron...
Can we watch this plaza?
Truth about Irish. First slaves brought to America. Sure. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
There has been an ongoing debate as to whether the Irish were the first slaves in the Americas, predating the first black African slaves by almost a decade. Slavery is perhaps one of the oldest profit-making endeavors in human history, and the Irish were a special target for 1,000 years. Throughout history, the Irish were persecuted by one faction or another, to include enslavement and indentured servitude. When did the Irish first become slaves? How long did the selling of the Irish continue? Who was responsible? Hello, I'm Colin Heaton, former soldier, Marine Corps Scout Sniper, history professor, historian, and book author, and we'll answer these questions and other issues on this segment of Forgotten History. Some groups deny the Irish slavery under English and later British rule, claiming that this was nothing more than voluntary indentured servitude, which did exist. However, there are counter-arguments that will be challenged here. There is a legitimate dispute as to the numbers enslaved, especially during the 17th century before the Act of Union in 1707. The official British legal terminology used was indentured servants, whether the servants in question had willingly signed the indenture contract to emigrate to the Americas or were forced to go. Many were forced. Therefore, those transported unwillingly and effectively sold were not considered to be indentured. This included political prisoners, vagrants, convicts, political activists, thieves, prostitutes, or people who had been defined as undesirable by the English government. The Irish introduction to slavery was during the first Viking raids in the year 795, lasting through the mid-9th century. This period saw the Irish killed and enslaved. Just like many other societies, the Vikings attacked. Most of these early raids were along the northern and eastern coast using hit-and-run tactics. The Vikings would then flee with treasure and slaves and return to either their holdings in Scotland or back to Norway. Usually, many slaves who were of value were ransomed back to their families, but others remained in captivity. Then, from the year 837 onward, larger targets such as the greater monastic towns of Armagh, Glendalough, Kildare, Slane, Clonard, and Clonmacnoise, and Lismore were hit by larger forces. These large-scale raids generally spared the smaller local churches and villages far inland, but slaves were still taken, mostly to Scotland and Iceland. In 875, Irish slaves in Iceland launched Europe's largest slave rebellion since the end of the Roman Empire, when Hrólfr Hólmarsson's slaves killed him and fled to Vestmannaeyjar. In 841, the port that became known as Dublin was taken and occupied by both Olaf and Ivar the Boneless. And by 853, this part of Ireland was a Norse trading center, and slaves were a large part of it. The slave trade did not stop with Ivar's death in 873. Finally, in 902, driven out of Dublin by the combined forces of Brega and Leinster, but the Vikings came back in 914 and reclaimed all the territory, taking more slaves. But Irish resistance was not over. In 980, the Irish, under Mael Sechnal Mac Domhnall, king of Meath, fought and managed to defeat the Vikings and freed all of their slaves. Some Vikings who remained assimilated and adapted to Christianity and became part of Irish society. The final nail in the coffin regarding Vikings holding land and taking slaves was in 1014 at the Battle of Clontarf, when Brian Boru, High King of Ireland, attacked Dublin, aided by his allies, the Limerick Vikings. They fought other Irish allied to the local Vikings in Dublin, and Boru's force won, and all the slaves were again freed, thus ending the legacy of constant Norse raids, whether from Danes or Norwegians. The period forced enslavement and severity ended a century after the Norman invasion of England in October 1066. Subsequent Norman rulers of England eyed Ireland, and slavery in its true form was abolished in 1102. In 1155, Pope Adrian IV supposedly gave Henry II of England a papal bull, granting the king the authority to invade Ireland. However, many historians believe that this authorization was a forgery. Regardless, Henry II of England faced excommunication for the murder of Thomas à Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury, so it is possible. However, Adrian's successor, Pope Alexander III, granted the...
Jerry Donate Tellers, is there a difference in how fast you can get through the story when you read manga versus watch anime, for example? Kind of want to get into Naruto, but there's so many fillers I heard, so would reading the manga be a better option? Well, you completely avoid filler if you're reading a manga, but you can just look up a watch guide so that you can avoid filler episodes. If you're watching an anime, you're still, like, unless you're retarded, you're still going to be able to get through a manga faster than you can an anime. Because you can read faster than, like, how people talk or how a story progresses, right? So, like, if you're watching, say, a fight scene in Naruto, that fight scene might last 5 minutes, but in the manga, like, it's several pages. So if people are just, like, punching, kicking each other, like, you know, you're just talking about frames on a manga, whereas you're talking about, like, you know, seconds or minutes if you're watching a video. So, yeah, you can get through a manga much faster than you can through watching an anime, because an episode's going to be 20 minutes long, and that might cover, you know, a chapter in a manga, but you can read the chapter in under, you know, 20 minutes. Thanks for the donation, though, Jerry.
The lands of Ireland to Henry II, although it was not his land to give. The Norman conquest of England and Ireland were cataclysmic events that would shape Ireland's as well as world history and create tensions with England for the next 800 years. The Normans were initially invited to Ireland by Dermot MacMurrough, the deposed king of Leinster. He is sometimes referred to as Dermot of the Forerunners, and his grandmother was the granddaughter of Brian Boru. In October 1171, King Henry II landed in Ireland and allowed Dermot to recruit soldiers and mercenaries, as Ireland was made up of several kingdoms at war with each other. The city of Dublin and the surrounding area were under Norman occupation and would be called the Pale, or the Safe Zone. Going beyond that was considered foolish, hence the term we use today, going beyond the pale. But the Normans ended the practice of slavery in Ireland, but not serfdom, for at least a few hundred years. Despite the Norman abolishment of slavery, serfdom was still alive and well. Serfs were, unlike slaves, bound to the land, and the land meant everything. So selling people into slavery would have left no one to farm and conduct agriculture. Following the Battle of Kinsale, in 1601, when the Irish and Spanish alliance was defeated, the Irish aristocracy fled to Europe, but the commoners remained, and they left a power vacuum filled by English nobles. Reports vary, and the numbers are in dispute, but the high number is that English forces had 30,000 captured Irish and Spanish soldiers. Other sources say half that number, around 15,000, were engaged, with 7,000 to 8,000 being captured. The Spanish allies were allowed to leave, but not the Irish. In 1603 or 1604, King James I of England, crowned on March 23, 1603, reportedly issued the order of banishment. This allowed those Irish captured to be sold, a permanent banishment. After nearly a...
You know, it really shows you how stupid people are. this sort of shit is just so intolerable. Imagine just pointlessly fighting people for no fucking reason and having to deal with slavery and plagues and horseshit. And, like, people from the time were like, oh, well, that's just the way it is, you know? We're all slaves and, you know, we're serfs and we have to, you know, follow our Lord and Master. Oh, we're gonna fight these people because they're not Catholic? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And it still goes on today. You know, like I was just debating that guy in Discord last night. Oh, what's wrong with monopolies? What's wrong with, like, corporate overlords completely running your life and stealing all your wealth? Oh, yeah, vote Trump. Yeah, vote for the billionaire oligarch who's a Russian spy. And it hasn't changed. Like, nothing has really changed. Everyone is still just so fucking stupid, and all the idiots are making society worse.
A decade, the king gave permission for the English Governor-General to collect and sell the captured Irish soldiers as slaves and send them to the New World in the Americas. In 1612, the first recorded Irish slaves were sold, possibly to the Portuguese, and taken to the Amazon River Basin.
CDG donate $2, fuck that. I'll never be a serf if I can help it. I would just run away and, like, to some far distant land, or just say, nah, I'm not doing this, kill me. I ain't doing it. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
In their colony in modern-day Brazil, this brought them to the New World. There has been some dispute as to whether these people were indentured servants or slaves, but it is clear that they were forced out of Ireland to the New World, so it seems illogical and ridiculous to assume that they went voluntarily, hence the status of slaves. It has been chronicled that in 1625, James I's son, Charles I, issued...
This is the real history of the Irish.
Ancient archaeological evidence indicates that Ireland was a much different place before the discovery of alcohol. Most experts believe it was something like this.
Gentlemen, today we, Ireland's top scientists, have found a way to convert our entire population to pure energy. Oh, it's a glorious day.
Absolutely. Hey, Michael McLeod's just invented a new kind of beverage in his basement.
Whiskey.
Not sure if that's historically accurate, but I could believe it. Thanks for the donation, Potato Eater. CDG donate $2. My dream is living alone in the wilderness, away from all the government and control, living self-sufficiently. Yeah, I mean, as long as I can have video games and a nice bike and a weight training gym, I think I could tolerate that. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
The decree, and it may be possible before his death in March 1625, but given the timeline of James's death, it would appear that his son, Charles, probably did issue the royal decree authorizing the Irish slaves. This included prisoners captured, those deemed to be common criminals, and rabble-rousers who were sold. They were to become the property of the English plantation owners in the North American colonies. As a result, tens of thousands of Irish men and women were sent to the Eastern American colonies, as well as Guyana, Antigua, and Montserrat. As well,
is Life is Strange double exposure worth the price? It kind of depends on how valuable money is to you. I would say the game is probably too expensive for what it is. If it was like $40, I'd say that's fair. But it's, yeah, I think it's like $70 or $75 Canadian that I paid for it. If you haven't played the first game, I just play the first game. And then if you are really invested in the story, then get double exposure. But I thought the first game was a fair bit better.
Between 1629 and 1632, as other Caribbean locations over the next few decades were infiltrated, but the exact number may never be known. By 1637, approximately 69% of the population of Montserrat were Irish. Many were indentured servants, yet some were slaves. The rationale was simple. Black slaves had to be purchased at a cost of around 20 to 50 pounds sterling, a huge sum of money in those days. However, Irish slaves were sold for 900 pounds of cotton per person, but also traded for tobacco and indigo in a straight barter system. It would appear that the Irish then became the largest source of slaves for English slave traders and plantation owners at that time, far surpassing the African slave trade until the early to mid-1700s. Between 1641, during the Irish Rebellion, to 16...
That's bizarre. I didn't even know this.
1652, it has been stated that over 550,000 Irish were killed by English forces and 300,000 more were sold as slaves, mostly military-aged men. Their children, especially women and girls, were sold and considered quite valuable in the domestic service roles. The greatest perpetrator of this was Oliver Cromwell, who defeated Charles I in 1649 during the English Civil War and had him executed. Cromwell, as Lord Protector, waged a ruthless war against the Irish, starting in 1649. By 1650, it is claimed that nearly 29,000 Irish were sold to planters in St. Kitts. During the decade of the 1650s, it is also claimed, as well as disputed, that around 100,000 Irish children, generally from 10 to 14 years of age, were taken from their parents and were also sold, and sold themselves also as slaves or indentured servants in the West Indies, Virginia, the Carolinas, and New England. It is also claimed that between 1651 and 1660, the Irish slaves far outnumbered the colonists in all areas. In 1652, Cromwell ordered that 12,000 Irish were to be sold to Barbados, and those numbers are not in dispute, only their status. On 1 May 1654, his "To Hell or to Connacht" proclamation was issued during the Act of Settlement of 1662. This was when the English began confiscating all Irish-held lands, and the native Irish were relocated west of the Shannon River. Those who resisted were sent to the West Indies as slaves or executed. His own words proclaimed, quote, "Those who fail to transplant themselves into Connacht or County Clare within 6 months shall be attainted of high treason, or to be sent to America or other parts beyond the seas. Those banished who return ought to suffer the pains of death as felons by virtue of this act without benefit of clergy." End quote. The English could kill the Irish without penalty, but selling them offered great profit. It is claimed that over 80,000 more Irish were sold, with 52,000 going to the colonies of Barbados and Virginia, but again, we cannot verify the exact numbers. Many argue that these were indentured servants, not slaves, yet there are no records of contracts between those forcibly removed and their benefactors. One may assume that, given the barter system of using tobacco and cotton as a trade item for workers, that these deported Irish were, in fact, slaves. In 1656, the Council of State ordered the roundup of 1,000 Irish girls and 1,000 Irish boys in their early teens, even some children, to be rounded up and sold to Jamaican planters. These numbers are in dispute, but do seem reasonable, as these would be children whose parents were already deported. Part of this order was an edict passed on October 2nd, 1665, which stated, quote, "Upon report of Committee for America concerning proposals for transporting persons from Long Island to Jamaica, to confer with the Committee for Jamaica," end quote. The persons were Irish, and no indentured servant would be released to go to Jamaica. These had to be forcibly exported Irish, who were already present in New York. In fact, some of the English receiving these Irish slaves seemed rather concerned, hence this following report, quote, "Commission appointing Cornelius Holland, Colonel Owen Rowe, Sir Thomas Roth, and 14 others a company, by the name of the Governor and Company of the City of London, for the plantation of the Somers Islands, who take into consideration the present condition of those plantations, many well-affected persons there having been much oppressed and unjustly dealt with in relation to matters of conscience." End quote. Whitehall, 1653, June 28th. This situation, with the forcibly removed Irish not being a people to take subjugation lightly, appeared to have created the fear of an uprising, and this seems to be explained in the Whitehall document from November 18th, 1656. Quote, "The Council of State to Captain Wilkinson. Importance of the Somers Islands to the interest of the Commonwealth. Supposition that the Spaniards will endeavor to get a footing there. Doubtful that a principle of disaffection may yet be retained by some of the inhabitants. He is encouraged to attend to his duties as commander of the fort, to keep a vigilant eye upon the malignant and discontented party, that they may have the less opportunity to prejudice the island's safety, and to use his best endeavors to secure the interest of the Commonwealth." End quote. This referred to the Irish population that must have been slaves, and they feared an uprising. No reason to worry about indentured servants. So, whether one accepts the reality of Irish slavery or not, the fact remains that there were Irish people forced into slavery. However, the exact numbers may never be known. We hope you enjoyed this segment of Forgotten History. Please click like and subscribe for free.
That's bizarre. I didn't know about any of that.
Cairo did 16 Scientology courses, many of which were incredibly expensive. The L10 Rundown, for example, has an estimated cost of roughly $72,000, and this doesn't include the L11 and L12, both of which Aaron completed at the same time. Additionally, Aaron completed something called OT3, which according to Reddit, the running tally to complete OT3 would be $278,000. This ignores that he eventually went up to OT6, presumably costing...
$10 this is incredible.
Here's a man who takes his magnetic personality to another level. El Chev, he's a kickboxing trainer from Georgia, but his real passion is sticking spoons to his body's forces of magnetism.
This isn't a magnetic effect. There's a weird genetic mutation that makes your skin very sticky.
Well, he's broken his own record on his chest.
That's not very incredible, but thanks for the donation, Pen. CDG donate dollars. Did you like my vids? Thought they were pretty interesting. Yeah, I didn't know about Irish being used for slaves. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
even more, yet Aaron believed that all of this was worth it. An article on his training wrote, L10 was a particularly revelatory experience for him. The gains and abilities are so high, I could not even dream they would be available. My space is so big and so clean, and my flows are wide open. I got rid of masses that had been in my space for trillions of years. I truly uncovered my basic goodness and rightness as a being. He's still having daily cognitions directly related to L10, and his online traction has seen a noticeable uptick, which to be fair was certainly true. The channel was gaining so many views, and all of the members were having so much fun, that the massive amounts being spent on Scientology simply weren't a major concern. They'd continue to ride different exotic skateboards, and allow the audience to send in their own, resulting in some of the channel's highest viewed videos. The Lego skateboard gained 8 million views, the heaviest skateboards gained 11 million, whilst the glass board with glass wheels gained 28 million views. But the trend of wacky skateboards was slowly getting stale. Viewers knew what to expect in every single upload, and after over 200 episodes, each variation was becoming less interesting. To make matters worse, at around the same time, Lance announced that he'd be leaving, which added to the channel's slow viewership decline. In Dumb Data's video about Braille, it's shown that from 2016 to 2019, Braille's
Can we please watch this too?
Let me see.
I'm going to introduce you to a rather...
Oh yeah, oh my god, you can't even hear what this guy's saying. I like this one. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
remarkable man. He's Mr. Michael Fitzpatrick from Killarney, Maynooth. Now, he started to draw the old age pension in 1927, and 7 years ago he got the President's Bounty on his 100th birthday. Now, he's from County Clare. He came up from Clare in 1940 to a land commission farm in Maynooth, where he lives now. You have seen a lot of changes, Mr. Fitzpatrick, in farming. What would you say was the biggest change?
Well, machinery.
And what sort of a machine would you think that made the biggest impression?
Well, well, the reaper and binder is a great one, but by God, the one for cutting up the ground and throwing a crop is a powerful one too.
Well, you were saying at the time you saw the mowing machine first, it made a tremendous impression on you.
It did, because it didn't how could it be done at all?
What was the reaction of the people at that time to the mowing machine, Mr.
A great many of them wasn't minding it and could afford it, but more of them got happy.
And some of them, I think you told me, wouldn't have it on the land at all.
Well, that had a good farmer, outside about 1,000 land, he wouldn't allow it in it. He used to pay men to cut it at 3 and 6 pence a day.
Do you remember cutting the harvest with the reaping hook?
Oh, it was all of it. Cut for years and years and years, not years about cutting.
And how do you think that the reaping hook compares with the combine at the present time?
Oh, well, there's an awful difference. An awful difference, I see anyway. Because the combine is just going one slap of a day, is a reaper and binder wouldn't be enough week.
Now, you also remember, I think, a rather historic thing in the land history of this country, the Bowdyke evictions.
I do.
Could you describe for us what happened at those evictions? You were at them.
I was at one of them for about 5 hours. Monday.
And what happened?
Ah, that was very cruel. They threw out children and women on the road. Well, there was one of them thrown out one day I was in it, and the baby was only about 3 days old. And they were thrown on the bank of the go for their life. Ah, it was cruel.
And how about the type of food you had to eat at that time, Mr. Fitzpatrick? What did you live on?
Well, we had to live there a long time on an Indian meal and flour.
How do they talk to each other? Like, do Irish people understand what they're saying to each other? Thanks for the donation, CDG.
views fell by almost 60%, at which point things began to get weird. At this point, Aaron's involvement in Scientology wasn't super mainstream until an article was published titled "The Donors Keeping Scientology Afloat in 2019," with Aaron Cairo being pictured at the top. It explained that he'd earned what's called gold meritorious, given to people who donated more than $1 million to Scientology. On a podcast, Aaron tried to play this down.
Don't you need to give the church a certain amount of money each year to be a part, or
No.
you don't have to give them any money?
No. Courses cost a fee. So the communication course that I did was $100. And the books are like range from $25 to like $30.
But his extensive involvement was documented everywhere. He'd appear in yet another Scientology.
Okay, this is in actual Irish language. Plaza
Thank you,
Watch
member.
Law.
And Aisling Riley, I call Aisling Riley.
Gur ceann córa agus tuair méid fáil den bháil clúisní a chuisteach mas féidir. Chur an fáilte riban déis Lord aniu agus muid choránium na ha cin le ceann córa agus le codú déad na lás ceann córa sa teach a runniu aniu. Bóil am má bú his ó crea góil béú sin ar 1% agus thar ceann ga códa de cod sin féin ar na bintí seo len ar gara agus ar cóglaci Alex Maskey.
I think, with respect, I think members were given notice.
Do most Irish speak Irish? Like, isn't it Gaelic that it's called? Yeah, Gaelic. Do most Irish even speak it? I actually knew a girl in my high school who English was her second language. She spoke Gaelic. You wouldn't be able to tell because she learned it at a very young age and then immigrated to Canada really young. But how many people even speak Gaelic? Total number of people aged 3 and over in Ireland who declare they could speak Irish in April 22 was 40%. But of these, 472,000 said they never spoke it, and further something said they only spoke it within the education system. Yeah, I've never met many Irish who say they can speak Gaelic. CDG Donate Tellers know it's a dying language, I think. Yeah, I mean, why would you? Just speak English. English is the best language. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
As to how this would be conducted, I repeated it at the beginning of this session. This person is indicating that she's speaking in Irish in this occasion, so therefore it'll be an opportunity for people who so wish to hear direct translation.
Promo video, for which he was heavily roasted in the comments beneath, but negative audience.
CDG Donate Tellers, you know what's interesting? I think Gaelic sounds like Norwegian, to me at least. The cadence and intonation sound similar. Gaelic has a certain sound to it, though. I'm not familiar with either language to really say. It does sound Irish. Yeah, it just sounds very Irish to me. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Feedback didn't change his feelings.
Somebody said something bad about that, so I'm just gonna stop. Like, no way.
And to be honest, again at this point, his involvement in Scientology wasn't really hurting anyone. However, this was about to change. In January 2020, Braille uploaded a video titled "I Need Help," requesting that viewers donate to him to save his hometown skate park.
Anything that you guys can give would be incredible. We're trying to raise $200,000. Anything that you can give would be so amazing.
This led to videos such as Aaron Cairo gives Scientology $750,000, but begs fans for donations, whilst people on Reddit wrote, maybe just funnel the massive donations made to Scientology, rather than using your viewer base of children to recreate your park. Comments read, did he have this much money when they had Carlos sleeping in the warehouse like a homeless person, leading people to make a realization? I heard that most of the profits of Braille deal go to donations to Scientology instead of to the skaters that make it what it is. The skaters were running all the brand deals whilst barely being paid.
It's like you want us to be the face saying, hey, buy this product, do this thing, and then like we gain nothing from the brand deal. Like we have sponsors of our own as well. We have sponsors that conflict with this brand deal that you're gonna try to make us go and do on our own. And we are getting nothing but our normal low wage.
And even built ramps for the
Watch.
Let me see.
Late this afternoon, soldiers were searching houses off the Falls Road. The army say they came under fire while this was going on.
Dude, fuck the British.
2 men ran into an alleyway and were shot by soldiers. 1 man died. The army say they were both provisional IRA men. Locals say the men had not fired at the army. IRA gunmen continued to fire sporadic shots, and armored vehicles took up positions at the street corners. The shooting was coming from deep in the Republican area, but the snipers stayed well hidden. A grenade was thrown, and then there was a massive explosion.
Yeah, the IRA was based. The British are fucking dipshits. Why would Bradley Martin invite Andrew Tate on his podcast? Doesn't look bad for him. Well, he's an immoral, clout-chasing piece of shit. That's why he had a child rapist on his podcast and shit and is filming videos with him.
A Russian-made RPG-7 rocket had been fired at an armored car, missed, and exploded in the front of an occupied house. Soldiers found the remains of the rocket inside. Then a grenade was thrown, which rolled menacingly along the road towards the crowd. This one failed to explode. 4 people were taken to hospital with shock following the rocket attack. It was remarkable that no one was killed. Then the shooting went on.
Somewhere in the junction, Waite, Raglan, Cape, and possibly south of there. Wait out.
Belfast hasn't seen violence like this for several weeks.
Okay, come baby.
Yeah, fuck the British. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Do you know that I never knew about this part of US history until Elon Musk owning Twitter and making it the new 4chan? Apparently, this was the OG way to do the Pledge of Allegiance and PPA want us to go back to lol.
What the fuck? Pledge and its salute originated in 1892. Later, during the 1920s, 30s, Italian fascist Nazi Germany adopted a salute, which is very similar. They're just trying to get the U.S. to adopt Nazism. That's all it is. So fucked. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
The channel without compensation.
They asked me to build it, and I built it the day of. From scratch. And they didn't even drop a penny.
Imagine working for someone, carrying the channel for $20 an hour. Then you hear that your boss donated $1 million to Scientology. In the process, Fetty and Carlos, 2 of Braille's most beloved members, left the team under sketchy circumstances. Nigel also announced that he'd be leaving, but would still be in the videos, just not as an employee. He'd later explain the shocking reason for this.
I left because I was making more off of unemployment than I was filming full-time.
CDG, donate $5.
Appearing to be dead, there are the 3 in that Saracen car. There are 2 men lying at the end of this block of flats. There's another man at least very close to being dead. There are 2 others up there. I'm told that there are some more in these flats here that I haven't seen yet.
There seem to have been a very large number of casualties.
Well, I suppose 5 is quite large in these circumstances. It's unfortunate.
Local people are saying that you used excessive force when you went in there.
Well, what is force? If you're being fired at, you return fire, and they know that perfectly well.
Yeah, the British are fucking scumbags.
Do not fire back for the moment, unless you identify a positive target.
You have no worries about this action?
None at all.
Oh yeah, Twitter is just a Nazi platform. It's crazy that anybody is still even fucking using it. It's just nuts. Like, Musk should be deported back to fucking South Africa. I don't even know what the fuck he's doing here.
The organisers of this civil rights march promised that they would be non-violent. The army have said throughout the day that they hope to use minimum force, but 3 hours after the procession began, this has ended up, as dusk comes onto the bogside, as the worst ever confrontation between the army and the Catholic people of the Craigan and Bogside. Father, how many dead have you seen in the Bogside?
Appearing to be dead, there are the 3 in that Saracen car. There are 2 men lying at the end of this block of flats. There's another man at least very close to being dead. There are 2 others up there. I'm told that there are some more in these flats here that I haven't seen yet. I would say there are probably about 4 dead at this moment. I don't know what those are doing, whether they're alive or dead, but they seem to be very dead, and they're thrown in as if they were dead meat.
We came under fire.
Paratroopers. Colonel, once the paratroopers went into the bogside, there seemed to have been a very large number of casualties.
Well, I suppose large, 5 is quite large in these circumstances. It's unfortunate. But when we got up there, past William Street here where we're standing, and up towards Rossville.
Well, yes, 5 is a rather large number. If I were to count on one hand, 5 would, of course, take up one full hand, unless you do not count the thumb as a finger, in which case I would have to use 2 hands. And yes, of course, 2 hands worth of casualties is rather hard because I only have 2 hands, and that is a rather high number to count to. Fucking British people are jackasses.
Flats. We came under fire. We came under fire from the bottom of the flats, from the flats. We were also petrol bombed, and some acid, in fact, was poured on us from the top of the flats.
Local people are saying that you used...
Sure it was, dipshit.
Used excessive force when you went in there.
Well, what is force? If you're being fired at, you return fire, and they know that perfectly well.
How many gunmen do you feel you've hit in the bogside?
Well, I'm told...
Well, there was a baby that had a squeaky rubber duck in the bathtub, and who knows if there was a firearm in that rubber duck.
From my quick-sit trip, and you must understand it's a very quick-sit trip, that 3 gunmen were hit. We have not got the weapons, but this is the usual thing. We saw people come forward. I'm not going to say that I saw weapons taken away, because I don't know yet. I have not spoken to the men on the ground, although I was forward when the shooting was going on.
You have no worries about this action?
None.
Sure, buddy.
At all.
Local people have also said that you were disrespectful, or your troops were disrespectful and flung around the bodies of dead bogsiders.
Well, I'm sure we did not. In fact, I was there when those bodies were recovered, and I ordered, in fact, the vehicle to go forward to pick them up. We did not know at that stage whether they were dead or whether they were wounded. And a vehicle went forward under the very real threat of fire, because we were still being fired at that stage.
How do you feel about today's operation in the bogside?
Well, I think any of these sort of operations are unfortunate. We shouldn't have to do it, but they put us in a position where we can do no other. When we're fired at, we must protect ourselves.
Yeah, British are cunts, especially back then. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
With pay rises being few and far between.
How many raises did you get?
In 10 years? 1.
But in case conditions couldn't get any worse for the skaters, they somehow still did. As in 2021, Aaron came to the team with another wild announcement.
He goes, in 1 week from now, I'm going to business school for 5 months and I'll be back. And then we're like, whoa, like what the?
As a result, Gabe became responsible for running Braille completely, as Aaron disappeared to focus on business school.
2 months passed. No one has talked to Aaron at all. It's not like he's on the phone going,
he was in Scientology camp.
Hey guys, how's it going? Oh, the videos have been good. Like, oh, you're doing really good. Nothing. It was just silence, like legit, like silence.
This disappearance lasted longer than expected.
CDG donated $3. Let me see.
Go fuck yourself.
Get that.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh. Bird person. Do you want to debate the world's greatest college debater, Charlie Kirk, today?
I don't think that man is here.
You're looking at him. I'm just look at the sign. Can you read, bud?
I can read, asshole.
Okay.
You
Well,
can
let's
lie,
debate.
but
I'm
not
not
very
lying.
good.
I'm Charlie Kirk. All right, let's debate. Grab the mic. What do you want to
What do you
debate?
want to debate about?
You pick the topic. I'll wipe the floor with you. I've been wiping the floor with people like you all damn day, and you're coming
Okay,
up here.
Lightning Queen. You eat winners, you eat losers for breakfast, whatever.
Does this person not know this isn't Charlie Kirk?
Okay, this isn't Talladega Nights. This is the Charlie Kirk experience. So
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was a real show.
this is a real show, and you're on it.
Yeah?
How does it feel?
How does it feel?
I know you're nervous. I know you're sitting there shaking. You want to say something to me? Say it. Say it with all your cojones. Say it with your chest, young man. Don't be afraid.
You don't have balls.
I have huge testicles.
Where's your proof?
They're right in my pants, and I don't.
Show
whip
me
my,
your
I'm not
proof.
gonna. You want to see my genitals? So, sir, you just came here and asked me to see my genitals.
Show me the proof, dumbass.
We have you on camera, sir. That you just came here unapproached and is asking to see my naked genitalia. Do you realize?
Well, I guess you don't have balls. Then.
Because I don't want to expose myself and show you.
Yeah, that's what you are, you Nazi. You don't want to expose yourself and tell the truth.
Wait, why am I a Nazi? Because I don't want to show you my testicles?
Now you're the dumb one.
How am I the dumb one?
Because you're not getting anything I'm saying.
Because you just asked to see my testicles, correct?
Because you're a piece of shit.
So that's why you want to see my balls?
Yeah.
Because I'm a piece of shit, you want to see my testicles?
I want you to show the truth. Do you have balls?
Yes, I do. They're right here.
I don't see them.
You can kind of see how they're...
Oh, really?
See how they're...
Are you getting a zoom in on that? Look at this
They're right
retard
there.
out here showing off his bulge. I just got him to do that.
You asked to see this.
You're trying to get my goat? I just got you to show everyone your bulge.
I show everybody my bulge every day. They're very large.
Good for you, dumbass.
How am I dumb?
Because you are.
And you think you're smart by sitting here begging a man to show him your genitals?
I think you're a piece of shit.
Why is that?
Because you are.
Don't be like that. Can we become friends?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't make friends with transphobes, homophobes, Nazis, and the like of you.
I apologize for whoever hurt you. I can tell that you're a good young man. I can tell you have a good heart.
You sound like my grandparents. You know what my grandparents do? They sit at home and watch Fox News all day, sucking their thumbs like goddamn idiots.
How does he not know this isn't Charlie Kirk?
I bet your grandparents love you very much.
No, they don't.
What do they give you for Christmas? What does your grandmother give you for Christmas every year? She gives you $200, and you love
a
it.
slap on the face.
No, she gives you $200 in that envelope, and you love it.
Yeah,
and
know
you
what?
love that $200 that Meemaw gives you, don't you?
You know what?
And it feels
she
good.
votes for Donald Trump,
So
too.
what? She gives you that $200.
Well, they're stealing our goddamn future, you piece of shit.
How is Donald Trump stealing it?
With the tariffs? With the tax cuts for the wealthy?
But your grandmother's going to give you $200. So it
I don't
doesn't
want
even-
$200.
What do you want?
I want to pay less taxes, and I want the
Donald
rich
Trump's
people to
gonna
pay
make-
more.
Donald Trump's going to
He's
make us
cutting
pay less.
taxes for people who pay less than...
I know, so those corporations can pay their employees better.
No?
Yes.
You believe in trickle-down economics?
I am trickle-down economics.
Trickling down like that cum down your pants?
Why? What is the deal with my penis and ejaculating? What's going on, dude?
You're a piece of shit.
What's going on?
You're a piece of shit.
Do you want to go get a hamburger or something?
No.
Who hurt you? I want to heal you.
Fucktards like you.
What did I do?
Go fuck yourself.
Don't be like that.
You know what? If you're gonna come here, ruin our goddamn campus with your free speech, I'm gonna fuck around with you too. And you know what? I don't care if UCSA campus has to pull us out of here. I'm gonna ruin your fucking day.
Don't do that.
Piece of shit.
I love you, brother.
Go fuck yourself.
Can I get you a hamburger or something?
No.
You want some chocolate?
No.
It's delicious.
What's your point?
Do you like chocolate?
This is bait.
It's not bait, it's just candy.
What's on it?
It's just chocolate.
Yeah, and you're gonna tell me I'm an anti-Semite now because it's got a
No.
Hanukkah thing on it?
Would you like some Lay's potato chips?
I don't want your goddamn chips.
How is this guy not laughing? Oh my god, everyone watching in the background is laughing.
I don't want your goddamn lies.
What do you want?
I want you to get off my campus.
Can we be friends?
No. You asked that question 10 times, and you think I'm the dumb one?
No,
You don't understand the meaning of no.
I know you love your grandparents very much, and I know you're mad that they voted for Donald Trump, but Donald Trump wants your
You're not
grandparents.
Mr. Rogers, you dumb piece of shit, just because you can put on some fucking cardigan?
Why am I not Mr. Rogers?
Because you're a goddamn idiot and an
What do
asshole.
What do you not like about me?
I don't care. You're an asshole.
How?
You
Because
work for Turning Point USA.
Yeah.
The goddamn conservative
Why are conservatives bad?
Why are conservatives bad?
Yeah.
Because they are turning into Nazis. They're not conservatives anymore.
Do you really
They're
think
neo-fascists.
that? Do you really think that?
What do you think of me? I'm a Democrat. I voted for Kamala Harris, proud and true. What do you think of that?
You like Kamala Harris?
Oh, yeah? I don't care if she lost.
You're
I still
smarter
voted.
than that. You're smarter than that.
I don't care. I'm not going to believe your lies.
What
know
about-
who hurt me? A bunch of goddamn white kids like you.
What did
All
they
my
do?
fucking life.
What did they do? Did they bully you?
Yeah, dumb piece of shit.
I'm sorry.
Go back to fucking middle school where you belong.
I'm sorry that you're bullied like that. It's not fair. It was not nice of those kids to bully you. But you're a very powerful young man. I think you could use all that power. You can harness it for good.
Doing what?
I don't know. What are you
Why
passionate?
don't you do
what are
something
you
other than this bullshit on my campus?
No, this is what I do. I spread awareness. I speak to young men like you that are highly
You're trying
effective.
to radicalize angry people. And I'm angry just because you're here.
I know. I'd like to radicalize you on my side to support Donald Trump.
I'd like to kick you in the balls.
Would that make you feel better?
Would it make me feel better? Yeah.
To assault another man?
Yeah.
To kick a man in the genitalia? First you asked to see my penis, now you want to touch my penis with your foot?
Real hard.
Do you
man.
think that's bizarre to go up to a person and...
I think it's bizarre that you're here in the first place.
But I'm not the one going up to somebody asking to see their penis, asking to put my foot on their penis. You're doing
care.
that.
Go fuck yourself.
Get that. That's a win! Racecraft! I'm the champion! We did it! Come on! Guys, we did it. Charlie Kirk just broke the record for most debate wins on a college campus. I couldn't have done it without people like...
Oh, I gotta share that with a friend of mine. That's so good.
Hey Richard. I wasn't too caught up on the whole drama, but do you know why Dr. Mike posted this several months ago on his social media? Was it related to him losing the competition? THX for all you do, Richard. PTL.
You didn't give me a link. You're gonna have to give me a link. Do you mean Dr. Mike Israel? So yeah, you're gonna have to give me the link so I understand what you mean. Thanks for the donation though, Gianni.
5 months, it ends up being like, I want to say like 8 or 9 months. Then he goes away again. He's like, oh, I gotta go back. I didn't finish. It was not long, and then he was gone for again, like I want to say like 4 or 5 months, maybe even more. Then he come back for like 1 week or something. Then he was gone again, and I want to say the total time was about like 2 years, I think.
After 2.
He was on one of the Scientologist cruise ship boat things. They don't let you have a phone or anything while you're doing that. So yeah, he was on one of those Scientologist crews. They basically just make you do slave labor. Elias donated $2. Let me see.
Our nightly session of wrestling using the Katsumo wrestler.
Oh,
shoot.
wow.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put this on before I...
Oh my goodness.
Scratch. She's ready. So this puppet I've designed solely to wrestle with cats. It has a protective sleeve on my forearm, as you can see. And I've designed it with using a Yuroko Japanese fish scale pattern, actually. That's been used for hundreds of years. And it symbolizes fish scales, dragon scales, basically protection.
Oh, that's really cool. I need that. Sorry, I meant Israel. Here's the link. Let me see.
Dr. Mike is about to show you what training to failure actually looks like. And as he does these leg curl reps, you can just hear in his moans just how hard he's training. That's what giving it your all looks like. He said
he didn't even go to failure. He never goes to failure. Yeah, he basically was acting like a whiny crybaby because he made up some stupid excuse for why he lost his bodybuilding show, and he blamed it on his tan when he didn't diet enough, and then people called him out for it, and then he made this post showing how angry and how much of a crybaby he is. Thanks for the donation, Gianni.
Help! Hey, stop shouting! Out!
What?
Out! Whoever's yelling at me.
No, I wasn't yelling at you.
Guys, I don't know what the deal is, but I don't like it. Get
No,
out.
what are you talking about?
There's 7 of you guys here. That are 19 years old.
I came in by myself.
Why are you shouting?
That wasn't me. Check the cameras if you have some.
Stupid kids.
You know what, guys? This isn't fair. I can't call Joe any slurs, yet he gets to slur his way through this entire battle.
My speech is more clear than your gender. Robin had to quit smoking pot because she would frequently forget what gender she was.
The only person who has ever fucked Joe is God.
Good point. Some say Robin belongs to the men's room, some say the women's room. I just wanted to stop crying in the handicap stall.
That's a good one.
When I was 10 years old, the state took me away from my mother. I haven't seen her in 21 years. So, like Robin, both our mothers want their sons back.
That's good. Restricted video on the 4th link. God, that's fucking horrific. Chinese society is degenerate as fuck.
Bananas. Oh, help!
Hold up. Hey, woman.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Elias.
Plaza Watch, D.
Hey guys, it's me, Alex Stein. I just want to say, this has been a terrible meeting. I mean, it's been so boring. I just listening to all these people drone on. And let me tell you something, Jennifer. I love big booty Latinas. So I sit here and I see, yes, I love...
You are out of line.
Well, I can't say I love big booty Latinas? How do you figure that?
That
Wait, how is that
first response? I'm
so
gonna
my First Amendment right, I'm allowed to say I like big booty Latinas. How is that a crime? Is that because you're a big booty Latina?
That is the second time.
Wait, how is
do
that?
You have a comment
no, I do have a comment about technology, but you're yelling at me because I'm talking about big booty Latinas. Like, listen, AOC is my favorite big booty Latina. You're my second favorite big booty Latina. So don't get all, butthurt about that. I still think you're a beautiful lady, little thick, but I like them thick. I mean, I don't want some skinny mini girl. I want somebody that has some cushion for the pushing. You know what I mean, Jennifer? So this is the problem: is the tech here in New York City? It's absolutely ridiculous. Now my wife has got her OnlyFans on mycity.com. She's on My City showing her vagina for like $5.99 a month. And I know that you could probably make some money. Yeah, that's clean. Well, do you know the first... Okay, then I'm allowed to say big booty. I know you're probably going to get my...
So he just pretends to be Charlie Kirk constantly? That's his whole shtick? Thanks for the donation, CDG.
2 whole years of barely being on the channel, Aaron returned with a video titled I'm Sorry, initially acknowledging his disappearance.
I've been absent from the videos. I know you guys know that. I'm back. We're getting back on track.
Before again claiming to be learning about business.
I did take some time for myself, and I did learn as much as I could about business.
However, conveniently upon his return, another video was gaining some traction. Aaron Cairo is the new leader of Scientology in San Francisco. Aaron had joined Scientology's executive team, as the time he'd supposedly spent in business school was actually him just completing more Scientology coursework. This, in combination with his absence, put immense pressure on everyone else at Braille.
And I'm sorry for being gone for so long. I know it's really hard on my team here.
So much so that they all began to quit.
He emerged as the leader of Scientology SF. In that time, this guy started quitting. Mowgli, Uzi, JD. And then when Gabe was the final straw.
As mentioned, this included Gabe, who at this point was completely running everything.
For the past 7 years, I've been doing all the behind the scenes stuff for the main Braille YouTube channel.
Comments read, well, there goes the guy that's been carrying this channel for years.
Honestly, Gabe was running the channel. Gabe was doing like literally 99.9% of the channel.
Forcing Aaron to take back over, who by this point seemed to be completely clueless.
Now we no longer have Gabe to plan, film, and make all those videos. The content is definitely going to be changing. And what you're gonna get, I actually have no idea. But it's gonna go back to the roots of this company, teaching tutorials. Yes, we are gonna make weird boards, weird videos.
This was far from an innovative strategy, with the lack of fresh skilled content being obvious to all.
You look at the videos now, you look at the thumbnails now, you look at the ideas now. Terrible, right? On Braille's channel. Much worse than when we and Gabe were doing it. And that truly shows how much work we were doing.
CDG donate tellers. Actually stopped watching him after a few years, around like 2015, because he started being weird. I couldn't really put my finger on it. Now I can see what it was. He is so weird now, it's a bit strange, because I really liked him in 2012 when I was 13. Oh, Gum. Oh, look at my big kitty. Oh, this is my handsome sweetie pie. Look at him. Oh, I love him so much. Oh, come. Mwah. I love you. Yeah, I love you so much, baby. Oh, my big kitty. Yes, that's my big kitty.
I finally learned how to text women, I think. Want to work here?
I'll take a look at that in a second. Yeah, this guy completely and utterly lost his fucking mind. I always thought he was a little weird. But, yeah, I didn't know he was a Scientologist. That explains everything. Thanks for the donation, CDG. God damn it.
Responding so fast, please? It's such an ick to me.
Okay, boys, write this down. It's icky to reply too fast.
Are they a slow texter or are they just not that into you?
Oh, wait. Okay, no, do reply faster or else they'll think you're not into her. My bad.
Here's a PSA for all the single ladies. If a guy texts you back right away, or if he's messaging you nonstop all day, probably seems really flattering, right? But it's not. It means he has nothing else better to do.
Wait, shit. Okay, don't reply. They hate it.
Yeah, women are neurotic as fuck, and they will find a way to complain about anything, so just do whatever the fuck you want to do. I want to work here. Let me see.
Worker goes to the office every day.
There's nothing to do. There's nothing to pretend to do.
Though Edward McSwegan once managed a large portfolio of research at the National Institutes of Health, NIH, his work days have been pretty much empty since
March 1996.
It's not that he doesn't want to work. He says they won't let him. Meantime, taxpayers are covering his generous paycheck.
How much do you get paid to do nothing?
About $100,000 a year.
So what do you do all day when you go to the office?
Dude, why would you even bother complaining? Just bring a Sega Genesis to the office and then just do nothing.
I've managed to publish a couple of books, some short story fiction, a little bit of nonfiction writing.
Yes, with all that free time and with taxpayers footing the bill, he's become a successful mystery writer. And more.
I wound up joining a health club near the office just to sort of break up the day.
Oddly enough, he's been getting good job reviews.
I guess I'm good at doing nothing.
Dude, this guy has it fucking made. What a lucky son of a bitch, man. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Holy shit. Yeah, seriously. Oh my god, what do you have to do nothing all day? Thanks for the donation. Show me your balls. Dodo donated $2. Looks like even Republicans are not happy with this. Read comments, but what did they expect? How did they expect anything less than this? Let me see. This is why many cities in the US looked like before the EPA. Why the heck would anyone celebrate deregulating it? Yeah. Yep.
Today, I'm pleased to make the largest deregulatory announcement in U.S. history. The Environmental Protection Agency is initiating 31 historic actions to fulfill President Trump's promise to unleash American energy, revitalize our auto industry, restore the rule of law, and give power back to the states. EPA will be reconsidering many suffocating rules that restrict nearly every sector of our economy and cost Americans trillions of dollars. Our actions include the Biden administration's deeply flawed Clean Power Plan 2.0, mercury and air toxic standards, Quad O BC, particulate matter 2.5, light, medium, and heavy car and truck rules, NESHAPs, and the so-called...
Some of these sound like things you do not want to deregulate.
The social cost of carbon. To advance cooperative federalism, EPA will partner with states that were universally rejected by the last administration's Good Neighbor rule. Among many other actions, today's momentous day also includes the 2009 endangerment finding, along with all actions that rely on it. I've been told the endangerment finding is considered the holy grail of the climate change religion. For me, the U.S. Constitution and the laws of this nation will be strictly interpreted and followed. No.
Well, so much for air quality and stuff. By the way, like, isn't this the same administration that said, oh, we're gonna stop poisoning our children? Yeah, let's allow companies to put mercury into the air. Fucking insane. Can you play gaming now? I don't think I'm gonna game tonight, Dodo. I have Gummy here. He's cleaning himself. He's very handsome. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna game tonight. I gotta, like, just chill. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. CDG donators, Richard, can you recreate this interview yourself too? Lol, I'm actively contributing. Which interview? The big booty Latino one? I don't really want to do that. It's not really my type of humor. Could recreate that debate, though. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo donators, read the comments on that EPA video, see who's writing them. Truly hope the EPA deregulation doesn't negatively impact our air, water, soil, food, health. Giving a green light to coal, releasing mercury in the atmosphere isn't something most Americans will tolerate. Always thought Leesden was something you get in preparation for colonoscopy. Now I know why. Get this administration out. You call this a comeback. Injustice is not a good thing. EPA plans to close all environmental justice offices. Oh my god. This will be great for Tesla. Yeah, no one's even in support of this. It's so fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Tick 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 tick
Tesla.
tick 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 tick.
Your cat kind of looks like Corn from DBZ. Yeah, a little. If he was totally white, he would look a bit like Corn. Thanks for the donation, Tick.
I can't help myself with sending these every time I see a cute moment with Gummy lol.
Oh no.
Dum Dum.
Yes?
You give me gum gum.
Yes, this is my Gum Gum.
Morning, Dum Dum.
Me no Dum Dum, you Dum Dum. You bring me gum gum?
Yes, this is Gum Gum.
It'll be great to hang out with you guys every night. I just hope I'm up to the job.
Oh. And you son, gum gum, dum dum, son.
Yes, this is my Gum Gum. Thanks for the donation, Ben. CDG donators, no sorry, I meant you can recreate the interview of the guy who does nothing all day and gets paid. The donations came too late. Oh yeah, that'd be funny. Yeah, I could actually recreate that. Thanks for the donation, CDG. I could do a funny, stupid skit like that.
This dropped the channel's views to just a couple mil per month, forcing Aaron to destroy their skate park.
I was trying to negotiate with the landlords to get a break on the rent. This is a huge overhead, it's tons of money to have a warehouse, and we just could not come to an agreement. And then I got a letter from their lawyer that basically just said, you have got to be out by July 5th.
Unsurprisingly, the audience offered no sympathy. That $750,000 you spent to go up in a spaceship to heaven could have been been spent better, but in true Braille fashion it was even worse than this. Ricky Glazer, one of the last remaining members, wasn't even told that the skate park was being destroyed.
I knew Braille was struggling, but man, I didn't know the park was literally getting destroyed right now. No one told Rick anything. And it's like, man, I really would have loved to know that, get one last sesh, like I poured all this blood, sweat, and tears literally into that place.
He was saddened by the sight of everything being discarded, which somehow offended Aaron to such an extent that Ricky was promptly fired.
Braille Skateboarding and Aaron Cairo both blocked me, Ricky Glazer, on Instagram.
Nigel decided to leave himself.
I will no longer be at Braille doing videos, won't be doing lessons with them anymore, obviously because there is no location.
Pissed off by Braille's blatant lack of care.
No goodbye session, no nothing. 10 years of your life. I haven't even gotten like a thank you for all of the years of dedicating myself to the channel.
Aaron responded with a video of his own, claiming he tried to save the skate park.
You guys must know that I did everything I could to save the Braille house. I literally took out a loan on my house.
But with over 50,000 dislikes, it seems he missed the point completely. Aaron, no one is worried about the warehouse. They're worried about the crew you ghosted. Womp womp, you screwed the crew and that's who we cared about. He is legit more upset about what he did to the building than what he did to all of the people that made it what it was. Without a skate park or skate crew, the state of Braille is worse than ever. Aaron recently uploaded a video titled "Thank You," just reading positive comments from 1 year prior, seemingly to convince himself to keep uploading videos.
I continue going because of comments like this. I absolutely love this.
Braille's viewership has fallen to roughly 5K per upload.
Wow, this guy's a massive retarded loser.
Every comment section is filled with negativity, which Aaron tries his hardest to
Yeah, dude, the definition of stupidity is doing things that are against your own interest. And that guy is the definition of fucking stupid. This dude threw away millions of fucking dollars to the Church of Scientology, destroyed his own fucking business, ruined his friendships, made himself broke and poor, ruined his YouTube channel, made everybody hate him. Like, wow, what a fucking retard. Oh, look at my gum. Look at him, he's right here. Oh, this is a good gum. I love you, Gum. You're such a good baby. We're friends. You can tell Gum loves me, and I love my Gum. We're really good friends. This is my kitty friend. Oh, I love him so much. He is the best baby. You guys don't even understand how good Gum is. He's really good. He is the best good little kitty. Oh, I love him. This is what life's all about. Getting lots of money from strangers from doing absolutely nothing and hanging out with my cat. This is what life is all about. Begging for money on the internet and hanging out with my kitty.
I did that.
Okay, that's 2 fucking hours long. I don't know if... Yeah, let's see. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I think I'll save for tomorrow. But my sleep has been fucked up, and I've been staying up way too late and shit, so I think I'm gonna just end the stream here. Try to relax and just get some normal sleep for tonight. I do sort of have... Wouldn't say a big day plan, but I do want to make sure that I'm at least awake to change the oil in my sidecar. Might have to go out, get some groceries, do a bit of training, and then, you know, just stream later. Let me see. CDG donate $2. Me when you stream and reply to my donations.
Are there any left? There may be one. Okay, it's $500, you have no choice of carrier, the battery can't hold a charge, and the reception isn't very— Shut up and take my money!
All right. Well, I appreciate that, CDG. Thanks a lot, dude. All right. So I'm going to head to bed, and I will be on tomorrow night around the same time, so I'll see you guys then. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it, especially CDG, because you're being very generous. And I'm going to go to bed with my gum-gum. We're going to watch some cartoons and stuff before we go to bed. Because we're friends and we sleep together. He's my kitty friend. Look at him. Look at my beautiful kitty. I love him so much. But sweet dreams, everybody. See y'all tomorrow.